Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our May 21st Commission meeting. Let's get started. I'm going to ask Ralph, our city clerk, to give any instructions.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public may attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comments in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate or provide comments virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us. or by telephone at 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. The Zoom link, webinar ID, and telephone numbers provided for this commission meeting are static and do not change from meeting to meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And now it's my honor and privilege to ask one of our religious leaders and a friend, Pastor Victor Palacios, the pastor of Batista Poder de Dios, to lead us with some words of wisdom and strength.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my honor to come over here and pray for you. That's a blessing with the city, looking for a blessing for the Lord. And that's what we do. That's what we're going to do. Thank God for everything, for life, for everything you do for families and for everybody working in the City Hall. Heavenly Father, we come before you in this day, Father, to gratitude to our heart, to the meeting in this City Hall. Thank you for raising men and women to integrate and lead the city in wisdom, Lord. Bless the mayor, the commissioners, the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, and his family. Also, Father, thank you for everything you do so far in the city. We pray for our government agency, the police department, the fire department, the schools, the hospitals, the government agency, the churches, the synagogues. Please help the city to be a model for other cities in this country, especially in this state. We declare, Father, this city belongs to you. Also, we pray for other families in this meeting, other families, Father, in this city. Thank you for so far you do it for this city. Thank you, Lord, because you're the King of the King. You're the Lord of the Lord. We pray in your name, and we ask you, Father, to bless the city, the north to the south, to east to the west. We in your hand. You do it, you will. In the name of Jesus. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Kevin, don't go too far. Come up and lead us in the pledge. You know, one of the, don't worry, we'll say it along with you. I'm looking around, I always look around, and Miami Beach has become really a health and wellness. We're really becoming, we're elevating our game, and you were ahead of your time several years ago when we first met, and I think a lot of that has to do with what you have been driving. So why don't you lead us in the pledge today?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, it's a warning. If you're in the chambers here, be ready to know the pledge, because I may call on you at any time. Let's get started with Sutnik, the Sutnik Forum.
Good morning, everyone. Approach the podium, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Steve Bubba Cohen, 11 Island Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. First, one observation. When I first started in television, my late brother Joey Carr and myself, bought a lot of low-budget television commercials. And we were accused of sponsoring the national anthem and the inspirational message when the television stations would sign off. This is the first time in my life I'm actually following an inspirational message. So, it's an honor to do that. Last time I was here, it was a pretty wild meeting with our anti-Israel protesters, and thank all of you on the dais for having the strength to stand up and not take their guff, as we would say in the streets. So I didn't get a chance to talk about what I wanted to speak about today. Handicap parking. I have a handicap parking permit. I have both knees, both ankles, with major orthopedic problems, yet I keep grinding it out. And I was disappointed you have handicap zones. And I'm just curious in the wisdom up on the dais and in our parking department and administration, how do they justify me being handicapped in the zone I'm entitled to and not being handicapped in other parts of the zone? I know I'm following an inspirational message, but no one in this room I know to be the Almighty. And I just think if you're legally handicap permitted in one zone in the city, that should apply to all zones.
Thank you so much.
And Steve, I've had some folks reach out to me. I see some nods from my colleagues as well. So I don't want to take really time now from our commission agenda, but I think it's something we need to address.
We should refer something to the Public Safety Committee because it was done, the program was done out of a necessity at the time, but I feel the necessity may have been addressed. It might be time to reconsider that policy.
Yeah, and I'm aware of
I'm
aware of that history, and it was needed because I see every day the abuse is there. Yes. But now that you have to register, I mean, you're valid at that point.
Commissioner Fernandez and I just agreed to, and we have Commissioner Bott. I have a feeling it'll be all of us. So,
okay. So, thank you, and keep up the good work, everyone.
So good to see you.
Right. Thank you. So, wow, people are going to keep coming to Sutnik now. They just got an item on.
So just for the record, we're referring handicap parking issues to the next, is it to the next one? I'm sorry, to the next, to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality Committee by acclamation.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that okay? June 3rd? Okay. So our next public speaker is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes. He's virtual. Please state your name, address, and 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I am calling to object to R5V, which remains on your agenda, to increase water and sewer rates. And I encourage members of the public who object to that to attend next Wednesday's, the 28th of May, Finance Committee meeting, the FERC meeting, where item F11, formerly R9A, utility relief, I believe that is Commissioner Fernandez item, will be discussed, which we hope can address this issue. I also call to object to item C4F, to place a private charter school within a public facility. And I object to item C2A, to hire ex-IDF trained killers to provide security, allegedly, for our city. I will sign back in at 9:35 at the time certain for the 6th Street overlay to submit comments on that topic, on that item. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Roger Golad, 1750 James Avenue.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
The new chair of MDPL.
Your name? Okay.
Roger Golad. Okay. It isn't often we come here to say thank you for certain things. 3 years ago, the murals, the Enzo Gallo murals on Alton were almost going to be destroyed. Thanks to Mitch out here And Alex and a lot of other people on the commission, they've been saved, and it looks like they're finally finding a home on 72nd Street Community Center, I hope. MDPL was very instrumental in this, and people say, how come it's not really, it's not Art Deco or whatever, it's history. It's something people passed every day for 50 years, major intersection. It made them smile, it made them think, I'm comfortable. That's what history is to us. Anyway, the new face of MDPL. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Judith Smigel. Please state your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Judith Smigel. I'm a longtime resident of Miami Beach. I am impressed with the care that's given to one group in the city. And my question is, how do the public, how do I raise concerns about what seems to be special treatment for Jewish people and not for other groups such as Hispanics, without it being labeled as hate speech, anti-Semitic, and being shut down? For example, there was a rich training set up for anti-Jewish bigotry at Mount Sinai. The CCA Stand With Us training. Now, I am sure there is anti-Semitism at Mount Sinai, but I think Hispanics may deserve the same kind of attention, maybe the disabled, blacks, immigrants. Why is it that Jewish people are given special care? Why is it that we're talking about a Jewish charter school now within the 72nd Street Community Center? Why is it that the 40th Street religious overlay expansion, which was criticized here, seems to have passed something I'm not familiar with, the consent agenda? I appreciate I haven't been interrupted, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, Mayor. You and the commissioners have done wonderful planning, but it needs to expand to other groups who are also need of protection and perhaps underserved in the city. One last thing. There was a plan, I don't know where it went, to encourage more Jewish-owned businesses here. Well, what about Hispanic-owned, Black-owned, LGBTQ-owned? Those are all worthy
Thank you so
groups.
much. Your time is up. Next, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Patricia Agnello, 2555 Collins Avenue, and I strongly oppose the proposed redevelopment at the Deauville site. This proposal rewards years of bad faith conduct. The Morello family knowingly allowed a historic landmark to deteriorate, ignoring code violations, creating public safety risks, and racking up more than $6 million in unpaid fines. That wasn't stewardship, it was demolition by neglect, designed to clear the way for something far more profitable. Now they want a massive upzoning, 2 380-foot towers and 166,000 square foot podium, far beyond what our zoning code allows. This is not a fair deal for Miami Beach. This is a giveaway. And it would set a dangerous precedent that you can violate the rules, erase the past, and be rewarded with even more height, density, and entitlement. The podium is especially concerning. Its scale is highly unusual for a hotel, and given the Morello Group's deep gaming ties, it's reasonable to question whether this is a setup for future casino use. If we ignore that risk now, we won't be able to undo it later. This is not about opposing development. It's about insisting on accountability. A project of this scale would permanently alter the character of North Beach, opening the floodgates for more oversized buildings and unchecked speculation, especially under the Live Local Act. We must not let North Beach become the next Sunny Isles. Our zoning code exists to protect the city's livability, history, and residents, not to serve as a bargaining chip for politically connected developers. I urge you to reject this proposal as written and require the developers to return with a plan that respects existing zoning, reflects the scale of the neighborhood, and offers true community benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. For everyone out there, the Deauville item has been open and continued, so it's not going to be heard today.
Thank you so much. Our next public speaker via Zoom is Mark Gidney. Mr. Gidney, state your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, but we cannot hear you. We're going to go then to Tim Carr.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tim Carr, West Avenue. I'm calling today in reference to item R5L and R5K. This is in reference to a small business that we'd like to support for limited beer and wine sales located behind the Alton Nursery on Alton Road. And again, this was approved unanimously by the planning board, so appreciate your support on this important matter. Secondly, 1250 West Avenue will be discussed today, and we would just like to encourage you for the large retail establishment that you not allow restaurant or alcohol be served in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else on the, no? Okay, so we're going to continue. If you do wish to speak, approach the podium and we'll call on you. The next person via Zoom is Valerie Owen. Valerie, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Valerie Owen, 1580 Bay Road. I want to address, to support the 1239 Alton Road, the cafe behind the garden shop. I'm very much opposed to all of this spot zoning, and small businesses, they need a hand, and you cannot survive without a beer and wine license for a small cafe. A lot of people have had the opportunity to do spot zoning in the area. The average residents do not have the time and the energy to go after all these little ordinances. And also, I just want to say I'm opposed to the mooring project behind the Flamingo. We have dolphins and all kinds of things there, and manatees, stingrays. A huge project like that is just too much. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Robin Jacobs. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Robin Jacobs, chair of the Convention Center Advisory Board, and more importantly, a concerned resident, mother, and grandmother. I'm here to talk about Pride Park and the proposal to place a permanent children's playground near the convention center, an area that experiences heavy truck traffic during events. This goes against basic urban planning principles, especially when it comes to safety, health, and the enjoyment of children. As a mother and grandmother, I believe children's playgrounds should be shielded from vehicle congestion. As a Miami Beach resident, a contributor to the $640 million invested in Miami Beach Convention Center, and the chair of the Convention Center Board, I urge you to strike a balance between the desire for a children's playground and the broader needs of the community who are looking for a real return on the Miami Beach Convention Center investment. Pride Park is a city asset, and its impact goes beyond just the local community. It influences traffic, business, and the economic development citywide. The success of the convention center relies on its accessibility. Limiting usage could hurt its competitiveness. Take the recent Adobe convention, which generated $23 million in direct economic impact. We need to make Miami Beach an attractive, accessible location for high-value fly-in conventions like Adobe. If we don't, we risk losing out to competing regions with more flexible venues. Restricting Pride Park's use could limit our ability to attract these large-scale events, in turn, hurt our local businesses. The $650 million convention center is a community asset voted on by residents, and we need to ensure it's being used to its full potential. That's why we believe a comprehensive economic analysis is necessary to fully understand the long-term effects of any decisions made here. This is about more than today. It's about shaping the future of our community. In closing, we propose a comprehensive master plan for Pride Park with a pause on further development until we address the economic and usage concerns.
Thank you so much.
Wait, I just want to
you.
let Robin know I've pulled the item and I've referred it to the Convention Center Committee, okay?
Thank you, Art. Seeing no one, okay, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Mike Llorente at 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, representing Security Alliance. The very first item on your agenda today, C2A, is deeply concerning, and here's why. Because we're proposing taking an important security contract away from a local company with 1,000 security guards and giving it to two non-local companies with virtually zero security guards in Miami-Dade County. One of those companies appears to have no contracts, no personnel, no security guards in Florida. The other company appears to be a small company with no municipal experience and very few, if any, security guards in Florida. So at a time where this commission is making tremendous progress in restoring law and order, it's troubling that we're talking about transitioning this important security contract from a well-known, well-staffed local company to two companies with virtually no presence in Miami-Dade County. What will these companies do when the city asks them to double or triple their presence in the city for special events? Security Alliance, your incumbent vendor, does that all the time. This coming weekend, they will increase from 50 security guards to 80 for Memorial Day. A couple months ago for spring break, they increased to 130 security guards at the city's request. These other companies, the two recommended firms with virtually no presence in Miami-Dade County, simply cannot do this. Security Alliance is not only a high-performing incumbent vendor, but they also scored very well. They were the next ranked firm out of 19, clustered up there at the top with the two recommended vendors. They offer depth, experience, flexibility that the two recommended vendors cannot. And so we urge you respectfully in the name of public safety to pull item C2A and keep Security Alliance on as a contracted vendor. Thank you very much.
Our next virtual speaker is Mike. Mike, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Mike Dorsch. I'm a 13-year resident at 1330 West Avenue. I'm here to comment about R7A, the 1250 West overlay, the Bayfront overlay. I have time constraints today that prohibit me from being at today's session in person, but I hope the comments I delivered in writing yesterday and those that I'm going to say now have the same gravitas as those made during the hearing. I'd like to address an issue not in my email yesterday, and that's the bonus FAR. I'm not sure how these bonus formulas arose, but they're perilous and not well considered. The developer likes to cite them as their as-of-right depictions, trying to show they allow them to build a big, fat, squat, ugly building. They say that such a building like that is hideous and argue the height restriction should be removed instead so that that monstrosity isn't built. Well, first, no one says they need to build a big, fat, ugly building. I'm sure Kobe Karp can come up with a more creative design than what's depicted in their illustrations. Second, I don't see anywhere that bonus FAR overrides height regulations. Third, I'd say let them build as of right. Maybe that would cause them to build 250 smaller units that might be affordable to the average citizen, rather than a high-cost, luxurious tower that eliminates residents in the neighborhood that are necessary for small business. Bouncing those 238 affordable units in exchange for 100 high-rise units isn't exactly what zoning and regulation should, I think, or intended to do to encourage. Lastly, if this project is approved, you commissioners will have failed in your jobs by not enforcing our regulations and the will of Miami Beach citizens. Not a single one of you will ever receive my vote again, and I hope all my West End neighbors act in similar fashion.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Barry Shevlin, 1111 Kane Concourse, Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, on behalf of Dynamic Integrated Security. This is a recommended bidder on the first item on the agenda. They are beyond qualified. There hasn't been a bid protest by this gentleman or his firm, so that, for him to speak against my client's award is ridiculous to begin with. They're very high qualified, deploying over 275 security guards throughout the state of Florida and elsewhere. In fact, 98% of all our security guards deployed are retired veterans or police officers, and we have extremely qualified personnel. We're able to deploy 50, 100, as many guards as necessary for any special event within the city of Miami Beach. And that's why we qualified as the highest and best vendor for this commission. I urge you guys to, go through with the city's recommendation and award the contract to Dynamic Integrated Security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next public speaker is D. Webb Jr. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Natalie then. Natalie, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Natalie Kaufman. I'm a neighbor in the West Avenue neighborhood at 1450 Lincoln Road. I've communicated with you before. This is on the matter of 1250 West. And today I'm thinking about Jane Jacobs. You may know her story. She was a resident of the West Village in New York City in the 1960s. And she organized her neighbors to fight a proposed plan to bring a highway straight through the West Village. And I know we're talking about Miami Beach today, but she saw what we see, and she saw the potential of her community being destroyed, the character of her community being destroyed, the walkability, the neighborliness. And I just want to express that that's why we've spent the last 6+ months opposing the proposal that is before us for a tower at 1250 West. We have laws in place to protect our community. We have height restrictions in place. And all we're asking is that you, commissioners and Mr. Mayor, that you preserve what's on the books and you preserve the magic of Miami Beach. We are a special place. There are not many communities that are so walkable and so bikeable and low rise and human scale, with sunshine, without shadows, without the wind tunnels of towers. And we're asking that you go back and insist that this developer adhere to our laws and our height restrictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Matthew Goltanoff, 125 Jefferson Avenue. I want to speak in support of item R9AC, and I want to encourage you all to support this item and to support safer family conditions for children. It's good policy, and I think that this warrants more discussion and consideration by the commission. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker
Just real quick, Matthew, just want to let you know, I have changed that item to a referral to the neighborhoods meeting for June 3rd.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you for being a supporter of this item. I think it will be a robust and productive conversation there.
Thank you. Our next public speaker via Zoom is Sada. Sada, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Oh, hi. Hi, this is Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. Please support and pass item R5AL, anchoring of commercial vessels and floating structures used to rent, store, and otherwise secure vessels prohibited. This item would help to keep our water clean and attract and grow more marine life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Katrina Ciraldo. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. My name is Katrina Ciraldo. I live at 1000 West Avenue, Miami Beach, and I wanted to talk about the 1250 West project. I echo the concerns of others, of my neighbors, about the character of Miami Beach and the impact on the neighborhood. And I strongly do not want this tower in our neighborhood. And I'm very opposed to the using and the villainizing of people who are experiencing homelessness and to other institutions in our neighborhood that are trying to help people who are experiencing homelessness by providing shelter. I've talked to many people who work in my own building. We're just a few doors down from 1250 West, who have experienced homelessness themselves. And so it's very disrespectful to people who make Miami Beach what it is, who work here, who may live here, who really can't afford to live here. And so I just want to really try to encourage the public officials of Miami Beach to respect the humanity of people who are experiencing homelessness. I do not think it's a good use of public dollars to have a police car with the lights on 24/7 outside of Bikini Hostel. People who are experiencing homelessness are not criminals. They're low-income people who have been priced out of housing and bending towards the wills of these developers at the expense of affordability for our neighborhoods is a big mistake, and it's very dehumanizing. So I oppose the 1250 project as it is, and I strongly urge people to think about affordability for residents of Miami Beach, people who make this what it is. And I also
Thank you so much. Your time is up. I
discourage them.
apologize.
Okay.
Our next public speaker is Peter Felix. Peter, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Peter, please unmute yourself. Let's go then, PJ, to Deborah Leibowitz.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you all for having this opportunity. I am a full-time resident property owner in Miami Beach for 35 years, and I'm very concerned about the Deauville property. My understanding is you probably are not going to speak about it today. I didn't know that. But I'm really concerned about the projects. While I think it's great to have a beautiful new hotel in Miami Beach, I think it's important that the city stand up to developers and do not allow a property like this to have this type of scale. The podium, as mentioned previously by the speaker, must be removed. So physically ruling out any possibility of a casino at this site at any time in the future. There's lots of other projects in the community that could be better utilized with the $200 million that part of the project costs. And again, while I'm all for improving North Beach, I think that any type of deal that the city negotiates with any proposed developers includes specific wording that says no casino, no oversized replica, no giveaways to bad neighbors and developers. We do not want to live in Sunny Isles. We do not want gambling, and we do not want the possibility of it in our overdeveloped city. So please stand up for the residents, not just the developers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Please, sir, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address.
Yes, good morning. My name is Rob Piper. I'm at 1401 Southwest 17 Terrace. I really appreciate Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me this morning. I just wanted to, my comments in reference to item R7A, specifically the property at 1247 West. I just wanted to express that it is a shame that this property, AKA the Bikini Hostel, is going away, as it represents a success story, something that Miami Beach can take pride in regarding its success in moving desperate people off of homelessness. I understand this deal will likely go through, but I would encourage you to continue that success story in other ways. It has a remarkable rate of moving desperate people off of homelessness. So I would encourage you to at least preserve the dignity of these individuals in other ways, and so you can at least follow the example of your sister city in Switzerland, Basel, that has a housing first policy, and follow the example of low barrier shelters that have a better success record than regular homeless shelters. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in. I just have to say, because the narrative has been set out there on purpose about Miami Beach, we actually offered, our commission approved a resolution that we would help supplement the funding, even though the homeless individuals that are coming here are being sent to the Bikini Hostel are not Miami Beach homeless, right? They're coming from.
Well, what does that mean, sir? Miami Beach homeless?
Let me just finish, please.
Okay.
This is not an appropriate facility for them. The Camillus House.
Why not?
Because you literally the service is being provided on a sidewalk with a rickety table. There is alcohol. I've seen it myself. I've gone to many times to observe the property. The Camillus House has services. It is a homeless shelter, and we've offered to supplement the funding because there is a difference. But they have refused that. The Camillus House is an appropriate facility. If you want to care for these people, that's where these individuals need to get the care, not in a bar, which was what the Bikini Hostel is.
Respond to that?
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mayor, 30 minutes have elapsed. We still have 7 more speakers. Do you want to do 1 minute each?
Sure.
So, David, please unmute yourself, state your name and address, and you have 1 minute, please.
Yes, David Wallach, 900 Ocean Drive. I see on the agenda at 2:45 there is a time certain for an item from Commissioner Fernandez regarding pressure cleaning. I'm not quite clear on whether that means that businesses can pressure clean only once a month, and it goes to like 11 o'clock, 11:59 at night. Nobody pressure cleans, at least in a business, at night. And it's essential. The confusion that I have is, does it mean that we cannot pressure clean every day? A restaurant that is very active with a lot of customers needs to be clean every day. And I know that for 30 years, Mango's has pressure cleaned around its building virtually every day. In the morning, though, never at night.
Thank
So
you
I'm
so
not
much,
quite
Mr.
clear
Wallach.
on that, but I do know that it's important to pressure clean daily
Thank
in
you.
a restaurant. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Daniel's iPhone. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute, please.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo, 730 10th Street. For those that don't know me, I'm the former longtime director of Miami Design Preservation League. I stepped down in March to run for City Commission Group 1. You can learn more at danielformiamibeach.org. I wanted to touch on 2 topics. The children's playground in Pride Park is an excellent idea. I was very disturbed to get the email yesterday from the Convention Advisory Group that they need a master plan and a traffic study and God knows how many more millions before we have another family-friendly amenity. I urge the commission to please spend a little time on things that aren't just for ultra millionaires like the Deauville or 1250 West. And then secondly, I want to thank you all for the Enzo Gallo. We had talked about that for a long time. We worked very hard to save that. I think 72nd Street is a great place. I would just ask that the Abraham Lincoln mural stay somewhere near Lincoln Road, and I'll look forward to following that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is D. Webb Jr. Please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute. State your name and address.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Okay, we
Can you
cannot
hear
hear
me?
you, so we're going to go to Gail Durham.
Hello, my name is Gail Durham. I live at 1504 Bay Road. I've been a resident for 20 years. I hope you do not vote for alcohol at the nursery on Alton Road. It's already a non-conforming use, and this just makes it even more non-conforming. It's definitely spot zoning that financially benefits one property owner. I'm wondering, did anybody knock on the door of the single-family homes that are located right next door? This opens up a Pandora's box. We're trying to tap down alcohol in the West Ave neighborhood, not ramp it up. And the second issue is I want to thank Commissioner David Suarez for insisting on the financial analysis for the developer profits for extra height and FAR at the Deauville and 1250 West Ave. This is a moment for moral clarity. The report exposes the intense imbalance between the developer's profit versus community benefits. We say 10 cents on the dollar like
Thank
a
you, Ms.
cliche,
Durham. I
like it's an
apologize, but your
exaggeration,
time
but
is
this
up.
is literally.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is John Courtney. State your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good morning. This is John Courtney, 1026 18th Street. I just want to say, I think the commission a lot of times wonders why we have all these vacancies, why so many parts of the city just are lacking vitality right now. And I would just encourage everyone to read the work of Edward Glazer and what he says about the impact of special giveaways on cities and development giveaways. And ultimately what it does is it distorts the market so that the value of properties is in their redevelopment and not in their operation. And you end up with a city like Miami Beach. So as you think about the Deauville and the 1250 project, I just hope that you would consider the implications of this deal making. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Peter Felix.
Yes, good morning. Peter Felix, 801 South Point Drive. I just wanted to speak in support of Commissioner Dominguez's initiatives to reduce noise in vehicle noise, particularly in the South Beach area. South of Fifth, we live south of Fifth. We came here a year ago from London, which has also had issues of noise abuse, which they have dealt with in their particular instance by installing special noise cameras. I fully support Commissioner Dominguez's efforts to reduce the egregious and abusive breach of the noise abatement regulations by motorcycles and sports cars. It is done intentionally. Revving of engines at any time of the day or night is extremely disturbing, and I think in the long run will seriously affect the attractiveness of this delightful area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next
Thank you. And yeah, thank you, Commissioner Dominguez, for bringing that item. I'm also sponsoring with her. Totally agree that it's a major issue.
Our next virtual speaker is Alice Nasser. Please unmute yourself. You have
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I wanted to talk about 1250. It seems like the commission is increasingly focused on optics versus actual livability. The Bikini Hostel is a legitimate solution for houselessness, and instead of prioritizing this and looking at the root cause, we're exacerbating the problem by incentivizing another luxury development. And I just want to ask the commission why we're prioritizing one-time luxury purchases versus long-term investment in the community from people that live, work, and are engaging with small businesses. We're here every day, and that neighborhood is starting to become a shell of itself. We're all one step away from this, and if you can't see it now, they're going to come for you next. So I just want to urge the commission to think about this and listen to the community who has been pushing back on this for the last 6 months.
Thank you. Our next public speaker via Zoom is Eric Marshall. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, mayors and commissioners. As always, thank you for taking the time. And I almost echo the last caller's sentiment just with regards to the Bikini Hostel having a private developer solve a public issue. I'm hoping that the precedent you set here, you look at if you're going to approve a height restriction and waive in order for incentives to solve a public issue. Again, as always, appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariana. Mariana, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, Commissioner. My name is Mariana. I live in the 1504 Bay Road, and I really would like to enforce to the Commissioner that I support and I approve the development of the luxury building that we're talking here, because having a homeless shelter is not safe. We have restaurants, we have markets around the area, and literally I'm not walking there at night. Even if I'm on like a 5 minutes walk, 10 minutes walk, I need to Uber to live there. I don't feel it's safe. I feel it brings a lot of dangers and people like drinking and just in an unsafe manner. And I'm considering to really move to Edgewater if the situation of the neighborhood's not taken care of. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor, everyone who was originally in line, and Vice Mayor, everyone who was originally in line has been called. There are 4 more speakers. Do you want to continue for the 4 more, or do you want to just do it at 1 o'clock? Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. Just call him.
Yeah, go ahead, call him.
Lucas Scott, you have 1 minute, please. Lucas, unmute yourself. And then let's go to Deeb Webb Jr., please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we couldn't hear him before. Go ahead.
And thank you. With
All Webs Enterprises out of Jupiter, Florida. We're a well drilling contractor. We bid for the well cleaning for the drainage wells that help with the flooding in the town, and it's item C2E. We protested based on rules and regulations and licensure. And we would like to get a little more clarity on how things are going forward. So we ask that you just not approve that yet and let us talk about how to make sure the rules are being followed before you take that step. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Davis. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Jessica Davis, 1228 West Avenue. I am here in support of allowing the cafes or restaurants between 12th and 14th on Alton to have wine and beer. These are small businesses. They struggle. They certainly struggle during the summer. And I don't see, these are not party places. They're not nightclubs. They're simply restaurants that want to add to their bottom line by offering a glass of wine, a glass of beer with a meal. Quite frankly, I don't see what the problem is with that. It certainly doesn't create a noise problem or anything else. And again, a lot of small businesses are closing, and we need to do everything that we can to support these businesses because a lot of locals
Thank you so
frequent
much.
these
I apologize,
businesses.
but your time is up. The next virtual speaker has a screen name of Miami Beach. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. This is Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crespi Boulevard. I'm calling to oppose item C84. This is in regards to the Byron Carlisle Theater. I'm opposing any funding to the North Beach CRA for this project, which entails demolition and housing on top of the theater itself. I think we should do more studies on this. I believe that they could be salvageable. I haven't seen any engineering reports. I understand construction. I understand engineering also. So I urge the commissioners to please defer this until we have further studies. As far as the housing on top of the theater, that definitely shouldn't go because we do have enough housing in Miami Beach.
Thank you so much. Our next public speaker has a screen name of iPhone 12. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute. Please unmute yourself. Let's go to the next caller, Martin Moeller.
Good morning. My name is Martin Muller, and I'm a year-round resident of 1330 West Avenue. Shortly after the Commission's last vote on 1250 West Avenue, a developer I know said, and I quote, "Well, now we know that Miami Beach zoning is for sale to the highest bidder," end quote. Now, I'm sure that that was not the Commission's intention, but it's important for you to understand that that's the message that's being heard. If you drill down into the proposed project and all it represents, you will see that it is a threat to the architectural character of South Beach. The developer's pleas for, quote, relief, end quote, due to increased construction costs are a smokescreen. Any experienced developer knows to work backwards to determine an appropriate site acquisition cost. If JDS failed to do this properly, that's not the problem of the citizens of Miami Beach. JDS is using the unfortunate circumstances at Bikini Hostel as a backdoor means of forcing this project through. Do not let them get away with this. Allowing a tall tower at 1250 West would be a permanent, irrevocable overreaction to a temporary problem that can be solved by other means.
I apologize, but your time is up. Our last caller is Zalman Felig. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Zalman Felig. How is everybody today? I would like to be clear that as much as people think the Bikini Hostel is going to go away by itself, it's just not going to happen. I wish that the commissioners and the mayor would have came up with something, but unfortunately, the developer is offering us something, a gift, and the homeless could finally find their right home, not on Miami Beach. Sunset Harbor has been, I sent pictures around to some of the commissioners, to the deputy mayor, of homeless right in front of Publix, making themselves comfortable there with their suitcases and lying down there, and they all come from Bikini Hostel. Same in my home, I sent a video around, it went viral, of the homeless right in front of my house, and on video, he said he came from the Bikini Hostel. This is factual. So if everybody, it's like, no one's blowing this out of proportion, it's just a fact. So I hope that the commission does not push it off today. I hope that they deal with 1250 West Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
And we move forward like we did last time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes Sutnik.
Great, let's go to the consent agenda.
Yes, sir, I have some announcements, if I may.
Sure, please.
The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. Commissioner Dominguez is separating C2A. Commissioner Fernandez is separating C7K and C2A. Commissioner Magazine is separating C2A. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is separating C4J, C7P, C7K, and C2, I'm sorry, those are the three, C4J, C7P, and C7K. Vice Mayor Suarez is separating C2A. The list in front of you is correct. Some announcements, just for the record, item R7B, which is the second reading public hearing of the North Beach Oceanside District Deauville Development Agreement has been requested to be open and continued to June 25th, 2005 at 9:22 a.m. The hearing will be held in the Commission Chamber, 3rd floor, 1700 Convention Center Drive. So again, R7B, open and continued to June 25th at 9:22 a.m. There is an addendum. Addendum 4 is a handout on the dais. You have a resolution that was handed out. C7AJ is a new item. It is urge governor to veto the Live Local Act Senate Bill 1730. It is sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, so that's C7AJ. The mayor has not approved any of the consent items to be added to the agenda, so they will be heard at 5 p.m. One notation for the consent agenda, item R9AC, which was a discussion, take action, electric bicycles in certain areas under specific circumstances, which is an item from Commissioner Dominguez. She has requested to, instead of a discussion, to have this item as a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee at their June 3rd meeting. That item will become C4X. So that will be included when we vote on the consent agenda. Mayor, those are all the announcements.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding the items that were pulled?
I heard Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll second.
Mayor Minor. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The consent agenda excluding the addendums or the pulled items are approved.
Let's go through the pulled items.
Anyone in particular, or you want me to just go down?
Go down.
I'm going to do the difficult one first then. C2A.
Sure.
C2A, Award RFP 2024-277KB, Security Officer Service. That was separated by Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Magazine, and Vice Mayor Suarez.
Let's call me Commissioner. Commissioner Dominguez was the first one on the pull list. Mr. Mayor, which one of us is recognized to speak on the item?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like just to make a recommendation that perhaps we send this item to the Finance Committee so that it can be discussed there. I want to be able to have a discussion with staff at committee as to the local staffing of each one of the companies, local performance. I also want to make sure that there is strong retention language in the event it is going to the recommended vendor. I always believe in protecting our workforce and protecting those who serve our community, even in a contracted capacity and having good retention of those employees so that they don't lose their jobs. But in general, some concerns were stated on the record that resonated with me. And so I just want to propose that we make a motion to refer this to the Finance Committee. If that's okay, I'll make a motion to move C2A, to refer C2A to Finance.
Any objections?
Does that cause any issues to the administration? Do we have a deadline by which we need to approve this contract? Are we in a month to month? What implications could come from this referral?
The current agreement is on a month-to-month extension at this time. We are under the cone assignments, Rick, so I defer to.
But we are in the sunshine.
Correct.
So, okay.
Just want to state it just in case.
Yeah. Are we fine to discuss in the sunshine?
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. So, so a motion to refer to Finance.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor of the referral to the Finance of C2A, I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Item is referred. The next item is C4J. C4J is a referral to FERC maintenance of Pedra Portuguesa on 1100 block of Lincoln Road, C4J. C4J was separated by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
The reason why I separated this item is because it's a simple maintenance item of the Pedra Portuguesa. If you see at the 1100 block of Lincoln Road, it's very different from the other blocks. And I would like this to somehow, like, if it goes to finance, I would like it to be done immediately. I don't want it put into the 2026 financial cycle, because this is an acid washing and regular maintenance that we simply haven't done. And it doesn't look great. And Robert Winnett and his group did a tremendous job with this block. And since we turned it over to the city, we have not been able to get the maintenance right. So I'm wondering, because I know that we have an estimate. Where is Brad? Because we did a meeting. Brad, we had an estimate from Robert Winnett to acid wash and seal the entire block, correct?
Their estimate was, I believe, 130-something thousand and change.
$130,000. What I would like to ask everybody today is if this item, and I know that going to FERC is very important, but this maintenance also, Commissioner Magazine, is very important. So my ask would be, when we do the budget amendment later on today, if we could add this simple maintenance, which is an acid wash cleaning. It has to be done. I don't want to put it off for months or even a year. By going to finance, getting into a different budget cycle. Do we have the funding in Public Works to do this? Because I know that they've been asking to do this for months, which is why I pulled the item in the first place.
I mean, it's not a budgeted item. We would have to look and see if we can find available funding, but it's not something that's certainly in our budget right now.
How would my colleagues feel about adding this to today's budget amendment? Would that be a possibility? It needs to get done.
I don't know what this is.
This is just a acid washing and a cleaning of the 1100 block of Lincoln Road, where you have those stones, and it's going to go to FERC, then it's going to go to, a 2026 budget cycle, and it really needs to be done. And I went and I walked the block with Robert Winnett, his entire group. They're very upset about it. They've been spending their own money to try to maintain it. And frankly, this is why Lincoln Road is just looking awful, because we're not doing, and I'm not blaming Public Works, but this needs to get done. We have an estimate from a vendor that they were using, that Winnett and his group were using. So what I would like to ask is if we can fold it in to this, please.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thanks. The 1100 block, this is where the black and white tile stripes
Yes.
are, right? So, Brad, I asked you about this, the pressure washer. We can't pressure wash it because it'll chip off the tiles?
It's difficult. It needs specialized cleaning. I want to point out a couple things. It was originally installed in 2010, so it's about 15 years old. So it's just, you know, sometimes the lifespan of these things, you know, gets to a point, and now we've been spending, in previous years, I believe it was over 200 and something thousand dollars that was put into it a couple of years ago. It's not the easiest thing to maintain, and certainly requires a specialty type of washing to make sure that it
Because
Wait.
I go by there and it is bad. It's like
It-
dirty.
Wait, Commissioner Suarez still has the floor.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So can we,
No.
how much is an acid wash that is gonna make to clean that area?
They've provided a quote. Our recommendation was to redo the whole thing. They want to only do just, you know, a repair effort, and it's just different.
Can I explain
Go ahead.
what's happening? Okay, so it's very expensive material. This Piedra Portuguesa. And the Winnick Group, since they built it, was maintaining it, and they turned it over to the city, how long ago? A few years ago, correct?
I think it was about 6 or 7 years ago.
6 or 7 years ago. And what they said is first of all, our estimate, we went to walk the area, and all that the Winnick Group is asking is that you have to do the regular maintenance, which is an acid wash and a seal. And that has to be done every other year. But it has not been done, and what happened was there was a miscommunication, and Public Works thought that they wanted to replace all of the material, which is not what they wanted to do. They just wanted the simple maintenance. So the area needs to be acid washed and sealed. It's not that big of a deal if we do this now. And by the way, we had gotten an estimate for much higher than this. The vendor that they've been using to maintain it since they built it charges $130,000 for the entire block. But the entire block is going to shine and look beautiful after the vendor who has been maintaining it all of these years does the work that needs to get done. So I really think
I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
I'm a clean kind of guy. I'd like to, I'm the gum guy, you know, we got the gum out of the Miami Beach. It is one of the most precious parts of Lincoln Road, and it is a shame that it's just so, like, dirty.
Yeah.
Question for Eric. If it was referred to FERC, is there still an opportunity to have it in the 2020, not wait till next year's budget?
I mean, we're doing budget amendments every month, so we could certainly have a referral to FERC and discuss it and bring it back as part of next month's
Yeah,
budget
and I
amendment.
understand what you're doing, Commissioner, and I appreciate it, but what I'm hearing from Brad also is that they're still negotiating with the vendor about how much it is.
No, we're not negotiating with the vendor about how much it is. There's no negotiation.
No, we just got a different price from someone
And
else.
really, we have the budget amendment today. Let's just get it done. I mean, once we pass it, it's still going to take several months to do. It doesn't look great right now. And the people who, built it and turned it over to us in Goodwill are very upset because they're watching this very expensive capital investment, fall into kind of ruin because we're not maintaining it. So if
you
we
have a
could
motion?
fold it in today.
You made a motion?
I made a motion.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, let's call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. This is to include this in the budget amendment that will be discussed later on today. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 7-0. That was item C4J.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next item.
The next item is C7K. C7K is accept recommendation, install children's play area on the west side of Pride Park. It was separated by Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'm pulling this item because I'd like to refer it to the Convention Center Advisory Board. Is that okay with everyone?
Second.
So if no discussion, this is a referral to Convention Center Advisory Board. Motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by
And can I
Commissioner
just
Fernandez.
make one comment on this? I urge the Convention Center Advisory Board to work with the neighborhood, right? We're being thrust in the middle. These two sides aren't talking to each other, and we're just being asked, here, either choose this or choose that. These two sides need to come together. We're all one community. We need to talk. We need to find out how to thread this needle. It can't just be two different sides with their heels dug in and us. We can't even talk to each other about this except for up here. So I ask the neighborhood representatives to work with the Convention Center Advisory Board. I think that we can do something productive here that's good for our entire community. I asked those two groups to come together and talk.
And if I may, through the vice mayor.
If you don't mind, Commissioner, President Gonzalez, it's your item, why refer to, I was in favor of it.
Well, the reason that I'm referring it is because the committee has some concerns about the programming of Pride Playground and Pride Park in general. So, and they would like to possibly take that funding and use the playground for something more iconic. You know, and honestly, if they have an objection, it's 1 month. I'm going to refer it to the committee. We're going to have a robust discussion at committee and see if we can come to some sort of win-win situation where we install this playground right now and then possibly get funding for a future iconic playground.
Okay. Yeah. And I just want to also say that a number of years ago, this body together created a seat, a non-voting seat for the Palmview neighborhood on the Convention Center Advisory Board. And so it is a great venue for them where the Convention Center can present its concerns, the neighborhood can express its interest. And the only thing that I'd encourage is that when the neighborhood, when Palmview is working and advocating on issues relating to this shared community asset that is Pride Park, that seat be used to bring those topics forward for dialogue, constructive dialogue between the two parties, between the neighborhood and the convention center. But I second your motion.
Okay, great.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor of the referral to Convention Center Advisory Board for item C7K, please say aye.
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 Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 7-0. Item is referred. The last item is C7P. C7P is accept recommendation fund wraparound palm tree lights in North Beach. This was separated by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, C7P.
Okay, so I see that it's sponsored by everybody, and I'm also in favor of this item. But what I'm not in favor of is that we continue to spend, which are significant capital expenditures, on wrapping the trees and lighting without putting the electrical connections into the ground. So you create this kind of third world environment where you have this hanging cord from tree to tree. We see it in Loomis Park. So what I wanted to discuss with you guys and the administration is, as we continue to wrap the trees, shouldn't we start doing it the right way and putting the electrical connections into the ground? Because to continue to spend millions of dollars on, temporal, fleeting, like it's not a permanent solution. So what I would like to see is, and I would just like to defer it for a month and see, what is the cost to actually get the electricity into the ground so that we're not swagging these electrical cords through yet another neighborhood? And I don't know how you feel about this, but I think it's a smart thing to do it the right way.
So,
We can come back next month and provide that for this particular area as a sample.
would
so
the
you can
idea
see
be
an
like
idea.
every tree has its own plug?
Well, it's electric in the ground,
Yeah.
and then we can use it for whatever. In the future, people can hook into it, or you can uplight trees. You could do whatever you want, but to continue to
So how, if it was
Mickey
to,
Mouse it.
if it was, let's say, it was to move forward, well, how would it look now? Would it be like a hanging light?
We'll work with our contractor on that, our electrical contractor, and come up with the best way to do
Okay.
that. And then come back with some numbers.
Yeah, and once we figure it out and we do it with these lights, then we kind of need to circle back and start to do it with the other areas that we've wrapped, if you want the wrap permanently, because in some areas, it just doesn't look that great, because you can see this electrical swag, and it looks kind of third world. So let's get it done right once and then roll it out in other neighborhoods.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, although I walk these neighborhoods all the time. I don't see it that as much as that much. It looks pretty good to me.
Since we're talking about improving the item, I would like to respectfully request of my colleagues that we extend this up to 74th Street so that the park adjacent to Unidad and the band shell could benefit from this as well. It seems crazy to have this going and not have one of the preeminent destinations in North Beach included.
Absolutely. I have no problem with this. So my motion would be to come back next month with an estimate to actually have permanent electrical connections for this. Is that okay with everyone?
With
At least
74th
an
Street,
estimate.
With 74th Street?
Yeah, with 74th Street included.
Okay,
I'll second.
let's call the vote.
Third.
So, I'm sorry, so Commissioner Suarez seconded, motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Is this a deferral to next month?
I guess we're deferring it. We'll come back with the estimate of what it costs, and at that point, we can say, okay, we want to do it like this, or we want to keep swagging it.
So, okay. So C7P is being requested to be deferred to June 25th. I have a motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, a second by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor of the deferral?
Ralph, but that includes going up to 74th Street.
Correct. So the two amendments that are
75th.
going to
Sorry,
be,
75th Street.
the two amendments that are going to be considered at the next month would be the estimate for the permanent electrical and an extension to 75th Street.
75th Street, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 75th.
75.
Yes.
So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is deferred to June 25th as amended.
Mr. Mayor, there were 3 consent items that were submitted via add-on. One is C4W, which is to suspend the annual CPI increases on the residential parking rates. The other one was CAI, to implement the parking holiday to help businesses in the month of June and July and August. And C7AJ, which was urging the governor to veto the Live Local Senate Bill 1730. There were add-on items, and I apologize for getting them late, but if you contemplate a motion to accept them, I appreciate it.
I mean, usually we do that after 5 PM, but you're asking nicely. Anybody, if there's no objection?
Thank you. So those are adopted?
So we're going to add them to the agenda, and then that was the vote that we just did, and now we need a vote to approve those 3 items.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve items C4W, C7AI, and C7AJ.
I need a second, please.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those 3 items are approved. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, okay, sorry, Mayor. So on item R7A, which had a 9:17 times public hearing time, that item is being requested to be open and continued to a special meeting at a date and location and time to be determined. So if all are in favor of deferring that to a special meeting, I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll move that. And I think that's a good idea because it's good to have a special meeting on these issues so that we can have a real robust substantive discussion that's not rushed and that doesn't take away from all the other items on the agenda. So I second that.
And for the record, I'm sorry, let's take a vote on that, please. So this is under referral to a date to be determined, location to be determined, and a time to be determined on R7A. I'm sorry, yeah, R7A. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Now, items R5A, which was the second reading Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay District Plan Amendment, and R5B, which was the second reading Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay District LDR Amendments, those were being requested to be opened originally to June 25th. I think we could still do that and have the meeting before, since that's already been advertised and mailed to the public.
Correct.
So, all in favor of, but can we open and continue R5A and B by acclamation to June 25th?
Thank you.
Same times, 9:15, 9:16.
Moved. Second.
So all in favor of opening and continue R5A and R5B, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Item is deferred.
Ralph,
Yes.
before we get on that, I mean, can we have I know we're gonna act in good faith, but it is open-ended and a bit ambiguous, given that there's no time, no date. Can we say we're going to have it before a certain date, just so we can be sure that it's heard?
So, now, yes, absolutely, please do so. My suggestion is to do it before the June 25th
No,
meeting.
of course, and
Yeah, so-
that's, I mean,
So the direction is to have that before, so you can still hear the other two items on June 25th. So that's the direction you guys, the commission is giving us.
yes, or at least me.
There is an awards and presentations meeting on May 28th, if that's, I'm not sure if that's too fast to, but
I'm not
just
gonna-
as a suggestion, keep that in mind.
Not gonna be here.
Okay, so direction has been given on R5A, B, and R7A.
Let's call R2A.
So how are we gonna determine it? Just email and we'll have the clerk?
Yeah, we'll have Eric's team and my chief of staff, obviously,
Got it.
we'll coordinate. R2A.
Yes, sir. R2A is award ITB 2025-008 MP pressure washing services, R2A.
Please.
Good morning, Christy Bala, Chief Procurement Officer. This item was deferred from the March 19 commission meeting as it was requested to follow the following directives, and it was to conduct an inspection of the recommended awardee, Blue Adonis, and the facilities that they currently maintain at the City of Miramar and Delray Beach. It was also asked for us to invite Blue Adonis to be present today. I understand that they're parking and should be about to walk in, if they're not already here. And also to present an updated budget transfer related to in-house outsourcing for the parking department and to initiate stairwell painting at certain garages. Since the March 19 commission meeting, the Facilities and Fleet Department did visit and inspect the work of Blue Adonis at Miramar and Delray, and were satisfied with the work performed by the vendor in those cities. And we're here today for your approval on the item as intended to award Blue Adonis as the primary vendor to provide pressure washing services.
Move.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Mayor.
have a motion from Commissioner Suarez.
And I'll second that. Is the proposed vendor in the chambers today? They're parking. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear to this vendor, the level of expectation that this commission has on cleanliness. The challenges that we've had in the past with the cleanliness of our garages, what our cleanliness index tells us, that over the past few years, rather than improving, we've seen a decline of where we want to be. And so the high expectations that we have, because otherwise our residents and our visitors won't want to use our parking garages. And so I wanted them to hear it directly from the city commission before we approved this contract. And you know, they should have been here, and they're not here yet, and this has been going on for months now. And so, yeah. How much is this contract?
It's approximately 268,000.
Okay. All right, so, I just want to place that on the record. And, what's our cancellation mechanism if we're not satisfied with the services we're getting?
We have a termination for convenience or a termination for default as standard in all of our contracts. I'm sure that the Facilities and Fleet Department can speak to it, but I'm sure that they will manage the contract and ensure that the cleanliness expectations are met throughout the term of the agreement.
Okay, and, Mr. Manager, the cleanliness index, are we gonna be tracking the performance of the garages and the cleanliness index from the effective date of this contract?
Absolutely.
One updates, please. Yes, all right. So I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
A motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez on R2A. All in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. It is item R2A.
R2B,
R2B, accept recommendation RFP 2024-274DF, speed detection camera systems for schools.
welcome back. Don't go too far.
Busy day today. Good morning. This is the award for the speed detection camera system for school zones. As you have received in your agenda packet, we are recommending negotiations with Genoptic North America as the top-ranked proposer. And if negotiations are unsuccessful, to negotiate with Red Speed as the second-ranked proposer. And if negotiations are unsuccessful with Red Speed, to negotiate with Modaxo Traffic Management USA.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So I have a question. So I had sponsored the initial legislation creating the speed detection camera system program here for the city of Miami Beach. Clearly, it's the state of Florida that has empowered local governments to do this, and we're always grateful to the legislature for giving us these local abilities and this local decision-making on these matters. And so, of the two respondents, what is their local, what is their work locally? The number one recommended vendor, it's Genoptic,
Correct, it's Genoptic.
and number two is Red Speed.
Red Speed, yes.
Okay, what other work do they do in this area, in the speed detection system within Miami-Dade County?
So Genoptic within Miami-Dade County has red light cameras in the city of Homestead. And they have outside of Miami-Dade County in Quincy, Florida, the school zone cameras. And they also have other areas in the United States and also globally where they provide services.
So in Miami-Dade County, they only have Homestead,
Red light cameras, yes.
okay, for speed detection?
So not for school zone
Not
speed
for school
detection,
zone?
but for red light camera.
For a red light camera, okay, but as it relates to speed detection, they don't do any speed detection in Miami-Dade County?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe they have some other contracts within other states.
How
but not-
about the second-ranked vendor, Red Speed?
The
Do they-
second-ranked vendor does have several contracts in Miami-Dade County and Florida. They have Aventura, Miami-Dade County, Miami Gardens, Pinecrest, some other cities, local,
For the speed detection system cameras?
for school zones, yes.
For the school zones. So the second-ranked vendor is the one that does it for Miami-Dade County, for Aventura, and several other cities.
Correct.
And why wouldn't we then, if that is the company that the rest of Miami-Dade County is using in the unincorporated areas, and then several of the other cities are using that company, why wouldn't we use that company that it seems like several of the other cities are already using for this same purpose?
Well, this was a request for proposal which evaluates both their experience and cost. Genoptic is providing additional revenue to the city in comparison to that of Red Speed. So for example, the Genoptic is approximately an additional $9 to the city per citation.
How much?
Sorry?
How much additional?
$9
$9?
per citation, yeah.
Okay.
So with Red Speed, the city would be receiving $39 per citation, and for Genoptic, the city would be receiving $48 per citation.
And so so how much is a citation that the resident gets when?
The citation is $100, and the city receives $60 from the citation. So the vendor that would be providing the school zone cameras takes a portion, or we keep a portion, and the vendor, it's a revenue share between the $60.
And when these citations go out, is it the company that is sending the citation, or is it the city of Miami Beach that's sending the citation, or is it the county that's sending the citation?
It's, I believe, I don't know if police is here, I believe it is the vendor that will be sending.
The vendor is sending
The vendor, yes.
The vendor sending the citation. And I see the chief is coming forward. Chief Jones, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm so sorry to step out to deal with urgent matter. Wayne Jones, Police Department. Commissioner, would you mind repeating the question for me?
With the speed detection system, with the cameras for the school zones, who sends the citation? Is it the vendor? Is it the city of Miami Beach?
Yeah.
Or is it the county? Who sends?
Well,
that
for the
citation?
red light camera program we have, and that's been established for quite some time, the vendor sends a citation only after the infraction has been reviewed and signed off by.
But the vendor
by certain
sends the
people. Yes,
citation.
that's correct.
Is that what we anticipate will happen with this program, with the school
Yes.
detection?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So here's my concern. If we are using a different vendor than the rest of Miami-Dade County, and we are in essence the only city out of the 34 cities and the 2,000 square miles of Miami-Dade County, that we are the only one using this one other vendor for this purpose, I think it creates confusion. I think when people get citations in the mail, they expect a certain level of parity, of uniformity in citations. And for me, it creates a concern. Even right now, like, people get a lot of scams. A lot of scams of people trying to impersonate even citations. They try to impersonate the clerk of the courts. They try to impersonate police departments to scam people. So I think there should be a certain level of parity when it comes to something like this. And if the rest of the county is using this, why wouldn't us? And I get what you're saying about the dollars, but perhaps, we can send this to finance. We can discuss this with the respondents, because clearly the goal here is safety. It's not necessarily to generate profit. That's not necessarily the purpose here. The goal is safety. So I don't want us to be the odd duck in the county over dollars and cents.
If you allow me, I can speak to the format of the citation. It's actually governed by the Florida Department of Highway and Motor Vehicles. Every vendor that does provide these services does have to have the citation format approved by the state, and both vendors are approved by the state currently.
Okay, good.
So the format is consistent across the state of Florida.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to give you guys a shout out, and it really applies to all staff. I don't say this often, but you get up here, you have no idea what questions we're going to ask, right? For the most part. So kudos to all of you. Come prepared and ready to answer all this. So thank you. Yeah, no pressure. Right. Exactly. Is that a motion?
I mean, I'd love to see where everyone else stands on this.
I'm comfortable with the administration's recommendation.
It changed, right?
Eric?
This changed from the last.
So if you recall, there was a prior procurement process that the direction was given to throw out that process and start over. The number one and two ranked firms.
Why? Why was it thrown out?
It was directed by commission to.
But did I'm sure there was a reason, right?
There were bid protests.
Bid protests.
Okay. And so the original number one recommendation is not the same one as today, correct?
Correct.
So exactly what happened? Why did it change?
So you had multiple things in play. You have a different process. You had different proposals submitted, and you had an evaluation committee that was evaluating these new proposals. There may have been some changes in the evaluation committee. So those are the multiple reasons why you could have had a different outcome.
Why did it? I don't remember at the last meeting of changing the parameters or the. I'm just trying to get at why did it change? You say there's a different process. Why was the process changed then?
And the most compelling reason that I can think of is if you looked back at the last proposals that were submitted, there's probably different pricing that was submitted by at least the number one proposer. So they got more aggressive on their revenue share with the city, and that bumped them up in the evaluation committee's evaluation.
So we got a better benefit. Okay. So why don't we, with that logic, shouldn't we have 2 rounds of procurement?
2 rounds of procurement, you mean you want to bid all items twice?
Yeah, I mean, we got obviously a better deal the second time because we went through a procurement process twice.
I would say that that was certainly the case this time. I don't know that I would recommend that each time because you're risking significant amount of additional staff expenditure and time, and that has a cost associated with it also. And so
What was the difference in value to us?
I don't know what the low.
Significant.
I don't know what the proposer had last time as far as the revenue share, but we could certainly look at that and get back to you.
But what, roughly, millions?
I have no idea how many violations are gonna be issued. This is a brand-new
No,
program
I'm talking about
statewide.
the difference. You said it was-
$9 per violation is the difference between number 1 and number 2.
And percentage-wise, what was the initial baseline?
So my understanding is that countywide, a lot of the firms are retaining 2/3 of.
No. Okay,
the
so it's
cost.
$9 you say, right?
Approximately $9 per ticket.
What's it going from? Is it going from 40 to 49? What is the?
39 to 48?
39 to 48 are the top two vendors on this
That's
proposal.
significant. That's a 25% almost increase. And I'm not trying to derail this, but I think that it's just crazy to me that we went through 2 procurement processes and we got a better deal for the city. And the only reason I bring this up is because when we did a shade structure for Loomis Park, and it came in really high, but then the high school PTA was able to find a contract that did it for like at least half, a little bit more than half. Maybe if we did it again, we would have an even better deal.
Well, Commissioner, I think you're raising some good issues, but perhaps that's another
I know.
item. Let's try to close this item out.
I'd make-
Commissioner Rosalind Gonzalez.
I read something recently. Wasn't this suspended by Miami-Dade County because there were all sorts of issues with the citations?
They suspended the bus camera program.
I'm not a fan of this at all, not because I don't believe in public safety in school zones, but how much are the citations that would be issued by each operator?
The citation is governed by the state, and it's $100.
$100.
You voted against this last time.
I did.
What about
I mean,
it?
I'm
It's a
not a
school
big.
zone. It's a school
I
zone.
understand that it's the school zone. I do. I just feel that there's a lot of mistakes involved. There's a reason that the sheriff suspended some of this countywide. I'll go with what the administration recommends if that's where we're going. But if you want to go through an additional procurement process, I'm all for that too, because I don't.
Well, I'm not.
like
Are you moving the item out?
So I just have a question. I understand that the citations, certain formatting in the citation is governed by the state. And my concern is when people get these citations in the mail, is even, the appearance of it, are they the same? Is it the same? Will people be able to tell that this is a speed detection camera citation for school zones regardless of which the vendor is?
Yes, it has the detail of the ticket, the information of the price that they have to pay, and it's honestly governed by Florida Highway and Motor Vehicle, and they give them the template that they have to all abide by.
If they're exactly the same, and the only difference
Would be the city, if anything, like the logo of the city and things like that would change, that's it.
Right, okay, and so it's our branding on it.
They would say City of Miami Beach.
City of Miami Beach, okay. So in that case, it's clear that the recommended vendor offers a better benefit to the city, so I'll make a motion to approve
I'll second.
staff's recommendation.
Call the vote.
I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation on R2B from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. That was item R2B.
R7J.
R7J is accept recommendation to approve lease agreement with PAL 999 11th Street. The item requires a 5/7 vote, R7J.
Hello.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Very nice to see everybody this morning. Yeah, the PAL, we're looking to renew the existing lease with PAL for 9 years, 364 days, if approved.
I'll move it.
Second.
And I know the answer to it, but since there's probably some people sitting out there, why that? Please explain why that amount.
I think, maybe Liz, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure that out myself too, honestly. I think all the agreements are less than 10 years is what we're looking at completing.
Is that because of, is there a voter referendum that would kick in?
Yes, anything beyond 10 years does require a voter referendum.
What would be the reason not to do a voter referendum?
Expensive.
Cost?
Because it's a non-for-profit, and why make them run a campaign when we're already giving them funding, and why put them through?
Yeah, I agree. Once you said it, I could see the questions popping up in people's heads, so, which justifiably, right? So that's why I wanted it out in the open why we're doing it that way.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I had to run down the stairs this morning. Thank you for my workout.
Good
Morning.
morning.
I'm Officer Deborah Martineau. I'm here to discuss the PAL lease renewal. And just advise that we are all set. We are excited. If I might discuss something. Every year we are required for an audit. The audits have become very expensive. It's about $7,500 per year for the audit, in addition to the accountants and all of the above. And everybody knows nonprofit time is tough right now. So any assistance we appreciate with that, but we're ready to go and we're excited about the renewal. We're also looking forward to the new building when that is all set, but we are ready.
Thank you, Deborah. And as we vote on this, we're thinking of art.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes. Do we have a motion?
I made a motion.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor, and I heard sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, I heard the second was Commissioner Suarez. Motion by Commissioner Bott. All in favor of R7J, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
Call R7M as in Michael.
R7M is Amendment 1, AE Services for Ocean Drive Corridor, Loomis Park Project, CIP item. Have an M.
Morning, David.
Good morning, David Gomez, Director of Capital Improvements. This item is an amendment to the design contract for Ocean Drive and Loomis Park. As you all will remember, there was a considerable push and pull between the county and the state regarding the methodology used for the traffic study, and that required significant additional effort on behalf of the consultant to prepare those studies. The second item in the amendment is related to a motion passed by the commission in October to investigate and prepare plans, excuse me, to begin implementing improvements to the west side of Ocean Drive between 5th and 15th Street.
Anybody have any concerns, issues?
Just in life?
Feel free to go into life issues there, Commissioner. We have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez. I'll second it. Let's call the vote.
On R7M, motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The item is approved 6-0. I don't see Commissioner Suarez, so I'm going to go absent at this time.
R7V as in Victor.
R7V is approved grant to New World Symphony, replace Soundscape Park sound system, R7V.
R7B.
So this particular item is for Soundscape Park. We are contractually obligated to maintain the sound system at Soundscape Park, while the New World Symphony is required to maintain the audiovisual system, sorry, not the audiovisual, the visual display for the wall cast. And so unfortunately, the sound system, we've done some testing, and it's only functioning at about 40% of its intended performance. And it is in its 14th year of operation. And so we believe that the time has come to replace the system. There's a window of opportunity where the wall casts are going to be dark for the summer, and we would like to be able to implement a grant to New World Symphony to work with the vendor to replace the audio system. We've identified $1.6 million in interest income from the general obligation bond for the parks, and we believe that this would be an appropriate time and an appropriate funding stream to be able to execute this replacement of the high-end audio system in Soundscape Park.
Just a question on this. Are we going to have them manage the project?
Yes.
It would be, yeah.
Yes, they're
Great.
going to manage it
Perfect.
directly.
I'll move the item.
Yeah. Okay. I just had one comment, if I could. Are there any representatives from New World Symphony here? You know, one thing that, it was actually not related to this, but our office in recent weeks reached out to them in preparation for the 2026 World Cup, which I think is just going to be the opportunity of a lifetime. The opportunity of a lifetime for Miami Beach to really showcase our best foot forward, sorry for the soccer pun, to the world. And if you look at the scenes from any large cultural or sport venue from around the world, it's people gathered, right? That's what a community is, gathering people. And what better event than where Miami is on the global stage for the World Cup. And this is in our core downtown urban area, right by City Hall, right by Lincoln Road. And to be able to have a viewing opportunities on that spectacular thing that the taxpayers funded for the World Cup just seems like such a great opportunity. And our office reached out, had nothing to do with the funding here, but we actually got some pushback, as I understand it. I wasn't privy to that, so I'm relaying this third hand, that a viewing party like that wasn't kind of aligned with the cultural direction that the New World Symphony was going in. I could understand if this was inside, but this is outside in a park on a wall with the audio-visual equipment that the taxpayers have funded. Nisa, if you're a representative there, can we be sure that we're providing that venue for viewing parties for cultural moments like the World Cup?
Commissioner, I'm not here officially, but I was a past chair. I'm a board member of the New World Symphony on the building committee as well. I was chair when we built the park and the hall. There is an agreement between the city and the New World Symphony in terms of the city has rights to use it and in terms of what things can be done. So I think it's something that we'll bring up in discussion to see if it's within that and, you know, to the extent it could be accommodated. I understand it makes sense.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Just make this contingent on that.
I don't think it's that simple, because I raised the same issue,
There's
not
an
with
agreement.
FIFA specifically, but because we had raised some events, and we were told that if it's not specifically art-related, that we couldn't do it. You want to explain that, Eric?
And that was the city's provision.
And I'll be honest with you, I have not read that agreement. I would have to dig into that a little deeper to understand what are the, you know, the guardrails, so to speak.
Do you want to bring maybe a separate item? Because I raised this, again, not with FIFA specifically, but basically the administration told me that we are contractually obligated to do this enhancement. So I'm not sure we can tie one to the other.
You are, and of course, this is a phenomenal benefit for the public.
Yeah, 100%.
Thousands go see the wall casts. It's one of the great public features in this city. There is an agreement, as the manager has mentioned. which the city wanted, as well as the New World Symphony, regarding the programming of that. Certainly happy to look at it.
And by the way, I think what you're hearing here is really not a complaint per se. It shows the success that
Yeah,
the
right.
New World Symphony and the Walkhouse has had that we're actually looking to amplify
Yeah,
it
no,
even
no,
more.
it's a neat idea. And that's in the summer as well, right? Yeah, so, let's have that discussion.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So this item mentioned for the city to negotiate a grant agreement, but I also saw that the Geo Bond Committee has submitted a motion to support allocating 1.6 million of accrued earned interest from the 2019 Parks Geo Bond for the replacement of Soundscape Park sound system. Is that something that can be done?
This is one and the same. Yes.
Oh, that is the grant?
That is.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. All in favor of R7V, please say aye.
Aye.
One opposed? Hearing none. I'm not sure if Commissioner Suarez is here. So 6-0 with Commissioner Suarez absent. Thank you.
Okay, let's handle some budget items. We'll call the R7D, as in David.
Mayor, we first have to do the RDA items because they're connected, so if I.
Sure.
Okay, so we're first going to do the RDA. So we're recessing as a commission meeting. We're opening up as the redevelopment agency meeting. We're going to do RDA 1 first. It is joint with R7D. These are public hearings. Issue Miami Beach RDA tax increment revenue refunding bond series 2025. So R7, we're doing right now RDA 1. It is a public hearing.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning, Jason Green, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. What we have before you is a joint item between the city and RDA, which is a refunding of the outstanding 2015A bonds. This item started about a year ago. It's taken a long and winding path through the county, the Sixth Amendment to the RDA, and a few stops along the way. But here we are finally. This financing does not extend the length of the bonds. They still will be completely paid off by February of 2044. And the current value, net present value, is around $10.3 million in savings by doing this transaction. Right now, about 4%, but as we know, that's the estimate as of today, and it changes every day. But still, this works out to around $830,000 per year in earned interest savings for the RDA, and would help to expedite the paying off of the debt early, as also is required by one of the amendments. So we're still projecting to be able to pay off all of the debt somewhere in the 2034 to 36 timeframe. This just helps to that.
I move it.
Let's call the vote.
And the second was Commissioner Fernandez, correct?
Correct.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. If there is no discussion, RDA 1, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 6-0. Commissioner Suarez is absent.
RDA 2.
If I may,
I'm
the
sorry.
joint item has to be approved.
Yes, sir. And for the record, Commissioner Higgins is absent. So the next item that we're going to do is a joint item related to this. It is item R7D. It is also issue Miami Beach RDA tax increment revenue refunding bonds. It is also a public hearing. It is the same item, but from the city side.
Hello, Tamika.
It's the same item.
I know, I'm just saying hello.
Oh.
Good morning.
Thank you. After this, we'll jump right into the budget items.
So may I have a motion on R7D? Motion by Commissioner. Okay, I'm sorry.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
So this is R7D. All in favor of R7D, please say aye.
Aye.
The item is approved 6-0. Commissioner Suarez is absent. We're going to go back as the RDA, since we've been jumping around. We're going to do now RDA 2, which is adopt third amendment to City Center RDA operating budget.
Yes, good morning, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director, and this is to approve the funding of the $12 million for the grant for the conventions, the convention center hotel. So we have a 1-year payment for 2025 of $12 million. So we're requesting approval to transfer funds to that line item to allow for the debt service payment this year.
Which we had a very nice groundbreaking on Friday.
Yes.
Motion? Commissioner Bott?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Fernandez seconding? Let's call the vote.
Yes, sir. On RDA 2, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, Commissioner Suarez is absent. Commissioner Higgins is absent. That concludes the RDA items.
Let's go to the CRA.
Okay, CRA item, we're first, this is North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. We're convening as such. We're first going to do CRA 1, which is joint adopt second amendment to North Beach CRA operating budget for fiscal year 2025. It is a joint item with R7G, adopt second amendment North Beach CRA operating budget. But first, let's do the CRA 1.
Okay, so this budget amendment is to appropriate $1.5 million for the Biscayne Beach Elementary School Year project. And this was approved by the City Commission at the April 23rd City Commission meeting. So this just allows us to transfer $1.5 million from the city center, the North Beach CRA operating budget to the capital fund. And the next item, we're going to actually appropriate those in the capital budget.
Have a motion?
I make the motion.
Commissioner Bott, motion. Commissioner Fernandez, second. Let's call the vote.
All in favor of CRA 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Commissioner Suarez is absent. Commissioner Steinberg is absent. That was CRA 1, the companion item, and we're going to move back to the commission side now, R7G.
And this is the same item as the CRA item.
Commissioner Bott moves it. Commissioner Fernandez seconds.
So on R7G, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, it's approved. Commissioner Suarez is absent. That is item R7G. May we continue, sir?
Please.
Then the next item is CRA 2, which is joint with 7H. It is adopt first NBCRA capital budget amendments. We're doing first CRA 2.
And this item actually takes the 1.5 that was approved to be transferred to the capital fund to fund the capital project in the CRA budget.
I'll move it.
Those are not public hearings.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Bott, second from Commissioner Fernandez.
So this is on item CRA 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Commissioner Suarez is absent. Commissioner Steinberg is absent. That was CRA 2. And we're going to do companion item R7H, which is the same item on the city side, joint adopt first NBCRA capital amendment.
CRA 3?
No, I'm sorry, it's R7H. So I need a motion on R7H, which is the companion item.
I move it.
Commissioner Bott moves it. Commissioner Fernandez seconds. Let's call a vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner Suarez is absent. The next item is CRA 3, accept recommendation North Beach CRA funds enhance electrical services to Altus Del Mar Park, CRA 3.
Move.
Got a motion?
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez on CRA 3. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Commissioner Suarez is absent.
Heather, before you go, Heather, just if I may, through the mayor, quick question.
Sure.
The sunshade sales for Normandy Plaza, where's that in the CRA discussion process?
I'm Heather Shaw, Assistant Director, Economic Development. The shade structure for Normandy Fountain is, we just sent out a letter to the commission yesterday talking about that it was approved by the North Beach CRA Advisory Committee at their last meeting. So that is where it is now.
So it can't be added to this?
Can it be added to the Altos Del Mar item?
No, well, to the CRA, the funding of things. It has to, we have to wait until June?
I think it would be best so we can flush out the
Yeah, and
the details of
I had
how
an
we go.
extensive conversation with Eric about this yesterday, if you want to weigh in, Eric.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't even have the numbers
Okay.
for that yet, so I think it's a little premature to add it today.
Okay,
And you mentioned it's got to go out to bid as well, right? So there's, yeah.
got it.
it's a-
Okay, thank you.
We'll expedite it as soon as possible. Thank you.
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Mayor, having done all those items, we can do now the budget items.
Yes, R7E.
R7E is the first one. It is a public hearing, adopt Fifth Amendment to fiscal year 2025 operating budget, R7E.
So this Fifth Amendment contains 6 items. It proposes an increase of $628,000 in the operating budget. The first is a police storage facility lease agreement. This lease was approved by the City Commission at the April 23rd meeting, and this $158,000 is recommended to be appropriated from general fund reserves to cover the 2 months of FY '25 under this lease agreement. The second item is a Style Saves Inc. fee waiver and grant. Recommendation is to appropriate $58,000 from the general fund reserves. $42,000 will be a fee waiver for the convention center halls. The third is a 6-month grant to the Euro Council, Inc. of $12,000 that was approved by the City Commission on March 19th. The recommendation is to appropriate this $12,000 from the general fund reserves. The fourth item is a one-time matching grant to the Lincoln Road bid for the Miami Beach Pride activations that took place in March and April. And the recommendation is to appropriate $20,000 for this grant from resort tax reserves. The next item is a Miami Beach Pet Parade sponsorship in the amount of $5,000. This was approved by the City Commission at the March 19th Commission meeting, and the recommendation is to appropriate this from the resort tax reserves. And the final item is a restriping and repainting of green bike lanes citywide in the amount of $375,000. This was approved by the City Commission at the March 2025 Commission meeting, and the recommendation is to appropriate this from the Transportation Fund reserves. Yes,
And we're adding in the 130 for the Pietra.
as a one-time from resort tax.
Wonderful. And also, if I could amend the Air of Council in grant from $12,000 to $20,000. The Arab grant from $12,000 to $20,000, if possible, was a request.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'd second that. I had originally sponsored that item a few months ago. I understand there was an email that circulated in the community about the needs of the Arab, but I've deferred to you. I'm not a member of the Jewish community, though sometimes I feel like I am by extension.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, it's actually, some of the vandalism has happened outside of Miami Beach, but we've had some incidences. I know our chief and others are on it and making sure that we keep the area intact because there's been unfortunately vandalism, but I'm supportive.
Yeah, what I'd like to encourage is, because the Arab is so important, not just to Miami Beach, but to our barrier island beyond our municipal boundaries. So many of our kosher restaurants are in Surfside, a lot of activity in Bal Harbor and in the barrier islands. We should urge those governments to support the Arab as well and try to match our contributions as well, because it's important to the entire community, regardless of our municipal boundaries. It's one larger community. And so I think we should urge Bar Harbor, Bay Harbor, Surfside to support the Arab as well.
Eric, is that something that we can send out to informing them of our actions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
So if I can, so it amends the amendment in that the 12,000 is increased to 20,000, and we're adding an item, 120,000, actually from the general fund on a one-time basis for the cleaning that was discussed earlier.
You could
correct?
possibly take it from tourism taxes, really, because if not for the Arab, we would not get a certain amount of tourists here. So, there's a justification if you wanted to take it out of tourism taxes.
If the commission wanted to take it from the reserves of the resort tax, they can do that. So
I
we'll
have an issue with, especially if I've been in conversations with the GNCVB specifically about that, because I think we promote LGBTQ tourism. We promote Hispanic culture as part of our tourism efforts. We promote Black culture. I think that this is one of the things that we should be promoting. Our Jewish culture, the fact that we are a safe destination for Jewish people and Orthodox people, and one of the things that attract them to our region is the fact that we have this era in Miami Beach, and it's something that the GNCVB should be tapping for Jewish tourism. So as it relates to using resort funds, I completely agree with that.
It's actually a fair point. You're not gonna, the Erev is so instrumental for Shabbat. Basically, you can't carry anything without the Erev. So people are not gonna wanna visit Miami Beach if they can't actually take their little kids outside or carry anything. So it's any growing Jewish community has to have an Erev. So point well taken.
Again, I'm sorry, just to clarify, the interview 20,000 would be general fund. We don't think that would be necessarily eligible resort tax, but the pressure washing is what I thought I was speaking about, which is actually 140. So we would recommend the 20 being from the general fund, and if the commission wanted the 140 one-time adjustment for resort tax, we can go ahead and do that if that's the amendment to the amendment.
That's fine.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Nope.
if I could,
Mr.
not to
Magazine.
prolong this, Commissioner Fernandez, you had an item in there on style saves, and I want to commend you on that. This is an organization I got involved with last year, and just going to highlight it for the rest of the group. Mr. Mayor, I know you attended last year. It's a day that will remain with me forever.
Yeah.
It was magical. It happens at our convention center. It's done, the organization is put on by a fabulous group of ladies that are Miami Beach residents. And on this weekend, there are tens of thousands.
25,000.
Tens of thousands of people across our community, from Miami Beach to all across Miami-Dade, they come here for critical back-to-school supplies that otherwise they would not be able to get. And it's not just about getting the supplies. You see the community involvement and the happiness on these children's faces, the families' faces. So just from a politics aside, it has nothing to do with our position. Even if you just attend and give out food or candy or whatever it may be, it was one of the most memorable weekends that I've had since living in Miami Beach. And kudos to you for being involved in that.
Yeah, on what you were saying, not just school supplies, but clothing as well. You have to see it to believe it. The volume of merchandise that they give out, completely free for, like you said, 25,000 people. Commissioner Bott?
It's for 20.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. I need a motion, please.
I move the item as amended.
Seconded by? Need a second, please?
Second.
So R7E as amended, Commissioner Fernandez moved it, Mayor Minor seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The item is approved. Commissioner Suarez is absent.
Let's call R5F.
R5F. It is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard Districts, at subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards, CPS, to amend the permitted conditional and supplemental use regulations as well as the development regulations, including maximum permitted building height within the CPS 2 zoning district and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. R5F is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5F.
Well, thank you. I originally sponsored this item at the recommendation of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I see Mark Needle here, so thank you for that. Worked hard on this, and then Commissioner Dominguez then added on as co-sponsor, but really more than that. You really took a very active role, so great teamwork all around.
Thank you. I will let Tom Mooney tee it up, and I think there may be some modifications that we need to add now on the floor. But Tom, if you want to take it away.
Sure. Commissioner, the ordinance itself was approved at first reading, and it was approved at first reading on March 19th. Subsequent to first reading, at the recommendation of the administration, we met with representatives of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association regarding some of the height limits proposed for lot aggregations that were less than 4 lots. And we came up with some additional text that we believe addresses the smaller lots. It has been incorporated into the revised ordinance for second reading, and so the administration is recommending adoption of the ordinance as drafted. My understanding is that some members of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association would like to introduce some additional modified text as it pertains to outdoor speakers within a very limited area at 6th Street and Jefferson Avenue. Myself and Nick Claire just have looked at that revised text. We don't have an issue with it. And so if that is acceptable, you could include that in your motion to adopt the ordinance.
Hi, it's Mark Needle. Speaking on behalf of Flamingo, I'm going to hand this over to Mickey Marrero to introduce another amendment, which was something we had talked about before, and we've worked out an agreement. Basically, I'll let him describe it to you, but we're okay with this as well, so we would be supportive. It's part of what we're trying to do in terms of bringing everyone together in a consensus way.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commission. So as Mark said, I represent the Estefan Enterprises. They own 555 Jefferson. It's kind of a unique restaurant use that everybody wants to keep and maintain. And in order to make that viable, we've been working with not only Tom and Nick, but also the Commissioner and Flamingo Park very closely to make sure that that language is acceptable. I will read it into the record. And again, it pertains to that existing building. The language is, any existing building with an existing outdoor seating area fronting Jefferson Avenue and 6th Street is permitted to have outdoor speakers so long as the existing outdoor seating area and existing building are retained. Any music played from these outdoor speakers may not exceed an ambient volume level, i.e. volume that does not interfere with normal conversation, and shall not be audible beyond the center line of any adjacent road. And that's something that everybody's in agreement with. Yeah.
No, I'll move the item with that amendment.
This is a public hearing, Ralph. I don't know if you need to open it.
Yes, sir. If you want to do that now, we have one. Okay, Mitch, you're next then.
Thanks, Ralph. Mitch Novick. For the last 33 years, I've managed a building at 6th and Jefferson at the periphery and near the Estefan property. Want to thank Tom and Mickey for ironing out the little hiccup we had, and I commend those commissioners who, Laura and certainly the mayor, when he was a commissioner, for taking this item up. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mitch. Our next public speaker is on Zoom, Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead, state your name and address.
Johan Moore, 717 Avenue, 4 Meridian Court Community. We consistently act in support of our neighborhood and our neighborhood association, and I've been privileged to be a part of the discussions and the FP&A Land Use Subcommittee that has been working on this for a number of years now. We are fully supportive of this, and MCC expressly thanks both Commissioner Dominguez and the mayor for their support for this item, and we urge that you support it. At the risk of being the following comment being ruled out of order, there is still an outstanding issue needed to protect the 6th Street corridor, and that is in fact an anticipated vote before Historic Preservation Board to designate the South Shore Community Center. A little more complicated than we had hoped. I'll leave my comments at that, and thank you all again.
Thank you. Next, sir. Go ahead.
Again, Mark Needle, speaking for Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. And in addition to thanking the mayor and Commissioner Dominguez, I actually want to thank each of you who has at different points given advice to us, both before, when we were starting to formulate this plan, which is a response to integrate the commercial and the residential in a low-scale area at the edge of the neighborhood. And also when it came forward in a kind of a diluted fashion, and several of you met with us and talked about how to strengthen that. And this commission really has acted in great good faith to implement the protections that the residents thought were really important. And we've done so in a way that accommodates the other interests involved. And now this completes three. We have the interior infill that's been done. We have the Alton Road overlay that's been done. We have the Fifth Street. And we're going to start talking about Washington Avenue as well. And we hope to bring that same approach forward. But it starts with respecting the contextual and use protections that the neighborhood needs to see so that new developments do not overwhelm the existing historic and low-scale fabric. And I hope we bring that same spirit into the next and final edge of the Flamingo Park neighborhood. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for starting this, seeing it through fruition. You and Flamingo Park is a perfect example of how our neighborhood associations really make our city so much, the great city that we are, and continue. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I love 6th Street. I mean, apart from the South Shore Community Center, I practice yoga there nearly every single day. It is such a thriving community that a lot of people don't realize that all of those businesses are occupied. There's no vacancies on 6th Street. It really is an example. It might not be everyone's cup of tea, but it is, in that neighborhood, a very, very thriving, healthy, successful street. So I wanted to see it, remain the way it is in context, and and I'd really like to see the South Shore Community Center, which we did say we were going to paint, that has not yet been painted. Eric. I know. Well, we won't go there. But as we move forward, I think that will be, a crown jewel on the street, and I'm sure I'll be spending a lot of time on 6th Street over the next few months.
I just want to put on the record with the South Shore Community Center, that style of architecture, I don't think should be painted. It's a brutalist style of architecture. It's best in its monochromatic style, and
Well,
I don't want to get off the topic of this item.
I know, but we could just repaint it as is. I just want to see it freshly painted, that the
Yes.
neighborhood, that we show that we care about that community center. The senior lunchroom is reopening there. We're getting a police training facility on the 2nd floor, which I didn't really want there, but we're getting it. And we got it funded, actually, by the state of Florida, so it is what it is. But I support this item.
Commissioner Bott.
So just to quickly follow up on something you just said, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and then the comment I wanted to make. This might soften the blow for the police training facility. The PAL boxing classes that now have to go off the island because there's no place to do them can be done there. So I think it's going to be great. So PAL boxing, women's self-defense classes, all that kind of good stuff. So, but what I was going to say was, for comic relief, Mark, you know that this is going back so far that Alex and I were on the planning board working on this with you.
That's true.
I mean, this is like, what, 4 years now? And that's right, and Commissioner Magazine. So this is a serious community-wide labor of love, so congratulations. I know you've put your heart and soul into it, so well done. Is there a motion?
There is a motion by Commissioner Dominguez. Would you like to second it?
I'll second it.
May I call the roll?
Yeah. Since there's no mayor or vice mayor? I'll
School
do
vote.
So this is on item R5F. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez and seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5F. Does amended, by the way.
Congratulations. There's actually one budget item we still have to call, R7F.
R7F is a public hearing, adopt sixth amendment to the fiscal year 2025 capital budget, R7F.
This is the sixth amendment. It contains two items, proposes an increase of $1.5 million and the realignment of $382,000 from existing projects to one new project. So the first project is a Biscayne Beach Elementary Schoolyard project that we just approved in the North Beach CRE budget. This would just include it in the city's overall capital budget. The second item is a Beachview Park Improvements Project. So this is a new project that is to replace the existing playground and fitness equipment and also some upgrades throughout the park. So the estimated cost is 1.5 million approximately. The city has garnered $1 million in donations and grant. And also, we have additional $200,000 in the general fund parks budget. And so there's a funding gap of $382,642. So the recommendation is to transfer funding from 6 existing capital projects that either have been completed with savings or are within the scope of the existing project that we're trying to fund in order to fully fund this gap.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this sixth amendment for 2025, I believe on page 3 states the funds for Parkview Island Annex Dog Park of $34,000 is being returned to the general budget or to the PAYGO fund. And I've received concerns from the Parkview Island Sustainable Association regarding this recommendation. Clearly, they would like to see the funds remain with the community. One suggestion that they threw out was to invest in the North Beach Community Garden. Just wondering, is there an avenue through which we would not allow the transfer of the unused funds and instead identify an eligible project like the North Beach Community Garden in our fiscal year 2026 CIP budget to fund using these excess dollars?
To answer that, I would have concern. I'm aware of that communication. There's one thing if they wanted to withhold that from the Beachview project and to keep it in that. If you wanted to keep that money from the Beachview project and to keep it in the Parkview, I think the only element is that there would be concern that a grant or such would to a community garden would be more of an operating expense. So I think that those funds would probably not be eligible. But if there was an interest in keeping those monies in that area, we could identify another capital project that might need those funding. I don't have a suggestion if
because you're suggesting you're saying these are capital dollars.
They're capital dollars.
So to use capital dollars for operating, that's something that we cannot do.
Right, actually, these PAYGO dollars are citywide property taxes that are collected specifically for citywide capital projects.
Or specifically for capital. And so we have to keep these dollars for capital, but we can identify an appropriate capital project in Parkview Islands that we can use as part of the fiscal year 26 CIP budget, where we can reinvest these $34,000 back into that community.
Correct. Yeah, we could, if that's the direction. I know I spoke to the Parks Director about that. The Beachview project, I believe this $34,000 is fine if that doesn't get over to that project. And if the direction is to amend the amendment to remove that $34,000 and then through the 26 budget process for us to identify a Parkview Island area community capital project, we can go ahead and do that.
Commissioner Blatt.
And I see the manager also wants to chime in.
So I was actually speaking with our city manager yesterday about this, and I also want to keep the 34 grand in Parkview. And the way we just did with the CRA, and we moved a chunk of budget money from capital to operating, could we not do that with this? Yeah. And therefore spend it on expanding not an operational grant to run the community garden, but maybe expanding the footprint of the community garden?
I think that would take a little bit more
We'd have to
research.
look at scope. Yeah, I don't.
We just want to be careful because there are certain dollars that are allocated to capital. We could find a way to make that happen. It just might not be exactly the way you're describing.
Okay. And just to clarify, we moved funds from the operating to capital.
not vice versa.
Not.
You know, one direction, the other direction, what's the difference?
Yeah,
There's a
these,
difference.
these are dollars that we tax our
No, I
residents
understand.
citywide
Okay.
specific for capital.
So that
Understood.
could create a
But so
problem.
I would like to support my colleague, and support the neighbors on Parkview Island, and keep the money where was allocated to go.
Yes.
And find a way to ideally expand the scope of the community garden, because I know there's a waiting list, you know, it's a blue zones priority to increase, community garden. So if there is a mechanism that you guys come up with, my wish would be to make that the priority for those $34,000.
So we'll show the budget amendment amended, which would remove that $34,281.79 from that project, and then through the 26 budget process, we'll identify a Parkview Island capital project with the number one priority to try to find, I guess, a new, perhaps if there's a scope of a new capital project Parks can come up with for those dollars related to that community garden. If not, to find another eligible project. Okay?
It is a public hearing. I have no one in the audience, but I have one. Hey, Mayor.
That's not what this is
Guys,
doing.
Let's call the vote.
Okay, before we do that, this is a public hearing. We have one individual, Larry Schaefer, on Zoom. Mr. Schaefer, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. Mr. Schaefer, go ahead, please. Mr. Schaefer? Okay, PJ, let's go then. There's no one else on Zoom, and I see no one else in the audience. We're closing the public hearing. I need a motion on R7F as amended, please.
As amended, moved.
Seconded by Commissioner Bott? Yep. All in favor of R7F, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I see Commissioner Suarez is absent. But aye, okay, got it. So it's 7-0. It's approved unanimously, R7F as amended.
Thank you.
R5E.
R5E is in order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity at subsection 7.2.4.2 entitled Uses RM1, and by amending Section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.5.2 entitled Uses RM2, and by amending Section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity at subsection 7.2.6.2 entitled Uses RM3, and by amending Section 7.2.10 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District at subsection 7.2.10.2 entitled Uses CD1, and by amending Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.11.2 entitled Uses CD2, and amending Section 7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District at subsection 7.2.12.2 entitled Uses CD3, and by amending Section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed Use Entertainment District at subsection 7.2.13.2 entitled Uses MXE, and by amending Section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Sound Center Core District at subsection 7. Sorry. At subsection 7.2.14 entitled
pretty funny,
Uses
Ralph.
TC1, TC2, and by amending subsection 7.2.14 entitled Uses TC3, and by amending subsection 7.2.14 entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District, and by amending section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard District at subsection 7.2.15 entitled Residential Performance Standards District, and by amending subsection 7.2.15 entitled Commercial Performance Standard District CPS, by referring to the hotel approval process established under section 7.2.2 and conforming the regulations for each respective zoning district to reflect that the approval of a warrant by the city commission shall be required prior to the review of a land use board application or building permit for a hotel, suite hotel, apartment hotel, or hostel, subject to exemptions and subject to the procedural requirements or review criteria of section 2.7.2 and providing for codification, severability, repealer, applicability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5E.
Raphael, did that mean that you took longer than 2 minutes to read that title?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Yes, I did. Mr. Mooney has to start shorten them up a little bit.
Okay. This particular ordinance was approved at first reading on February 26th of 2025. And what it does is it provides more of an update to the ordinance that was adopted by the commission on February 3rd that set up the requirement for a commission warrant for any new hotel development in the city, including converting existing buildings to a hotel or new hotel construction or addition to buildings that result in hotel units. The only exception would be oceanfront properties. When the commission adopted that ordinance creating the warrant process, there were 3 exceptions that were included in that ordinance for 3 different properties. The clarification ordinance, which basically notes the warrant process within the different zoning district tables, but does not substantively modify the process, also, at the request of the commission at first reading, included those 3 property exceptions. When the ordinance came before the commission last month for second reading adoption, there were some concerns expressed with regard to some of those exceptions, and the commission deferred action at second reading to today's meeting. Nothing has changed substantively in the ordinance since the last meeting, and the administration recommends adoption at second reading.
Happy to kick this off if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Just to kind of recap where this originated from. Over the past couple of years, I think one of the biggest issues that has impacted our city has been the overabundance of hotels, specifically in infill areas where we are facing a housing affordability crisis. And how I look at things, in every area where we're building infill hotels is somewhere where we are not moving forward with some sort of attainable housing project. So this provides an extra added burden on building more hotels in lieu of residential housing. Additionally, one of the things that has plagued our city and has hurt housing affordability because it's removed housing supply in favor of transient usages are some of our typically older multifamily buildings that house some of our most vulnerable residents have been essentially cleared or vacated in lieu of transient nature accommodations, whether that be short-term rentals, hotels. In fact, there's a for sale sign on a property right across from City Hall, actually, right now, that we all walk by every single day. When I was campaigning a year and a half ago, I still remember the lady's apartment whose door I knocked on. She was actually a City Hall employee, and she goes, "I live here with my family. Our building is going to be for sale, and it's being marketed for a short-term rental or hotel development." I can remember being at a housing complex in North Beach, another in Collins Park. Again, long-term residents, and they're being kicked out of their homes to turn multifamily buildings in our residential areas to hotels. So this, while we are precluded from preventing that, I worked with legal to place any type of added layer to prevent that from happening, from displacing long-term vulnerable residents and exacerbating our housing affordability crisis, which if we don't do things for, we saw the state kind of step in and look to fill those shoes in a way that swung the pendulum way too far to the other direction. So that's where this entire ordinance is going. I think we're all supportive of this, but I think some of the discussion here today will center on the exceptions that are being provided. I've met with Mr. Schlesser, his attorney, Mr. Berkowitz. I understand where you're going from. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I don't think it's unique to you. I think the issue that you've presented to us, that the building that you own and operate does not have the economic or financial feasibility to continue forward because of your increased insurance costs, your increased carrying costs, the lack of price elasticity for keeping as a residential component. So that's not unique to you, and that's something that we're all going to have to sit here and have long and hard discussions about how to figure out. I'm going to be against that specific exception. I'm not going to begrudge anybody that does. I've said my piece over the past couple of meetings, so I'll just put that out there and I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their commentary.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the exception, why is staff recommending this exception?
The exception was part of the original ordinance that created the warrant process that was adopted by the commission on February 3rd. Since this is a clarification of that ordinance, in order to be consistent with the exceptions that were previously adopted, we had recommended in favor of including these exceptions. in
So
this
if
ordinance.
if they do not, if the exceptions do not get the votes, what happens?
If the commission was to remove any of the exceptions in this ordinance, they would still technically be in effect by virtue of the fact that they are attached to ordinance 2025-4694, which was adopted on February 3rd. In order to permanently remove those exceptions, you would have to bring back that ordinance and modify that ordinance separately.
As a separate item?
Correct. It would have to be re-referred, I believe, to the planning board. The planning board would then have to transmit it back to the commission with those amendments, removing those exceptions.
Well, I'd like to do that. So, Mr. City Clerk, if you can prepare, or Mr. City Attorney, if you can prepare something for me to remove those exceptions from the original ordinance.
I think we would start with the referral to land use, and start the process again. So we can bring a referral.
Prime sponsor, we can do that together.
Again, I don't, I know Mr. Milch-Lessing here, and he's hired Jeff Burkow, a very high-profile attorney, a zoning attorney in Miami Beach. I don't think we should be, in a sense, giving exceptions to people who are politically connected. I think it's wrong. It sets a bad precedent. And the whole intent of this ordinance is to prevent this exact thing from happening. And again, this doesn't necessarily stop Mr. Schlesinger from turning it to a hotel. It just, let me finish. It basically comes back to us as a commission to vote on. And I don't see what the problem is. Ultimately, we're going to be the ones to decide if a hotel can be there or not.
May I respond to?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Again, Commissioner Suarez, my name is Schlesser, not Schlesinger. It is nothing to do with political connections. I frankly, until this issue came up, I knew and corresponded and dealt with none of you on the commission. I've stepped away. I served my time here, very involved in the civic nature of this city. I was chairman of the planning board. I was on the Board of Adjustment, and I also was one of the creators of the Lincoln Road bid. But I did not engage in politics, and quite frankly, Commissioner, I'm quite insulted that you think that this is an issue of politics when it's an issue of equity. The Alamac was a hotel when it was built. It is in the middle of an MXE district. I relied on the creation of an MXE district to change it to a hotel, to change it to apartments, while that apartments would become viable. They are not longer viable. The folks that live in our building do not stay forever. They are generally younger people, and it is very difficult at this point to maintain it. I have no interest or desire at this point to change it to a hotel at all. And again, I just want to point this out very seriously to all of you. This is not politics. This is equity.
So
and I'm insulted that you tell me here that this is a political issue and that I have engaged in some sort of political work in order to get the exception. The exception was given, and I assume by every one of your colleagues who voted for it, not because I'm politically connected, but because it was the right thing to do.
So you mentioned the word equity. Why should we make an exception for you and not anyone else?
Because I'm in the middle of the MXE district. It was originally a hotel. It's a historic building that I took my money and converted into apartments because that was the nature of the requirements at the time.
But how is that equitable?
Because it's right that it was a hotel and it should not be taken away from me. The right to do that should not be taken away. And quite frankly, Commissioner Magazine was very clear when he said the purpose of this warrant process is in order to stop the conversion to hotels. So you are putting, in fact, a blockade of a building that was originally a hotel in the middle of a mixed-use entertainment district where the noise is overwhelming at certain times. The tenants will complain. So sometimes it just doesn't work. So you're taking away a right taking away a right in an appropriately designed and appropriately zoned area.
But we're doing it to everyone else. Isn't that the most equitable
Well,
thing to do?
I don't know of any other residential buildings that, like mine, in the same area, that are certainly directly not near me. There are several condominiums, but a vast majority of the buildings all around me are hotels. They're all hotels. The building was designed as a hotel. It was built as a hotel.
As Commissioner Magazine stated, we want to move away from hotels.
I understand that.
And that's the whole point.
And I
of it.
respect that.
Let me finish, Mel.
Commissioner-
That's the whole point of this legislation.
Commissioner, I understand that, and I
That's the whole
respect
point of this legislation, is to really prevent any more hotels, because we do have an affordable housing crisis. And for you to there and tell me that you want to be exempt from this process while everyone else isn't exempt, I don't think is equitable. And so, look, at the end of the day, if you do decide you want to turn it into a hotel, then go ahead and we'll come before us. But if you're sitting there saying you're not going to turn it into a hotel, then why are you there right now at the podium saying that you want to be exempt?
because it's a right that was there, that's a valuable right. Should, in the future, it want to become a hotel, whether it by me or someone else, it's a significant right and significant value that you are, for all intents and purposes, taking away.
Yeah,
And when you
but
take
we're
away,
doing
when
that-
you take
we're
away a
doing that
right,
to-
you take away value.
We're doing that to a lot of other properties.
But they're not located, they're not original historic buildings. This is a unique building. It was designed as a hotel. It's a historic building that I converted from a hotel into apartments. I should be able to.
We have legislation that
Commissioner,
let me just one last point.
I'm not, this is not a back and forth.
Yes, and
You're
thank
supposed
you.
to speak, he speaks. This is becoming a Q&A. Last question, last comment, then Commissioner Fernandez.
Last thing, we've passed, this current commission has passed legislation, incentivizing the change from transient to residential. We've even passed legislation trying to change from an office building to residential. That's the direction that we're going. And to say that because they've changed from transient to residential, they should still have that ability to change back, I didn't sign on that. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I certainly didn't want to go back and forth, but I think that this is bad precedent, and I'm going to want to be putting something together to remove that exemptions that we passed.
Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Bach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to commend Commissioner Magazine for bringing forward this item that creates an approval process for hotel uses, because we have seen individuals being displaced from where they live, individuals in fixed incomes, with little to pretty much no notice. And that's how the fabric of the community gets eroded. And this is a really good piece of legislation to protect the identity of Miami Beach and those who call it home. So thank you for bringing this forward. And I understand here two situations: the unique nature of the property owner before us, who has a historic property that the underlining zoning for it and the original use of this property was hotel. Is that correct, Mr. Director?
Yes, the underlying zoning is MXE. It's been MXE since at least 1989, and that district did permit hotels.
So this is not a situation where an apartment building was constructed and could potentially become a hotel. This is a property that in its historic and authentic use was a hotel. Over time, because of the economics of the situation, it made sense for it to then be an apartment building, but the true authentic use was a hotel use.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's where I think that this is a more unique situation. Now, I am very empathetic to the situation of the housing need and the individuals. How many units are there in this building?
There are 45 apartment units.
45 apartments.
Yes,
And
sir.
to those 45 individuals, that is the only home that they know. And we are
I don't know of that. We do
well,
have
I
several
the floor,
who have,
please.
who have second
I have
homes.
the floor. Please do not interrupt them. If you're not speaking, please be seated. Thank you. The intent of the policy the intent of the policy is to protect individuals and their homes from displacement. And what I would like to see here is a middle ground, because I don't think that we should be affecting people's property values. Property values need to be respected, property rights need to be respected, but so does people's rights to their homes. Can something be done? Actually, come back to the podium. I take it back.
That's what I was waiting for.
Could something be done to help the individuals that live there? I understand it's not your intent to convert the building from apartment to hotel, but we have to legislate in the present thinking about the future. What if someone comes after you and buys a property and intends to convert it into a hotel? Would you be willing to adopt some sort of covenant where you would give these residents 3 months, 4 months notice, a fair, decent notice, so that they have time in the Miami Beach housing market to find a new place to live?
Yes, I would, and in our discussion that we had recently, I indicated that actually specifically, I agreed that if it is changed converted into a hotel, or if there is some way that it could be protected in legislation, I would agree to at least 4 months notice before anyone would have to leave. And we agreed, of course, to return the security deposit, of course, and to give the persons, the folks who are going to have to leave, at least a 1 month free rent.
Thank you so much. When I ask a question, please be direct on your answer. Thank you. So
I'm sorry, did I say something that was
I'm asking questions, and so I
Okay.
just need you to be direct in your answer. You are agreeing to 4 months?
Yes.
Okay. And you're agreeing to provide your tenants with tenant relief if it ever occurs that that the property is converted from apartment to
Yes.
hotel? Okay. And would you agree to provide them, in addition to returning their security deposit, with at least 1 or 2 months, 3 months of assistance for move out?
I would.
Okay.
And
let me ask our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis, how could we memorialize that? Because this is a unique situation here, because if someone comes through the warrant process, let's say this very same property owner, they could come through the warrant process, the city commission could approve this. Those individuals who live in those units who we're trying to protect, they wouldn't be entitled to the 4-month notice, and they wouldn't be entitled to the financial relief that this property owner is offering here. So how could we memorialize this? Because we are in fact guaranteeing for these tenants more protections than what they would have otherwise. So how can we memorialize that?
Commissioner, we could memorialize this with a covenant. It would run with the land. So if Mr. Schlesser sold the property to somebody else, the same requirements would apply to the new owner.
And so I would like to memorialize that covenant, because we are in fact giving these tenants more protection today, if we do that covenant, than what they would have otherwise. Because through the warrant process, all that it says is, well, the city commission has to approve converting your property from apartment to hotel. But we are preempted in fair notice. We had our 60-day fair notice to tenants when they have to move out, and we got preempted by the state of Florida. But now we have a property owner that is saying, I won't give them 2 months, I'm gonna give them 4 months. And that is giving them also financial relief. So I think in this situation, the tenants in this building will be better protected at the end of the day than what they are originally. This is where I stand on this item. I'm gonna support the item as it is presented, and I'd like to sponsor, and I don't know if Commissioner Magazine, if you join me in this covenant that the property owner is proposing, that would in fact give them even more protections than what they have today.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think that's fabulous, because I know your heart's in the right place and you're looking out. I don't know if there's a way, Nick, maybe you can confirm this, where I could vote, I'll still vote no for the exception, but if it does pass, of course, I back your covenant.
Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is, Nick, would it be possible as part of the warrant process to require any proposal to convert from residential, regardless of who the property owner is in the future, to offer the same sorts of protections we're talking about for Mr. Schlesser's, I'm not going to get it right.
No, it's call me Mel.
Schlesser's building, as a matter of form going forward, as,
Unfortunately not, no.
okay. Okay. The second question is, and I don't know if you remember, maybe Tom remembers, but when this item originally came before us in February, the other two exceptions, I think, the one that was prior to July 1st of 2024 and the one that was prior to November 26, 2024, were those originally in the warrant as it was voted on?
Yes.
And were there any objections to those two at the time?
I don't believe so. Tom, do you recall any? No.
And, okay, so I'm just curious as to why all of a sudden one property is stirring up the ire of some of my colleagues when the two that have been here as part of the entire process have not, have there been any conversations?
I can speak to that.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the folks at the podium. Have there been any conversations about the other two properties being precluded from the exemptions that have been offered here?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
I can speak to that. I think the other two properties had a pending application already submitted for a hotel use, right? And so they are already in the process. I believe Mel Schlesser's property had not submitted an application. He simply just wants to be excluded as an exemption from this property. And so at the time, I recall, I generally, if there's someone already in the process, I'm not going to stop them from moving forward on what they believe was the right thing was their right at the time. But considering that Mel hasn't submitted an application, this is why this particular property is where it's at. And so I also wanted to discuss, for my colleague Commissioner Fernandez, look, 4 or 5 months is great, but at the end of the day, we don't want to decrease our housing supply, right? I mean, I think we lost 10,000 residents in the last consensus. We're the only city in Florida that has lost residents, and this is exactly why. It's because little by little, we remove housing from whatever little housing we have for that is affordable to hotels. And this is exactly why this piece of legislation was put forward. So 4 to 5 months is nice as far as, a gift to the people that are living there, but I think they would much rather be able to live there for as long as they want to in Miami Beach at whatever rate that they're paying, than be given a 4-month notice with a security deposit back. I mean, I think that's very small compared to living. Compared to what they really do want is to stay where they're at, because that's what they know and that's their home. And so, again, we want to conserve our housing supply, not replace it with transient uses. So I'm going to be a staunch no on this.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I had a few questions for Jason. Jason? Hi. Can you come up here? I'm fine with supporting the amendment, by the way, and I don't like the idea of anybody being displaced. But I want to understand the financial implications of what we're doing, because I think that some of this gets a little skewed. What percentage of our overall taxes come from commercial uses versus residential?
Off the top of my head, I don't have that number. I have to go back and check.
Isn't it like
I
a
can get it back
20-80
to you in a few
split or
minutes.
something?
It's a smaller percentage, but if you give me a few minutes, I can run and go check.
because what I would like to understand from a financial perspective is if, as we convert something that's a hotel to a residential use, what happens to the property value? Would it increase? Would it decrease? How would this overall affect our finances? Did we do any of these studies just to make sure? I understand that this is conserving housing, and I understand that. But there's we have one of the most famous tourism industries in the world, and and I know that everybody wants us to become a health and wellness sleepy community, but at the same time, Miami Beach is available to everybody. The MXC district, I know, has gone through a hard time, especially because it had a managed decline. But as we make these moves, we could be doing tremendous damage to our general fund, and we haven't done any financial analysis, have we?
To answer your prior question, Tamika was listening, 18.6% of our property value is commercial, non-residential.
18.6 is
yes.
commercial, and everything else is based on
would be
residential? I
residential.
think it's the opposite, isn't it?
No.
No? You sure about that? Okay.
I
Because
thought it was
that-
somewhere in the 20%, 18.6 is what?
So then, if there is no effect based on that, then
Well, to your question of if you convert a building
I
from a
thought
from a
most of our,
hotel
like,
to a
when
residential
you
or
looked
back
at
and
our
forth,
property taxes, the largest amounts came from large commercial oceanfront hotels, correct?
no, only
Mountain
about
Blue?
the
No?
18.6 is commercial. What you may be thinking is a single-family home versus multifamily, but all those are considered residential.
Okay, so there is no change, and
I can't speak to, I'm not the property appraiser on that, so if the question is, if a hotel gets converted to a residential use or residential use back, does the value change? I would assume there'd be some value change, I just don't know typically what that percentage would be. I think it depends on a lot, number of units, are you going from a residential building of 80 units and you're converting into a hotel of different units? I think there's a lot of pieces to that, so I couldn't answer that right
you
now.
don't know the
I
financial
would know
impact?
what the impact of moving from commercial to residential is off the top of my head.
That's fine. I just think that we have to be very careful so that we well, look, we're building, how many rooms are in the convention center hotel?
800.
800. Okay, we're adding in an additional 800. And I understand that we're not getting rid of hotels. It's just a warrant process. I'm willing to, support this today. I don't like any tenants being displaced, but I don't think that that was the intention here at all. I think that Mel just wanted to conserve his additional property rights, right? You have no intention of removing anyone.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez.
thank you. I would just ask a question of the city attorney. Because I just want to understand, the purpose of the legislation is not to say we are prohibiting the conversion of apartments to hotels. Can we legally do that? I mean, can we say if you cannot convert from apartment to hotel?
You could, and Commissioner Magazine at one point had an item that went to land use. You could amend the district regulations for a particular district to prohibit hotels in that district. What you cannot prohibit is short-term rentals in any district where short-term rentals are currently allowed.
But under this legislation, it establishes review criteria.
Correct.
So we can't uniformly say, oh, we're gonna, prohibit this absolutely from happening. Like, we have to review this in a quasi-judicial capacity against review criteria.
That's correct. When your first warrant application is presented to you, you'll have to make a decision on that application based on the review criteria in
And
the
I
ordinance.
think, and so I just want us to be aware of what it is that we're approving, because yes, our intent is to preserve housing, but we can't say that we're going to blanket preserve all the housing, because you have to vet it against codified review criteria through a due process.
That's right.
To protect property rights, because otherwise we're opening the door to litigation. Okay, so I just want for us to understand the framework under which this policy is going to be operated in, because the policy, yes, our intent, we want to preserve housing. That is a big policy goal, and we want to create more housing opportunities, but you preserve housing through a review process. And that's something that we have to just, keep in mind here. There is a review process, and there's a review criteria that's in place. But we can't say that we're gonna uniformly, deny all the applications, because then we're not affording people their due process.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, just 10 seconds before Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, 10 seconds, just to confirm with the city attorney, and in large part, thank you to Commissioner Fernandez's leadership, a housing impact statement will actually be part of that review criteria. Is that correct?
The housing impact statement is now, will be a requirement for all board applications.
Yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and let's bring this home.
Jason, the resort taxes are 100 million. Is that what you're not adding into the whole equation? Because for some reason, that calculation seems so different from what you said a while ago, which is why I was inquiring. So when you add in total resort taxes, what percentage of the budget?
The prior question, I think, was really on property value on that, and I do believe, hotel use probably would have a higher value, but that is a good point, that when you have a property being equal, that not only do you have the property tax value, a hotel generates bed and more than likely a food and beverage tax, so any component there would be a lost revenue, either loss or, lost revenue.
Commissioner?
Listen, I understand the intent of this, and I'm willing to support this with the amendment. I'm just saying that as we do this, you have to understand that there are financial implications. And we don't know exactly what they are because we haven't done them, and our financial officer kind of has some rudimentary calculations, but nothing fixed. So we can move this today, but there should have been some financial analysis done, because Jason, how are you going to make up as hotels get converted to residential and we have that gap in tourism taxes? How will we make that up? And that's an important question for all of us to consider.
But that's not what this item does. Sorry, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
I understand
There's
that,
nothing
but
in here that's actually facilitating the conversion from hotels to residential. It's just perhaps prohibit.
It's the opposite.
But if a hotel in the historic district wanted all of a sudden to renovate and the 50% rule kicked in, would they now not be able to be a hotel? Because what you could in essence be doing is
That goes with this.
not because of this would not affect it at all.
It's what the commission could consider as part of the review process and the warrant. You can consider.
So, but what we're doing here is if you own a hotel now in a historic district and you want to improve that hotel, these hotels that we're trying to save, these hotels that are the iconic hotels, if somebody goes in and wants to seriously improve the hotel, now in addition to everything, they'll have to go through a warrant process, which might discourage investment in this historic district. And so nothing exists in a vacuum, and I understand that this is well-intentioned. I just think that why would we want to discourage investment in these smaller hotel properties that are so iconic and historic? I would want people to invest money in these hotels, and this is going to do the opposite.
I'm sorry, how so?
I just asked the city attorney if they did do a 50% renovation, they wouldn't have to go through a warrant process because they're already a hotel.
Okay. Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner.
don't know that.
Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Suarez, and Commissioner Bott. I think we've heard all the issues, and then let's vote.
So I'm supportive of this item with the amendments. One thing that we've gone over a few times is the initial intent of the rights of the property owner, of what they had. I like Commissioner Fernandez's comments about getting a covenant to protect people that would be displaced should anything ever change. But this is the entertainment district, and north and south there are hotels, and it's just shocking to me the hard time that we're giving this property owner over that building. Like, we're just going over and over. But it's in the heart of MXC, north and south there are hotels. I will repeat that. And that's the economic driver of our city. And it would change resort taxes and other taxes that we get in the future. So I am supportive with the amendments.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, look, with that sort of line of logic where, why don't we just turn everything into a hotel? And then we'll get all sorts of increased value in resort taxes. I don't think that makes any sense. I mean, I think if we're going to be serious about housing in Miami Beach, I think we need to hold a line. Obviously, the state of Florida is looking at us. They use us as a poster child for live local. And, this just gives more fuel to the fire of Tallahassee handing down preemptions on us, where we're giving passes to transient uses when we should be doing everything we can to discourage the removal of just attainable housing on Miami Beach. And so I don't want to belabor this too much, but I think
We're belaboring.
yeah, I think that logic of saying, well, we'll get, a little bit more money into the city if we replace this housing into hotel use. We can, everything should be a hotel then, and then we'll be an even richer city. But we won't be a city, we'll just be a shell of a city.
Commissioner Bott, and then Commissioner Rosenthal. I think we're, sorry to be frank, but we're starting to hear the same. I mean, they're all good points, but we're starting to hear it repetitive. So let's try to call a vote.
I have a question and a comment. Ralph, the amendment would eliminate all three of these exceptions?
I don't think there's a motion yet on the floor, but my understanding is that it would eliminate only the third carve out, which is for Mr. Schlesser's property.
Okay. I mean, the elephant in the room, and this is well intended, and I support this idea of a warrant to evaluate the benefits of a hotel replacing a residential unit. So I'm supportive with of this in general. But the elephant in the room is something that this doesn't address. And speaking of state preemptions, it's a fact that our city is overrun with short-term rentals, whether they are legal or illegal. I mean, talk to any of the full-time residents in the Roney Palace who have people buying 200 guest cards a year to give their guests access to the pool facilities. And until we address that in some way, whether it's, statewide legislation or we figure out how to monitor that better, this will help a little bit, but it's not going to significantly address our housing issue, which is a very real housing issue. I mean, anybody trying to look for an affordable apartment, good luck. It's either something that doesn't have central AC or, the perfect apartment is a current short-term rental. So I'm not sure about the amendment, but I do support the general intent of this. And I thank you, Joe, for bringing it.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
What I didn't get clarification on, for example, take a hotel like the Tides, right? It's sitting there. It's been abandoned now for a few years. Somebody comes in and they want to renovate it, and they hit a certain percentage threshold. Is that now a non-conforming use, and do they have to apply for a warrant, or is it still a hotel?
I think it's going to depend on the original ordinance, which I would need to pull, whether the original ordinance specifically carved out all existing hotels. Otherwise, it might become non-conforming.
Okay, so I would like to make an amendment that if a hotel is currently a hotel, and that that they can remain a hotel even if they hit a threshold in terms of renovation, because what we'll do is completely kill the historic hotel if we do this. Because I don't think that those buildings, do we have, for example, let's say that you take one of those hotels and you make it residential, which would be very difficult to do because those rooms are very small. They could become short-term rentals at this point, but nobody is going to convert this to become a short-term rental. So I just want to make sure, because what this will do right now is convert, for example,
Alan Lieberman, who owns 1,500 rooms there, does he know that we're about to do this? Because what if he wanted to make an investment and hit a certain threshold, and then he loses all of his hotel licenses, and he has to apply for all of these warrants? Like, he doesn't realize that we're doing this right now. So I understand where we're going with this. I just don't understand what all of the financial implications are and how much the resort tax is going to represent as these buildings, and will this encourage or discourage investment, because we haven't done any studies.
And then after Commissioner Magazine goes, let's bring it up, because we
Well,
actually.
we don't know. How can we vote on something if you don't
You
know
can
what it's
vote.
going to
You-
do
you
to
don't have to
property
vote for
owners?
it. If there's a motion and a second,
Well,
we vote.
I understand, but don't you think
Nick,
everybody should understand what we're voting on?
Can you confirm, if you're a hotel, you only need, well, the only reason you would have to go through the approval process is if you're building a new hotel. You have no hotel license. Why would you ever have to come to this, go through this process if you are just renovating?
Because when you hit a certain percentage
They're considered
threshold,
new.
it is considered new. So this is very important, because I don't know that I would support it if it doesn't have some sort of protection in it, so that people would be encouraged to invest.
So the original ordinance, which created the hotel warrant requirement, specifically applies to applications that include new construction and/or the conversion to transient hotel use of existing floor area that is associated with non-transient use. So that means by implication that it would not apply to an existing hotel as of the date of that ordinance.
And it doesn't matter what investment they want to do, 30, 40, 50%, it would not affect
They would
their
not need a
license.
warrant unless they were doing new construction, right?
Okay.
And what happens, and if I may through the mayor, what happens to a hotel building that's empty? Like the example of the Tides. The Tides hasn't been operational, probably doesn't have a certificate of use. What happens in a situation like that?
We would go.
And they go in, let's say they do a renovation. It's empty, it's an Ocean Drive, so, you know, it's where you want hotels. And they do a 50% renovation, so it's considered new construction, but they don't have a certificate of use. Do they have to apply for warrants?
We would go by the last license use, which was hotel. So that building was a hotel. It may have been shuttered for 5 years, but from a use standpoint, it would still be considered an existing hotel. So even if they went over the 50% rule, it wouldn't be considered new construction of a hotel or conversion of a hotel.
Okay, understood. Okay, and so I think this is where our zoning maps and it's so many of the arguments that have been raised and so many other concerns resonate, but we just can't turn everything into hotels. This is why we have a zoning map. This is why we have zoning districts. And this is why we have areas that, even though they're residential areas, but they also have underlining hotel uses, because they are in areas of our city where we have traditionally encouraged more of the transient use, because that also helps sustain our economy. And then we have other areas of our city, like our ARM1 districts in Flamingo Park, where you have multifamily that can't be converted to hotel uses. And that's where the complexities of our zoning also help protect our residents. So,
Okay, so-
happy to move the item.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's been a great discussion. We don't have enough emotion, so you're moving it.
Well, I think procedurally, we would need a motion by Commissioner Magazine to amend, to remove, if this is what you still wish to do. Because you were the first to speak and you said you wanted to remove that
Yes,
exception.
though, reading the tea leaves, I don't think that'll have support, but even if the amendment doesn't have support, I still want to move forward with the board.
So you do not wish to make a motion to?
No, sure I do. I mean, we could call the vote, but reading the tea leaves, I don't think that'll have support.
So maybe, if I may, through the mayor, maybe the motion that Commissioner Magazine should make would be a motion to amend this item, to remove the protection, see if he has support for that, and see if that amendment is adopted or not. This is a suggestion.
Right, so I'll make a motion to remove the exceptions, take a vote. I don't expect that to pass. And then if that does not pass, then we'll move forward with the
That
proposed
is,
legislation.
that is what I was suggesting, yes.
Are you removing all three exceptions?
No, I'm sorry, this one.
amount.
And clarify what Commissioner Ba was saying, in addition to what Commissioner Suarez said, where there were active applications, the one in North Beach specifically stood out to me because that was just a single unit entity right now where the owner was actually occupying it, so there wouldn't be any type of displacement, and there's no real housing inventory that's there now.
So Rick, bring us home. What's the motion?
I think the first motion is a motion to amend the ordinance to remove the third carve-out.
Yes.
And then you take a vote on that, and then if that fails, you would take well, I think Commissioner Fernandez wanted to include a covenant, so he would need to make a motion to add the covenant, and then you would take a vote on that.
But that's only if it, if the first motion failed with the
Correct.
amendment.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go first with the, first.
Okay, do we have a second?
Since this is a public hearing, we have one individual requesting to speak. Mr. Seraldo, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Commission Group 1. I'm concerned about this item making commissioners further gatekeepers on our city zoning. We saw recently the commission voted 5-2 to strip away community design review board process for spec homes with understories, exacerbating the problem of the cost of housing in our city even more. The 1250 West Avenue project is also potentially being voted on by the 7 commissioners, not the public, because the referendum ability was removed in spite of voters consistently voting against FAR increases in our city. There are lobbyists right now in the commission chambers that were a part of the state preemptions or whose clients are benefiting from them, and they will do whatever they can to destroy our city and maximize their own profits, even if their own children will never be able to live on Miami Beach again because of this affordability. So I do thank the sponsor for this item. I am concerned about this, but I appreciate the idea of tracking the number of homes versus hotel rooms. In conclusion, though, for buildings that were originally hotels, I don't see a legal way to prohibit their conversion or adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Hey, Rick,
Thank you.
Rick, repeat the motion, please.
Sure. The first motion is by Commissioner Magazine, which is to exclude Mr. Schlesser's building from the carve-outs.
That needs a second.
We have another public speaker. Mike, please state your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
I'm Mike Dorsch at the Waverly. I spoke earlier this morning. I find this conversation disingenuous from many of the commissioners who are advocating for the loss of affordable housing in this town when you're readily set to approve the loss of 238 units at 1250 to be replaced by 100 units of ultra-luxury housing. I hope you understand how inconsistent your arguments are when you're talking about one project versus another. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed since I see no one. Wait. Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, Mitch.
Okay, is there anybody else?
Mitch is the last
Okay,
one.
so last public comment.
Good morning, Mitch Novick.
Good morning.
37-year resident of the MXC. My building opened in 1948 as a hotel apartment building. In 1960, it was co-op. It was converted to a co-op. As many of you know, I came in that building in the early 90s. Now I own roughly 80% of the building, known as the Sherbrooke Hotel. So I essentially converted what were residents, formerly hotel apartments, into residents, back to a hotel use for my share of units. You know, I share Mel or Mr. Schlesser's concern. The MXC is a different world. You know, you know, everything. There's this ebb and flow that changes daily. You know, I would support this exception based on Mel's rich history here. He was an early pioneer who really fought and made a difference and made the community for what it is and what it was. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Rick, one more time.
Sure, the motion is to accept the amendment that was proposed by Commissioner Magazine to remove the exception for Mr. Schlesser's property that is in the current legislation that we are considering.
Commissioner Suarez seconded.
And Commissioner Suarez seconded, yes.
And how many votes do you need?
5.
No, sorry, we need
wait.
4 votes
Four
to amend.
4 to amend, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's call the vote.
So, as amended, Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
What is it, 4 to amend, so
A motion to amend only needs a majority vote. Now, ultimately, you'll need 5 votes will be required to pass either version of the ordinance.
So we're not voting on the ordinance right now. We are voting to amend the ordinance that's before us to remove the protection that this property owner has requested. The motion is to amend the item. We're not voting on the item.
we're voting on the amendment right now.
Correct.
Voting on the,
Call the vote.
On the amendment, Commissioner Fernandez,
no.
Commissioner Bott,
No.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
No.
Mayor Minor.
No, you got the votes. No.
No. The item is not amended. I would need another motion.
Make a motion to move forward with, Rick, wrap it
Well,
up.
I think Commissioner Fernandez wanted to make another motion to amend to add a covenant.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to add the covenant, and I'm going to defer to our Chief Deputy City Attorney to properly state the motion on my behalf.
Sure, so the motion would be to accept the proffer of the covenant that Mr. Schlesser agreed to, which would provide for at least 4 months' notice prior to any tenant needing to vacate, 1 month's rent if at no cost to the tenant.
I think they had agreed to 2.
Was it 2 months?
Well, we said 1, but I'll agree.
And
Sit down, Mel.
That's not a problem.
and I understood a few months of assistance with moving costs.
Yeah, yes.
Can we be very specific?
I think it was 2 months of assistance. Wait, it was
Or is that one and the
2
same?
months
Is that one and the same?
of rent and you know, of course, the security deposit and all that.
Yes, but
Okay.
again, we can't agree on something that doesn't have numbers. In other words, when we talk about a moving assistance, I don't know what I'm agreeing to. If we could talk about
Well, and that
waiving
can be
rent.
worked
I may have misunderstood. So maybe it's 4 months notice and 2 months rent.
That's fair.
2 months rent.
Yes,
Okay, that's
yes.
So it would be a motion to accept that proffer of a covenant and to adopt the ordinance at second reading.
That's correct.
And that covenant moves with the property, as you said, right?
Correct.
So
And
this,
does
so we're gonna
that
vote on
need
the
to
amendment
come-
now.
This is a new amendment to the ordinance. We're not voting on the entire ordinance. We're doing an amendment to add this to the ordinance.
It won't be in the text of the ordinance, it's in your motion. It's a motion accepting the proffer of the covenant, and the covenant will be in a form acceptable to the city attorney, like all of our covenants.
Okay.
And adopting the ordinance at second reading.
Okay, all right.
Let's vote.
So this is, again, this is
Can
just for the amendment.
Can you also include a waiver of the zoning cycle, since we're technically adopting this outside of the normal zoning cycle? It's just a procedural.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is as is the ordinance and accepting the covenant.
Correct. And waiving the zoning cycle.
Okay, let's call the vote.
And that's a motion by Commissioner Fernandez. I need a second, please. Second by
So
Commissioner
this is
Bott.
just the amendment.
No, this is the actual ordinance.
So this is the ordinance.
Yes,
So he needs 5 votes.
Yes, sir. So Vice Mayor Suarez,
No.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted with the acceptance of the covenant and the waiving of the cycle.
And could we
through
have
the
the
mayor-
language of the covenant come to us with the second reading?
This is second reading.
Oh, this is the second reading, okay.
And through the mayor, I would like to ask Chief Deputy Kalergis to provide an update on some legislation that we might wish to act upon.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll be very brief. We learned a few days ago of a last-minute amendment to Senate Bill 180, which applied to permitting requirements for counties in hurricane disaster zones. The amendment has some very broad language that prohibits all local government-initiated comprehensive plan amendments or land development regulation amendments that are more restrictive or more burdensome than what was in effect at the time as of August 1, 2024. That bill has not yet been transmitted to the governor for his signature, but I think it may be a good idea if the commission is so inclined to take a position on that bill. It would impact regulations like this one that impose new, stricter, or more burdensome requirements than what were in effect as of August 1,
It would
2024.
preempt this.
If I
It
may,
would take away our ability to enact this.
if I may, I think we need to study that, but it could take away that ability.
It could impact regulations like these.
I think we should have
Right.
started with that.
Yes, I spoke with Rick and I thought it important enough. I hate to bring things up on the fly like this, but I think it's important. And if the commission is so inclined, we could draft an after-the-fact resolution urging the governor to veto, because it would apply to Miami Beach.
So, and if I may, through the mayor, so more restrictive comp plan amendments. So explain what more restrictive is. Explain what this, does it apply to our LDRs or just to the comp plan?
Both.
Both, okay. Explain, like, give us examples. This is one example, but what else could this apply to? Like, let's say, like our nuisance use ordinances where we try to regulate, let's say, like liquor stores and, you know, some of these things. And we say, okay, we want to create an overlay where we want to create distance requirements between certain uses. Let's say, you know, one of our most recent favorite controversial issues on the day is adult material. You know, we want to make it more restrictive. Would this statute potentially prohibit us from doing that?
This statute could implicate exactly those kinds of regulations. That's right.
Well, if I may, the statute refers to more restrictive or burdensome procedures concerning review, approval, or issuance of a site plan.
Can I make a
Development
recommendation?
before that, yeah.
Guys, let's discuss this over lunch. We took the vote already.
Yeah.
And then we can come back and let's figure out what this statute says.
Let's refer this to land use. I need to have a discussion about this at land use.
Nobody's told me. I'm going in order.
Not good.
R5G.
And no one told us that.
R5G is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach amending chapter 58 of the city code entitled housing by amending article 3 entitled property maintenance standards by amending section 58-298 thereof entitled responsibilities of owners and occupants to require property owners of houses and buildings within the city to provide notice of animal trapping or extermination service and providing for repeal or severability qualification and an effective date. R5G is a second reading public hearing.
Well, I don't think that this is very controversial. It's providing notice if there is some sort of trapping happening in the neighborhood because cats have been, taken or stolen from certain homes. So it's just providing a notice for animals. So, yes.
I'm very supportive of this. Could you just address how the notice would be provided? Would it be incumbent on the resident who is using trapping services, or is it a city service? How is that going to work?
Rob, I'm going to let you answer the notice details.
Hi, Rob Rosenwald, the City Attorney's Office. Thank you. The ordinance calls for the property owner to provide notice by hand delivery or U.S. mail to every residence within 500 feet.
And if I may, how will that resident, if they choose or are not able to do hand delivery, how will they get the mailing address? Is it something that the city is going to facilitate, or that the city could charge back? Like how, or is it just popping notes into mail? Like, how does this work?
The ordinance does not provide for that, but the city could certainly provide it administratively if the administration so chooses.
You want to
think we
get the
just
city
need to
involved
be-
in it? I don't think we should.
I think we need to be precise in how that gets noticed, because otherwise somebody could say, well, I left a note in everyone's mailbox, and, I don't want to, the devil's in the details. I support this fully. I like the notice requirement. I just think we need to spell out what the notice requirement actually means to the residents.
And Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I thought it was going to be on the commercial, the resident who's pulling a permit for this type of service, or the company that's doing it. I thought that they were going to provide the notice.
I'll just tell you the concern that I have, and it's similar to the concern that Commissioner Bott has. I'm thinking, let's say, behind me, there's a neighborhood, and there was an empty parcel where 4,000 Alton Road is being built. That's a big apartment building. If you're the home across the street, and let's say you need to tend to your home, now you need to send a notice to all the people that live in that building that you're going to tend to your home. And that can be costly and burdensome to homeowners. And also, if you have a small apartment building, I think of Valerie Owens. Valerie Owens, she actually bought from us 1580 Bay Road, right next to the Flamingo. Let's say she needs to tend 1580 Bay Road. Now she needs to send a notice to everyone at the Flamingo. That's a lot of units. And to the Capri, and to, 1621 Bay Road across the street, and to 1605 Bay Road across the street, and to all these other buildings in their vicinity. And so I think that there should be some streamlining. Number one, if you're a homeowner, a property owner, pay it to the city, have the city do it. Because unlike development agreements, where an applicant is coming and they come with attorneys and lobbyists and surveyors and architects, they easily hire these companies that do the radius, the distance radius, and get the labels and send it out in the mail. It's easy when you're a big developer to send these mailed notices. But when you are a little guy that owns a property, having to figure out the 1,000 addresses you need to mail to, that can be quite complex. So I almost rather the person pay the city, have the city send it on the property owner's behalf. But then separate than that, apart from that, maybe just notify the property managers and the condominium associations rather than having to notify each individual unit, because that also becomes very burdensome.
Okay. First of all, maybe just a posting. I mean, the whole idea behind this is that we don't want people's cats getting trapped or taken
the
away,
posting
and
idea.
this has happened. So maybe you just post something in front of your house. Look, I'm gonna have a trapper out here. Please secure your animals so that we don't come and, steal your animal.
I like that
Which is
idea.
what happened.
That I
So,
think is much more
just
effective.
a posting. What happened was, no, Maddie, the reason we did this ordinance is actually Alex Dowd, who now passed. There was a trapper in his neighborhood. His cat was removed from the neighborhood, and it was horrible, okay? And he could not get his cat back. And he emailed all of us, and he was extremely upset about this. And this ordinance is really, was for him, and he's not here, but he would be very happy that we're passing it, because we don't want it to happen to anyone's animal, but we do want to make it as simple as possible. So I suppose that a simple posting, we don't want to make it, in front of your house. There's going to be a trapper on these days, secure your animals.
I like that much better. I think that's a sensible
Okay.
amendment.
Simple
and just as
posting,
effective.
can you just make that amendment,
We
Rob?
could make that amendment. It fits within the title, so we could make that amendment.
Okay, so simple posting in front of your house, that there will be a trapper in the area. Alex, it's for you, for all our legged friends out there.
Can we rename this
We got a
the
motion.
Alex Dowd,
Catch
the
up
Dowd
with-
notice?
The Dowd notice? Sure, I would love that. He would
Yeah, and his son.
actually.
He loved animals.
Love that, and so would Gina, his partner, and his family. Can we do that? Okay, so is that There's two amendments.
notice.
We're going to post the notice, and we're going to call it the Alex Dowd notice.
Yeah. So we got a motion, second?
Yes.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one, oh, no. Mr. Novick.
Hi, Mitch Novick. I manage 2 properties on the beach. I've tented and fumigated. It seems every decade termites appear, and it's that time again. You certainly don't want any animals or critters trapped under a building. The first time I tented the building on Jefferson, if you could believe this, every unit was burglarized. I guess people went in with masks and a respirator breathing apparatus, and it was really disappointing. But what that exterminator did, he sprayed tear gas under the building. No critters came out, or at least nothing that I see. I've always maintained my access doors and FEMA flood vents properly screened on the inside so critters can't get in. I like the notice idea, the mailed labels, that would be exponentially more than the fumigation itself. But again, I love the intent of this. You don't want any creatures getting.
Look, I don't love the idea of notifying people, look, there's going to be nobody on the premises 3 days prior. I do think that that's not smart either. That's why we had a mailed notice. But if it was just a letter to the condo association, and I don't think it's really meant for, well, I guess in the historic district, it would definitely affect buildings. So, look, I'm fine with the amendment. Let's take it as
We
a
have a
posting
motion
like
and a
that.
second. You got the votes. Let's call the vote.
All right.
Vice Mayor Suarez is absent. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The motion carries. Item R5G is approved as amended.
Okay, we're going to hear 2 more items before lunch. R7P.
Hey.
Thank you, Unidad.
R7P, increased fund by $70,000 to Unidad Senior Meal Services.
I move the item.
Second.
Second.
I have a feeling, Victor and Maddie, you want to say something, so I will give you that opportunity for all the work
She
that
is
you do
not-
for our seniors.
I've instructed her she cannot speak. Good morning, Mayor
Victor,
and
you think that's going to
Commissioners.
stop her?
Victor Diaz, 400 Alton Road, Suite 106. I am the chairman of the board and the founder of Unidad. With me is the other co-founder, Mayor Matty Herrera Bauer, and our board president, Maria Saboya. I will rise in support of Resolution R7P for additional funding to continue to feed our seniors at the Miami Beach Senior Center. I want to thank Commissioner Dominguez for her leadership in sponsoring this item, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your co-sponsorship of this item. In fact, I want to thank all of you, I hope, for your support and your vote in support of this item. Miami Beach is home to the finest senior center in the state of Florida, according to the Secretary of the Department of Elder Affairs, who has visited all of the senior centers in this state and has repeatedly visited our center. It is located at 7251 Collins Avenue. It is open to every Miami Beach resident who wishes to register with either the Parks and Recreation Department or Unidad, and we offer a full program of services and activities, most popular of which is our senior meal program. Thanks to your support, this year the Miami Beach Senior Center celebrates 10 years of continuous service, and thanks to your support, the City of Miami Beach, we are feeding 140 seniors a day with a hot meal. The fact that we have seen a spike in need and that we have seen and had to turn away hungry seniors in this city is sad, but it is a testament to the fact that Miami Beach is not immune to the crisis of food insecurity in our country. According to Feeding America, 1 in 5 seniors in the United States suffers from food insecurity. And I can tell you from personal experience speaking to the seniors who we feed at the senior center, that many of them are shut-ins, they don't have family, they live in small units, and they tell us, they report to us that the hot meal that they receive at the senior center is the only full, balanced, nutritious meal that they receive the entire day. So, as Muhammad Gandhi said, the true measure of a society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members, its elderly and its youth. And with your vote today, you're demonstrating once again that this is a great community and that we care about our seniors. And so I thank you on their behalf. I thank you on behalf of the Board of Unidad of Miami Beach. I thank you on behalf of all 800 registered participants of the Miami Beach Senior Center. And thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you.
I really don't need to say anything. I just came here to look pretty.
Thank you both. Thank you for everything you do for our seniors in our community.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor of R7P, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Commissioner Suarez is at, Commissioner here, so it's 7-0.
Thank you again. One last item before lunch, R7C.
R7C is Ocean Terrace Development Agreement Amendment. It's a second reading.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Second.
It's not a public hearing, right?
It is.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. I heard a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, but I didn't hear the second. I'm sorry. Commissioner Bott? Okay. This is on R7C. If there's no discussion, may I call the vote?
Let's call the vote.
On R7C, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item is approved 7-0. That's R7C.
Thank
Well,
you, thank you for the record, just like Maddie before me. I'm just here to look pretty.
Two former mayors. Love it. I love it. We're breaking for lunch. You have to make an announcement for the shade session?
You might look prettier than Maddie today.
So we are now doing, let's give me 1 second. What is it?
After lunch.
R9C, we are having a committee of the whole for the evaluation of the city attorney, city clerk, and inspector general. The meeting will be held in the city manager's large conference room. Everyone is welcome.
Thank you. We'll be back at 1:15.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of our commission meeting. We continue with Sutnik Hour.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, everyone. If anyone wants to address the commission during the Sutnik 30 minutes now, please approach the podium. In the meantime, I will be calling one of the Zoom speakers, Omar Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Omar Jimenez, founder of the Parkview Island Sustainable Association. I'm here to express our community's gratitude to the City Commission and administration for the successful launch of Operation Clean Water this past Monday at the Parkview Island Kayak Launch. And once again, reaffirming your dedication and support for our community this morning by voting to revise the budget amendment to allow the unused dog park funds to remain for use within the Parkview Annex Park to provide expanded assistance and resources for expansion of the Nobi Community Garden in the near future. Thank you for your commitment, united leadership, and persistence in resolving the difficult issues facing the Parkview Canal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Me? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, commissioners, Eric, and attorneys. I'm going to talk about something I've been already exposing here, which is the electrical bicycles and the electrical scooters. I always have spoken about the dangers of them outside on the boardwalks. They don't stop in the stop signs, and really they're dangerous. But unfortunately, in Gardens on the Bay, again, we had a terrible incident inside. It must be considered like a problem inside the association, but I think nobody knows enough about the dangers of keeping a bicycle or a scooter inside of an unit. Unfortunately, last Sunday, one of those batteries, the kid that owns the bicycle went on a trip, let it plug it, overcharged, and exploded. We practically lost one unit completely, and we were super lucky nobody got hurt, and that the side units were slightly damaged, but that unit was total loss. So I know it's internally in associations, but you go to the neighborhood associations, and maybe it's time to bring in the dangers of having those scooters or electrical bikes inside of an apartment. And I know most of the buildings, we do not have a space to put them, but inside is not an option. I heard about that. I never thought it would happen as it happened to us on last Sunday. That's one thing. So it would be very nice if something could be done. And I just want to comment something about what Joe Magazine, Commissioner Magazine said about the football in the park in front of the New World Symphony. I think it's a great idea. I have seen the World Cup in very historic places like Piazza di Fiori in Rome, and it's just amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next public speaker is Larry Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hello, this is Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street in North Beach. I want to say thank you to the Commission for paying more attention to North Beach, especially issues of clean water, as I've raised awareness for Surfrider and their water testing lab at Betsy Perez's old home. It's water quality is crucial and important for everything that we do in Miami Beach. We're surrounded by water, so it's great to see that project going. I also want to encourage the commission to look at possibly doing an additional community garden on the west lots. This is really a fun thing for neighbors to do to get to know each other. It's community oriented. I'm sure it's Blue Zones oriented for Tanya, and I know that Tanya is also working on a farmer's market idea for the west lots, and I encourage that as well. And I'd like to propose that the old log cabin site be considered for these things, as we used to have a nursery there with the log cabin selling plants. So having a community garden there and maybe having that site be used for a farmer's market seems very much in line with what we used to have. And if we could have these kinds of things, it would be wonderful. But thank you all for your attention to North Beach, and I'll leave the rest of the time for the next caller.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hola, hola, yo soy Andrew Portnoy. Yo vivo en 920 Meridian Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. My telephone number is +1 917 994 4648. Advocating for potentially considering stopping right on reds at certain intersections such as Washington Avenue and 5th Street. This is a scramble intersection where all elements get the walk at the same time. Causing people to do right on red is a safety concern. Also advocating for, with regards to the last comment about the football in Soundscape Park, please consider opening those restrooms. I mentioned something last month and I'm just following up. You will be a hero. I repeat, a hero if those bathrooms get open. Also advocating for a crosswalk rendering automatically on Meridian Avenue at intersections such as 16th Street, 15th Street, even crossing City Hall across 17th Street, we have to click a button. I know that the Department of Transportation and Mobility for this city prioritizes the pedestrian, and I believe that to enhance safety for all of those people walking around the city and wheeling around the city, that pedestrian first intersections will be better for people to be able to cross. Also, putting forward to consider residential parking spaces turning into picnic tables. I know that there is a parking holiday to be discussed, or it has already been confirmed. However, these picnic tables in parking spaces could become art zones, gatherings, places to enjoy leisure and play board games with neighbors outside of inviting somebody into their own home, but instead going to a gathering place where people can go without an invitation, I think is critical. As much as people have begun to work from home more since the beginning of 2020, people now have less time for leisure and less room for leisure in their homes, and we should be putting that into the streets. And I'm advocating for it outside around the 11th Street and Meridian Avenue intersection in Zone 2 parking. Finally, please, to all people listening and all people who may be going forward, for the double yellow lines, do not pass cyclists when they're in that zone. It is dangerous. And also, can we please just start to consider for many years in the future, rideshare pickup and drop-offs? We need to be educating these Uber and Lyft drivers and maybe have requirements for them to start driving in our city. Thank you.
Well, that was impressive. You got a lot of information in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the please go ahead, please.
Hi, Julie Basner, 5931 North Bay Road. Today I'm here with my PTSA hat on again. As you know, our PTSA has requested that the commission consider a contribution to the shade structure at Beach High. But I'm here today because I realize that this is contingent upon anticipated budget constraints and that you will be faced with making difficult decisions about what to prioritize. What we're asking for is a capital improvement to the only public high school that we have here in Miami Beach, and it would be a prudent long-term investment. It is where we hope to continue to appeal to our own residents and their teens for secondary education, as well as newcomers to Miami Beach and the greater community. Just as a reminder, our athletic field is currently utilized for PE classes, athletic events, practices, and extracurricular activities, and we hope that it will also serve as a resource for residents. This project addresses a serious health and safety concern for our students, God bless you, students, staff, and visitors, as extreme heat, as we all know, is more frequent. Enter a shade structure. The shade structure would span 4 sets of bleachers that can hold 125 students at a time. It would complement the other improvements that we plan to make to the field. In fact, since the first time that I came to the commission, I came with a much greater monetary ask. But since then, we've received a commitment from the school to fund several items that were part of the initial request, and our PTSA has committed to contributing as well. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Carmen Page. Please unmute yourself, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Carmen Page. I live in 1200 West Avenue, apartment 101. I am here advocating for the use of AI to give us an accurate estimate of what is needed in terms of repairs in our buildings. I did send an email with the proposal to every commissioner and the mayor, and this is because we get estimates for repairs in our building based on vague estimates that don't, and they collect the money, they don't do the repairs, and then they come back again with the next repair with double the amount, and then they tell us, oh, because we couldn't, there's no way to see in between the walls, and so on. So I think this new AI drone 3D way of checking the status of the building will be a better usage for giving us a better estimates of our what's wrong with our buildings. That's it.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here in the audience who wishes to address the commission? Seeing none, there's none on Zoom. Mayor, this concludes Sutnik.
Thank you. And before we get to our items, I actually wanted to acknowledge we have our new Economic Development Director, Steve Anthony, here. I'd love to call you up and introduce yourself. All of us know you, but to our residents. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge Eric. I know you've been filling a lot of positions lately, really important. This position in particular has been vacant, Economic Development Director, for several years. Sure. So kudos to you, Eric, for really, this is so important to our city. This position and others that you're filling, so thank you for that.
No,
Steve, take it away.
No, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And to the commission, good afternoon, all. For those I hadn't had the opportunity to meet in person, I met on Zoom for a few of you. It's great to see you all in person. This has been a pleasure. Thank you, City Manager, for the selection. This is absolutely incredible for me, coming from Kansas City to being here in Miami Beach, now my third day. So now I know everything about this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, this is absolutely a pleasure. And I'm really looking forward to working with each of you on really how do we enhance economic development. What exactly does that look like for you all? What exactly does that look like for the community? So I'm really excited to get hands in and really get to understand more about what each of you are looking for, what the city is looking for, and how we can continue to grow Miami Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You made the joke about third day, you know everything, but when we met a couple of months ago in preparation for your coming here, I have to say it was very impressive. I was very impressed by you, how much you knew about Miami Beach, even before you had started. So
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you all.
Okay, let's go to R5K and R5L, companion items.
R5K is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan by amending Goal RLU 1, Land Use Objective, RLU 1.1, Establishment of Future Land Use Categories Policy, RLU 1.1.11, Residential Office RO, to establish requirements for non-conforming cafes serving alcohol and located on Alton Road, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. R5K is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote. R5L is the companion item. It's an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 12, entitled Nonconformities by amending Section 2.12.5, entitled Nonconforming Uses of Things to establish requirements for nonconforming cafes serving alcohol located on Alton Road, by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled General to All Zoning Districts, Division 7.2.9, entitled RO Residential Office District, by amending Section 7.2.9.2 entitled Uses RO, to allow alcohol sales in existing cafes, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. That was item R5L. It is a first reading public hearing. This item requires 5/7 vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so this property is a nursery that's on Alton Road, and it's been there for about 30 years. Throughout its time there, the zoning has changed in a variety of directions. And currently, alcohol is permitted 2 blocks north, and it's also permitted south of where they're located. This nursery is open during the daytime. They have a little cafe in the back that serves salads and sandwiches, and they want to be able to serve beer and wine. I took a field trip with a former planning board person who drafted the language, and then the planning department narrowly tailored it so that we don't have unintended consequences. People are very excited about it, and I'd like to move the item. Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll on both items. This is R5K and R5L. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
No.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing on both items will be July 23rd, 2025.
R5T.
R5T is an ordinance of the mayor, and bless you, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 1 entitled General Provisions, article 2 entitled Definitions, section 1.2.2, entitled Use Definitions by adding a definition for cosmetic store, and amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, section 7.5.5, entitled Supplementary Use Regulations, section 7.5.5.2, entitled Adult Entertainment by creating exemptions from the distance separation requirement for cosmetic stores where adult material constitutes less than 20% of the floor area of establishment, and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. That was item R5T.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I would just like to move this item. A second.
I'll second.
If there's any comments, we'll call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Bott on item R5T. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for June 25. Is that correct, Tom?
Actually, yes, because the waiver of the zoning cycle was included in the memo, so second reading would be June 25th.
Thank you.
Do R5V, as in Veronica.
Oh, my God.
R5V is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 110 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Utilities, amending article 4 entitled Fees, Charges, Rates, and Billing Procedures by amending section 110-167 thereof entitled Water Impact Fee, by amending section 110-169 thereof entitled Sewer Impact Fee, and further amending appendix A of the city code entitled Fee Schedule to increase the water impact fees and sewer impact fees imposed by the city pursuant to section 110-167, 110-169, and appendix A, providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires a 4/7 vote.
So this is a pretty simple item. For about 30 years, the impact fees for water and sewer have not been adjusted. I cannot for the life of me think why. For 3 decades, no commission before us has seen fit to adjust these. So I am moving this item to adjust it and keep it current going forward. And Brad, if you'd like to comment any further.
No, I mean, just to say that this is absolutely something that's needed. It's been, like as you just mentioned, it's been 30 years since there's been any increase in this. And it basically just affects new development, and are typically paid by developers.
Okay, so I think we have a motion and a second. Is there a public hearing?
There is no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak.
Vice Mayor, would you call the vote?
Yes, sir. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, and I heard a seconder by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes. How come I'm going first all the time?
You're not, but it's random. Oh, make sure you're not first next time. Commissioner
Well,
Dominguez.
that wouldn't be random then.
Because I know how many times people are, so I know he's not next. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is June 25th.
R5W.
Yeah, exactly. R5W is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 102 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled taxation by amending article 4 entitled local business tax by amending section 102-368 thereof entitled posting of business tax receipt and decal, display of business tax receipt numbers and advertisements by requiring that commercial vessels related to businesses prominently display a city-issued business tax receipt decal on each commercial vessel in their fleet and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote. It is R5W.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Manny Marquez, Assistant Director of Finance. The item you have before you is very similar to what we did recently with our CUPs requiring businesses to place a decal on their establishment. In this case, it would be on a charter boat. This would affect approximately 90, almost 100 BTRs, requiring them to have a decal that co-compliance or police can scan, and that scan will tell them if it's a legitimate business or not.
Before I even looked at the sponsor, I knew it was from Commissioner Suarez. You want to say anything?
I'd like to move the item.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak. If no discussion, Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Oh, there you
go. Don't confuse me.
Now Fernandez.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for June 25th.
Thank you.
Let's call R5Z.
R5Z is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 102 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled taxation by amending article 4 entitled resort tax by amending division 4 entitled tax by amending section 102-306 thereof entitled definitions, amending the definition of a responsible person and providing for a repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5Z.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Just a cleanup item, I believe. Hold on, let me get to R5Z. Hold on.
Page 1547.
I would just move it.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and I see no one in the audience. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is June 25th.
Let's do R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, so Part B entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 5 entitled Off-Street Parking, Article 3 entitled Design Standards, Section 5.3.11 entitled Parking Lot Design Standards by modifying the porous pavement requirements for surface parking lots by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning District Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, single-family residential districts by modifying the minimum open space and pervious area requirements of single-family districts and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5J.
Commissioner Bott.
I'll let Tom do the heavy lifting on this, but basically any step we can make in the city to help with our resiliency efforts is a good step. And with that, Tom, if you don't mind.
Okay. This particular ordinance actually does two things. One, it expands our pervious area requirements and our porous surface requirements to be a more effective mechanism with regard to our long-term goals of being able to withstand the problems associated with extreme rain events and tidal flooding. But it also allows our LDRs to become compliant with a recently adopted legislative change to the Miami-Dade County Code, which increases minimum pervious area requirements on properties. Without these changes, applications would have to go through a separate review by the county, and they would still be subject to those regulations. The ordinance itself amends two main sections. The first is under parking lot design standards. It requires that either a high albedo surface be utilized for those areas that do not contain porous pavement. So if you're not using a high albedo surface, you have to have porous pavement within surface parking lots. Also, a minimum of 60% of all non-landscape surfaces and areas must consist of porous pavement. So we now have a minimum porous pavement requirement. With regard to the development regulations in the single-family districts, we have expanded the minimum pervious area requirements, and probably the most significant change is that if a swimming pool or other water feature is located within a side yard facing a street or within a rear yard, that area would no longer be able to count toward pervious or porous areas. And that's because these types of features are typically concrete and they don't allow the percolation of water. So consistent with the county code, those would no longer be able to count toward pervious area. The planning board did endorse this proposal by a vote of 7-0, and they had some recommendations that are in the ordinance. The administration is supportive of those recommendations with some additional modifications as noted. And basically what the administration is recommending is that the applicability provision be limited, if it's going to be included, that the applicability provision be limited to applications that were in process prior to the transmittal date of the ordinance by the planning board, and that this provision be clarified so that it does not supersede county requirements. And secondly, the following additional text be added to section 7.2.2.3 to provide an additional option for addressing pervious surface area in the rear yards. And it states the following: the aforementioned sodded or landscape pervious open space requirement may be reduced to less than 70%, but shall be no less than 50%, provided that additional sodded or landscape pervious area is included along an interior or street side elevation, the area of which is equal to or greater than the deficiency in the 70% rear yard requirement. So the administration is recommending approval of the ordinance at first reading with the two changes that I had just mentioned, both the applicability section modifications as well as that additional language on the rear yard. And if that is acceptable and is included in the approval of the ordinance at first reading, we will modify the ordinance for second reading adoption to include that.
So I have a question. Somebody has a concrete backyard with a pool. Under this legislation, what happens?
They can keep what they have, but if their home renovation ever exceeded the 50% rule, they would either have to seek a variance to retain a nonconformity, or they would need to modify it.
So as long as they don't do the 50% plus, they don't have to do anything?
Correct.
And this is a county rule and we'd be subject to county review?
Yes. So by amending our LDRs, we wouldn't have to send those plans to the county. We could just review them here. But if our regulations are not consistent with the minimum county standards, which apply to municipalities, then a separate review by the county would be required, and those conditions would be enforced anyway.
Okay, so we're just matching what the county is requiring?
Correct. With regard to the pervious surface area in RS districts, the parking lot standards that we've developed in Chapter 6 are separate and apart from that.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
My only question is porous concrete readily available and is it more expensive? That would be my only question. Is it readily available, Tom?
I know pavers are readily available, and those are the most common form of porous material. Porous concrete, I'm not as familiar with, or porous asphalt, so I don't know what the availability of those particular materials are and how they could be used or not.
So if somebody owns a parking lot, they would have to pave it with pavers?
If somebody wanted to create a new parking lot, then that new surface parking lot would either have to have pavers or a minimal amount of porous material.
I mean, there are multiple types of porous materials available on a commercial level. I don't have them at my fingertips, but it's not something that doesn't exist.
Okay, I'm fine with it, as long as it doesn't affect, like, make it more expensive for single-family homeowners.
How much
I'm
more?
okay with that.
Yeah, how much more expensive is it, the pavers?
It depends upon the overall size of the project, but just speaking from my own experience, it was cheaper for me to do a paver set and sand driveway than it was to do an asphalt driveway. Because nobody wanted to come out and do asphalt within a small area. And then when you look at that over time, I put in my paver driveway 23 years ago, and it's perfect. Whereas neighbors who have had asphalt have had to replace it probably every 10 to 12 years.
And these are the pavers with like the holes in it that look nice?
These are the pavers that they're small concrete pavers, but the way that they're installed in compacted sand with gaps that allow for the permeability.
Okay. I move the item.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
Tom, a kicker for me here is the county requirement. I'm going to want to follow up with you between first and second reading
Okay.
to make sure, but.
Hey, Maddie.
It is a public hearing. There's no one on Zoom. There's no one in the audience requesting to speak. If there's no discussion, may I call a roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for July 23rd.
R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.3, entitled Supplementary Yard Regulations by amending the allowable setback encroachment for air conditioning units and providing for codification, repeal, or servability and an effective date. This is a first reading, public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5M.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So in the spirit of simplifying our building code and making it easier for people to change out ACs or get building permits and get their stuff done, I went to the planning department because some stuff gets stuck in planning, and I said, what are the top issues that are kind of tying people up? And according to Mr. Mooney, one of them was this setback that we have for the wall AC units that you would see in the historic district. Is that not true, Tom?
Yes, and central air conditioning units and PTAC units,
So people get stuck when they need to replace an AC unit. So it's kind of a simplification of our building code to make things easier for people that need to replace their AC units. So with that, I'd move the item.
Not to prolong this, but there was a school down south of Fifth, a private school, Base Academy. I don't know if you remember, it was the March 2022 HPB meeting where this school came this close to not being built because the HPB didn't want to give a variance setback for an air conditioning unit to an alleyway, not to the street, to an alleyway. And in fact, they kind of recessed the project because it wasn't going to move forward. And I guess further discussions were made, but it was the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. So to kind of give some flexibility here is great.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. Motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The motion is approved. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for July 23rd.
And I'll take that. I did see Vince Sejas, our building director. We are making some improvements to the permit process, which our commission has mandated, as our residents have. So I know there's more to do. So Eric, keep it up, keep pushing, but we're in the right direction. Let's call R5N. N as in Nancy.
Yeah, trying to find it. Here we go. N is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures by amending section 2.2.3 entitled Development Application Submission and Review by modifying the applicable provisions for land use board application fees and establishing a process and criteria for the city commission to consider a waiver of required fees for variance applications related to compliance with applicable building recertification requirements, providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5N.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item I'm proud to sponsor. It proposes common sense reform that puts residents first. It allows the city commission to waive application fees for variances when those variances are necessary to complete critical repairs identified in a 40-year recertification. It's no longer a 40-year, but in a building recertification process. We all know how burdensome and costly the recertification process can be, especially for small condominiums and longtime owners living in fixed incomes. Usually these are not luxury renovations. They are life safety repairs required by law and often essential to maintaining the structural integrity of our residential buildings where our residents live. So this ordinance builds on recommendations from the Land Use Committee and includes important safeguards. First, the waiver would only be available when a financial hardship is demonstrated. And second, it prioritizes these life safety related variances. So residents aren't stuck waiting months for approvals in the variance process. I believe that the planning board unanimously supported this policy, and I'm hopeful that today we will do the same. And it's important because when it comes to regulations, these regulations should be for building safety. But we can't let cost of the process get in the way of that safety. So with that, I move my item.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion for Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is July 23rd.
Great. Let's call R7I.
R7I is a public hearing, accept co-name 28th Street, Sheridan and Prairie, Rabbi Gross Way.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing before you an item that carries deep meaning for our community. It's not just deep meaning for a congregation. A lot of times when you see renaming of a street after a religious leader, oftentimes it's something that's important to a congregation or to a parish. This is of meaning for our entire city because today we are considering the co-naming of 28th Street from Sheridan Avenue to Prairie Avenue as Rabbi Yisrael Gross Way. And I had the honor of attending the Shiva for Rabbi Gross, and I was profoundly moved by what I witnessed there. It was a home filled with so much love, so much community, people from every walk of life who had been touched by the rabbi's kindness, by his guidance, by his strength. And at the heart of it all was the Rebbitzin, whose dignity and whose strength and her peace radiated in every corner of the room. It told you something you needed to know about the life that they built together and the legacy that they have left behind. And I'm just going to go back to something that I experienced because a few years ago, there was a controversy in our community. And at a time of division, when there were a lot of emotions, there was one unifying thing that everyone agreed on, was the respect and the honor that Rabbi Gross deserved. And that moment reminded us that no matter our differences, we can still unite around character, around decency, around moral clarity. And that's the power of a righteous leader. Rabbi Gross was more than a spiritual guide. He was a survivor of the Holocaust, a teacher, a builder of bridges, a man who lived through the darkest chapter of human history and chose to respond not with bitterness, but by planting seeds of faith, of hope, of kindness right here in our community in the city of Miami Beach. And that seed has become a tree of life that has supported people seeking wisdom and seeking strength. So today, we want to honor that legacy. We want to honor the generations that he has touched in our community. And we want to make sure that that is memorialized, that our city today is more compassionate, that our city today is more faithful and more united because of Rabbi Gross. And that's why we want to memorialize that by dedicating 28th Street in his honor. With that, I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Could I say a few words?
Please.
Okay. My name is Bella Gross. My husband, Israel Yaakov Gross, he was the rabbi of the shul on 34th Street for many, many years. Before was his brother and his father. And we were really the first part of synagogues here in Miami Beach. I came with my husband in 1960 already. It was the first time I fell in love with the city, and I knew I'm going to end up over here. And we stayed, and when we had the first opportunity to move, we bought the house many years ago, and then when we sold our property in New York, we moved right away to Miami Beach. But I want to talk about my husband. My husband was, like you said, the commissioner said, he was a survivor. A survivor. His whole family, the mother and father and children survived. It was a big miracle because his great-grandfather was called the miracle man. And that's what we saw over here in Miami Beach all the time, miracles all over. And he did some miracles to so many people because he had the power from his great-grandfather. And he helped people, not just Miami Beach, but all over the world. They used to call us, to call them 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. They used to call, somebody needs to get well, they go into operation, they lost their business, all kinds of, anything that you think and written in the book, he took care, and it was amazing for everyone. They came to him, so 100,000 of people, when it was the Memorial Day of his great-grandfather, which is in Hungary, and they were there. This year was 100 years since he died. It was 100,000 people came over there. So I thought when the city offered us to name a street on his name, I thought it's some kind of small thing to remember him, to remind everybody that was a big, just a man that was unbelievable. And I know that everybody that will walk in this street will feel the holiness from this man and the spiritual, what he had. And not just that, but the whole city of Miami Beach will be blessed because of that. So I know that I saw the name of Elie Wiesel over here, Rabbi Schiff, but my husband was a different one. He was a man for the people, to help them, to help everyone, no matter if Jewish or not Jewish, the people from the town where he was born, the people over there, they all came over to get a blessing for him. So he was really a miracle man. So I will appreciate if you do what they find It's important for the city to have also a little holiness, and that's what you're going to get. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just echo what Commissioner Fernandez said, and knowing you and your husband, I'm gonna actually include you in my comments about your husband, because you were a team, and still are. Because every time I see you, you talk about your husband, Rabbi Yisrael Yaakov Gross. And what's interesting about him is, like we've talked about, you realize you're in this presence of a very special person, holiness, spirituality, but also a glimpse into life in Europe, a survivor. So you saw a person, and it's special. We can learn so much about what life was like in Europe in the 30s and 40s. But life didn't end there for him. Certainly a survivor just doesn't mean surviving physically. He was, and you are, very worldly people, very intellectual, sophisticated, and can use that experience and relating to young people. Every time I heard your husband speak, most of the people in that room were a third or a quarter of his age, but yet people were mesmerized by what he was saying because it was so relatable to their lives. And that's a unique character and unique experience. So thank you. Thank you for what you and your husband brought. And I think we're all happy to support this item.
And I think it's just beautiful that he believed that Miami Beach could be a place of holiness. And I think out of everyone who I've spoken with about Rabbi Gross, they all agreed with that. And they felt that he touched their lives. And so hopefully 28th Street will remain as a testament of the enduring light that he brought into our community. And Revitson, spending some time with you during Shiva, I know it was such a difficult moment for you, but your energy, the love that you even gave me, not being Jewish, but your love and your energy and your story really was very inspiring. And so it is really an honor to sponsor this. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Item passes 7-0.
I think.
Oh, please.
Hi, my name is Marsha Schwartz. I live on 4301 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. I am the vice president of my association. I had the big honor of going to Rabbi Gross, sitting with him and talking about my problems to him. He never rushed me. He always looked with his big, beautiful blue eyes with love and care. He had so much love in him to everyone. It didn't matter who you are, where you come from. I do know about his family also, his mother, his grandfather, holy people that always helped the community. His mother would bake cakes and chalot for Shabbat for everybody, for whoever needed it. They would come over to her, and she, with open hands, would give it to anyone that needed it. They were just amazing, wonderful, unbelievable people. So for me, as a resident of this community, to go over to 28th Street, and we don't have Rabbi Gross here with us, but I know he's watching over us, and to come to the street and see his name, maybe I'll stop by and say a little prayer for myself, for my family, for my building, for my community. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've taken the vote. We're fine on this item.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
And thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
R5AB.
R5AB is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 58 of the City of Miami Beach Code entitled Housing by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating Section 58.2. All right. Section 58-2 thereof to be entitled Fair Approval Process Requiring Condominium Associations to Approve or Disapprove an Application from a potential resident within 15 business days and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5AB.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I'm proud to bring forward an ordinance that addresses barriers, that addresses a real and often overlooked barrier to housing accessibility in our city. And so we're bringing forward the Fair Approval Process Ordinance that sets a simple but important standard. If you're applying to live in a condominium in the city of Miami Beach, you deserve a timely answer. And we've heard from too many individuals, working families, seniors, people who are relocating into our city, that they've oftentimes been left in limbo for weeks or even months, waiting for a decision from a board or from a management company. And in tight times and often an unforgiving housing market like ours, these kinds of delays are more than an inconvenience. They're disruptive, and sometimes they are even disqualifying. Someone ends up losing opportunities for housing because of it. So this ordinance sets a basic expectation. A condominium association must approve or deny an application within 15 days, and that's it. No interference with their screening authority, just a fair, predictable timeline that respects the needs of the applicants. This is about protecting access to housing and promoting good governance in our community associations. It's also about being a city that remains welcoming, that remains fair, that remains responsive. And I know that a lot of times condominium associations might already address this in their docs. If they already have bylaws that address this, then it doesn't apply to them. But in those condominium associations where there isn't a safeguard for the property owner that is engaging in this transaction or the prospective tenant, well, then now this is that layer of protection so that they don't end up waiting a month on something that should be a relatively simple decision. And I'd also like to note that this proposal has earned the formal support of the Miami Association of Realtors, which represents over 60,000 real estate professionals in our community. Their letters attached to this item, and it recognizes that delayed condo approvals have a real cost for families and for the broader housing market. And so I'm thankful to Commissioner Tanya Bott for co-sponsoring with me, and to all of you for considering it. I urge you respectfully to support this item in first reading. Thank you. And with that, I move my item.
It is a public hearing. We have one individual requesting to speak, Larry Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm in full support of this item. I think it's a wonderful item that contributes to housing affordability. It's for tenants and landlords and sellers of condominiums waiting for decisions. It can be unnerving. There are so many things that are difficult about today's condominium market and today's housing market. To have a little bit of progress like this coming from this group is wonderful. My only thought is to just make sure that Mr. DePico, the city attorney, checks out laws at the county and state level to make sure that an adjustment in this area is not preempted by the state. Once again, in full support. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
And we've carefully crafted this to make sure it is in compliance with all applicable state and county laws. And I want to thank you, Mr. Attorney, and your Chief Deputy, Robert Rosenwald, that met with me multiple times, with stakeholders from different industries, and we did go back and look at different laws. And Larry, thank you for your input and for your support.
Go ahead, please. Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing it locally.
I'm sorry, start with your name.
Blanca Villarello, Octagon Towers, Gardens on the Bay, so it's a couple of properties. No, I was saying I'm very happy that you are bringing locally because also tenant approval is used by the association as retaliation when you either ask too many explanations or things like that.
Right.
And if a tenant has to wait more than 2 weeks, now that's the average. Obviously, the tenant is going to be somewhere else. And unfortunately, I had to put a complaint in the DBPR, and the DBPR is supposed to be more engaged, more active. There is zero response, so it would be wonderful that we could bring a representative, as we did with the DMB of the DBPR here to Miami Beach, even if it's once a month, to listen to the problems that we have, because trust me, the associations in Miami Beach are one of the most complicated ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. And one of the great things about this is that, you know, otherwise, when our code is silent about this, the enforcement authority of this, as you well mentioned, goes to the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulations. By having this codified in our code, which again, I think we are one of the first cities to codify this in this manner, we put the enforcement authority locally in our community. And so I thank you for your feedback.
There is no one else requesting to speak.
Let's call a vote.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Yes. Vice Mayor Suarez, Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for June 25th.
R5AC.
R5AC is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by creating Article 7 entitled Consumer Protection of Owners of Residential Real Property by creating section 58-600 thereof to be entitled Definition to adopt certain definition terms, creating section 58-602 thereof to be entitled Notice to Associations requiring prospective bulk owners of residential condominium units to provide notice of their acquisition of interest in condominium property, creating section 58-610 thereof to be entitled Civil Penalties, to provide for penalties and enforcement and providing for references to Florida statutes, repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5AC.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, would you allow for the companion item R5AD to be called together with this
We
item?
can knock off two at one time, absolutely.
Yes.
So R5AD is an order to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by creating Article 7 entitled Consumer Protection of Owners of Residential Real Property by creating section 58-600 thereof to be entitled Definition to adopt certain defined terms, creating section 58-601 thereof to be entitled Prohibited Contacts for Solicitation, to adopt regulations prohibiting certain predatory solicitations to residential condominium unit owners, creating section 58-610 thereof to be entitled Civil Penalties, to provide for penalties and enforcement, and providing for references to Florida statutes, repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5AD.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today I'm bringing forward two ordinances under the broader banner of consumer protections for owners of condominiums, both rooted in our responsibility to protect residents and preserve the integrity of our city's residential fabric. First item, R5AC, addresses a growing concern flagged actually by our Office of the Inspector General, and that is the quiet and sometimes covert accumulation of condominium units by prospective bulk buyers, often without the knowledge of long-term residents who find themselves ultimately outnumbered and outmaneuvered before they even realize a buyout is underway right where they live. And so this ordinance requires transparency. Once a buyer reaches a 30% threshold of ownership interest in a condominium, they must notify every unit owner, the property manager, and the association. And that notice must include who they are, how many units they've acquired, and how to contact this owner. And this notice must also be updated as changes occur. The transparency should not be controversial. This should be something that's kind of a no-brainer, is foundational to protecting the people who call our city home, who live in condominiums, seniors, families, and the character of the city's cherished buildings, many which offer some of our most affordable and attainable housing in Miami Beach. The second item is item R5AD, and it builds upon that foundation by prohibiting certain predatory solicitations from taking place, predatory solicitation practices. And we've often heard from residents, especially elderly residents and residents on fixed incomes, who've received harassing or even threatening calls pressuring them to sell their units. And this ordinance gives them the right to say no and to be left alone. If a resident declines a solicitation or requests not to be contacted again, developers must respect that. They shouldn't be harassing these individuals to force them to sell their units. And if they don't, the city can enforce civil penalties. And in fact, as part of a separate item that I am working on, that's at the Land Use Committee, a violation of this ordinance could lead to the developer being classified as an habitual offender, to kind of put a more strict delay on the developer as opposed to simply a civil fine. Both of these items stem from concerns raised by the public and documented by the Inspector General. They reflect common sense consumer protections that preserve both dignity and transparency in our real estate transactions in Miami Beach. I want to thank the city attorney, our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis, who really spent, I would say, months researching what other jurisdictions are doing, researching what we could do locally to protect our condo owners from falling victims of predatory buyouts, and to the Inspector General, who looked into a complaint that I received in my office from the Seacoast Towers, and took a deep dive into the issue, found ways that we could protect our owners, and found what other jurisdictions in other states have done, and made very valuable recommendations. With that, I'd like to recognize our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis, to provide further clarity or any further explanation that may be necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you've covered all the main points of the ordinance. I was just the only thing I would add is to say that that each separate violation, each failure to notify, or each unwanted contact is a separate violation and would give rise to a separate fine.
And with the item that we have going through the Land Use Committee, because my concern is that a violation of the repeated contact, is a civil fine. Sometimes civil fines is just a slap on the hand and the cost of doing business. Okay, I'll pay a $1,000 fine, or I don't know what the fine is. What's the fine? I don't remember.
It depends on which one, but for the contacts, it starts at 500, and I believe for the failure to notify, I believe it's 1,000.
Okay, if I'm going to be making $100 million, what is a $500 violation? But with the item that we have going through the Land Use Committee, a violation of this ordinance could lead to a real estate developer being deemed as an habitual offender, which could delay their ability to seek legislative approvals, to seek LDR amendments, to seek amendments to the comprehensive plan. And that right there is the biggest penalty that we can put on predatory buyouts. That if you are preying on our residents, it's not just a violation, but it could potentially delay your ability to get zoning entitlements that today you're not entitled to and are worth hundreds and millions of dollars. And so if you come to prey on our residents, you really run then the risk of profiting off our community on asks and requests that they're not entitled to. And I'm very proud, Nick, of the work that you've done, and to the support of the Inspector General in crafting this legislation that really places residents first, and being the first city in the state of Florida advancing this type of protection for the condominium owners who reside in our city. So thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call the vote.
With that, I move my item.
It is a public hearing, and I see Daniel is on the line. Daniel, state your first and last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission, 730 10th Street. I want to thank the commissioner for sponsoring this. Back when I worked at MDPL, we were contacted by residents of the Seacoast Towers, and we worked with the Inspector General as well as the residents, learning about horrible predatory acts, especially, by the way, after the passage of the Resilience and Unsafe Structures Act, which the city of Miami Beach has yet to try to overturn in court, but which I'm committed to working to fight that. However, in the meantime, as these predatory actors are invading our historic districts due to the possibility of demolition by neglect and upzoning, this sort of ordinance is a good measure to have some protections. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in the audience requesting to speak, and there's no one in Zoom. May I call the roll?
Yes.
On both items, R5AC and AD, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Both items are approved 7-0. Second reading public hearing for both items, R5AC and AD, is June 25th.
Let's call R5P and R5Q.
R5P is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 78 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Personnel by creating Article 7 entitled Classified Employee Salary Ordinance by creating Section 78-321 through 78-330 thereof to codify as part of the City Code and adopt amendments to the city's Classified Employee Salary Ordinance number 789, which ordinance establishes a pay plan for classified city employees for purposes of clarity and ease of reference to delete and or revise outdated provisions and to codify existing administrative practices, repealing all ordinances in conflict with this ordinance and further providing for severability, codification, and effective date. That was item R5P, which is a first reading public hearing. R5Q is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 78 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Personnel by creating Article 6 entitled Unclassified Employee Salary Ordinance by creating Section 78-310 through 78-320 thereof to codify as part of the City Code and adopt amendments to the City Unclassified Employee Salary Ordinance number 1605, which ordinance establishes a pay plan for unclassified city employees for purposes of clarity and ease of reference to delete and or revise outdated provisions and to codify existing administrative practices, repealing all ordinances in conflict with this ordinance and further providing for severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. That was item R5Q.
Commissioner Magazine.
Marla, can I hand it over to city staff to present the item?
Thank you, Commissioner, to the chair. Today, we're bringing before you, with the assistance of the city attorney's office, who was tremendously helpful in assisting HR, we have brought forward the codification of our many years of history of salary ordinances for both unclassified staff and classified staff. What you have before you is a codification and a cleanup language. There is one major change, and that is that if you all approve this on first and second reading, that any future COLAs for either classified or unclassified employees would be approved through a resolution rather than through an ordinance.
I move the item.
I'll second.
They are a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. If so, if there's no discussion, may I call the roll? Vice Mayor, yes?
Vice
The
Mayor.
salary ordinances. Call the roll? Commissioner
Vice
Rosa?
Mayor is right there.
Yes. Call the roll? Okay. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor. Is yes. Second reading public hearing for both R5P and R5Q is June 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you. R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 10 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Animals by creating section 1020 thereof, entitled Confinement of Animals Without Sufficient Food, Water, or Exercise, Abandonment of Animals, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5H.
Commissioner Dominguez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and Bott.
So this item evolved from the Animal Welfare Committee, and they wanted to ensure that the city mirrored the same laws at the state to make it easier for prosecutions for us. With that, I move the item.
Let's call the roll. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5H.
Call R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts or Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4 Single Family Residential Districts by amending subsection 7.2.2 entitled Uses RS to clarify and amend regulations on the commercial use of single-family homes and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote.
Sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Bott, Dominguez, and Magazine. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so today we're voting on the second reading of an ordinance that I've proudly sponsored alongside Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez, and Magazine to protect the integrity and protect the tranquility of our single-family residential neighborhoods. This legislation draws a clear line that our single-family homes, that they are not commercial venues, that they are not nightclubs, that they're not event halls. These are the places where our families live, where neighbors build community, where peace and quiet should not be luxuries. Peace and quiet are the expectation of our single-family neighborhoods. And for too long, we've seen certain bad actors skirt the rules, exploiting loopholes to convert residential properties into profit-driven party houses, sometimes under the guise of donations for nonprofit. And ultimately, these abuses just erode and chip away from the quality of life that our residents deserve. They threaten public safety, and they undermine the very character of our residential districts. So this ordinance before us today in second reading closes these loopholes. It establishes enforceable guardrails that define what is and what is not allowed, and it ensures that charitable organizations, religious and political gatherings can continue to occur as they always have, but makes unequivocally clear that our neighborhoods, that they're not for rent as commercial venues, as what we've seen happen in so many areas throughout our city. I want to thank the city attorney's office for working closely with us, to the planning director. The item was considered at the planning board. I believe it got a 7-0 favorable recommendation.
That's correct.
And so I respectfully ask for your support today so that we can send a clear message in Miami Beach that we protect our neighborhoods and we won't allow them to become commercialized by bad actors.
I'll move it.
Let's call the roll.
It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5I.
Let's call R7X.
R7.
I like this.
I'm sorry, R7 or, sorry, R7X, right?
Yeah.
R7 R7X is Funding Increased Job Creation Incentive Program. It is sponsored by Commissioner Magazine, and the Mayor Minor has requested to be a co-sponsor. That's R7X.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you. Really proud of this. And perhaps Heather, if you can come up, and Steve, if you want to come up as well for a quick introduction. Something I'm very excited for here. We have collectively all decided who Miami Beach does not want to be as a city, right? We do not want to be that party till you drop, anything goes spring break destination. But we also need to decide collectively what we do want to be as a city. And we can be a serious place for serious people to do serious business. We see some of the leading companies in the entire world being attracted to South Florida, and it's time Miami Beach starts taking advantage of that. One of the ways that a lot of entities in our surrounding areas have done so is through the creation of financial job incentives. While Miami Beach has these in place, really the amounts that you would give to attract companies to bring very high-paying jobs to our city are very small in comparison with some of our neighbors. While there's some nuance in there, that are contingent, really, if you would bring high-paying jobs well above the average median, a company would only get $600 per job that's created in Miami Beach. That pales in comparison to some of our neighboring cities that could go up to $5,000 per job. So I think we want to essentially firmly plant a flag in the sand and say, this is what Miami Beach is looking to do. We are out there looking to have companies and entities invest in Miami Beach, invest in our residents, bring the high-paying jobs that allow us to diversify our economy away from a dangerous concentration on hospitality and tourism. And I think it's needed now more than ever. What great timing. It's ironic that we have our long-awaited economic development director moving here, but this is one of the items that I think I'm most proud to sponsor, have support from my colleagues. We discussed this at FERC, where it seemed like we were all uniformly aligned. I'll hand it over to my colleagues, anybody that wants to make comments. But this is really looking to pivot Miami Beach into a direction that we're all proud of.
Great item. Is that a motion, Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
I'll second. Call the vote.
And Rick, we did discuss yesterday a slight change from how this was actually worded. The funding increase will be put in the 2026 budget, but the incentives will go into place immediately. So a company would be able to take advantage. However, the increase in funding will be part of the 2026 budget process.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
So the folks will be able to apply for these incentives effective after this resolution becomes effective.
So as amended.
As amended, correct.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Mayor Minor, as amended on R7X. If no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0 as amended. R7X.
R7L.
R7L is urge Florida Senators House Rep to advocate for NOAA workforce.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, this is, to me, a public safety issue. We are incredibly dependent as a city, as a community, as a region of South Florida, and frankly, the entire state of Florida, on the services and the skills of NOAA and the National Weather Service and the employees who work there to help protect us and warn us in due time, to alert us to oncoming storms and rain bombs and hurricanes and even occasionally tornadoes. And as we are facing on a national level, quite significant cuts potentially, I would just like to urge our state legislature, who is supposed to look out to the residents, for the state of Florida, and especially those of us on the coast, to advocate for keeping NOAA well-funded and well-staffed, so that the National Weather Service doesn't have to close overnight, as is being reported in some parts of the country, and we don't miss any advisories because it isn't fully staffed. And I would hope to have the full support of my colleagues on this. I'll move it.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I have one no by Commissioner Suarez. The item is passed.
R7N.
R7N is accept recommendation, convert 7605 Collins Avenue Marine Science Education Center and Museum.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. The item we have before you is returning item from FERC. The FERC made a recommendation to convert what was formerly known as the Betsy Perez home, which was purchased with building department funds of about $6.53 million, to instead have it purchased by the city's general fund. I think it's listed to be considered as part of the 26 budget, and also attached to this is to direct the administration, the Parks Department, to reach out to see if they can locate a university-type partner to renovate and operate said facility. So the effectuation of this resolution, if it gets passed, would we would create a general fund capital budget item for the 26 budget process to see if the commission would be funding that, and then if that passes on, then again it would effectuate Parks to reach out and find a university partner for that. Obviously, the administration just has concerns that it's a large amount of money. This was an item we discussed when it was first purchased about a year and a half ago. The building department has been ready to move forward and renovate that into the North Beach Processing Government Center. But I know the commission has had a few different items over the past year to discuss, perhaps different uses of this. But this item, actually, it wasn't FERC, I'm sorry, this was a land use item that came through. So land use discussed that, and they're recommending that the commission basically buy it back from the building department.
I'd like to move my item.
Let's call the vote.
One of the questions that I have, just because we do want the general fund to buy this so that we have more flexibility, because the one thing we've heard over and over again is we do not want a building department office at 7605 Collins Avenue. Is there a mechanism, Jason, by which the general fund can buy this back from the enterprise fund over the course of several fiscal years, or does it have to be all in one fiscal year? Because perhaps we can absorb the impact over the course of several fiscal years. We can repay over the course of several fiscal years.
I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure of the legalities of the building department extending a loan effectively.
Exactly.
I think there might be some concerns with that. I'm not sure.
I brought this up in my briefing, and so I would like to know, because that way we don't create a $6 million impact. If we have to do that, then we'll do that, because we do have the savings from the tax collector that was going to impose the municipal fee. But if we have the way of doing this by fiscal year, so Mr. Attorney.
Sure, allow us to look into that so that we can brief you during the budget process as to what the possibilities are.
Okay, so because this still has to come to us back through budget.
This is gonna go through the budget process, correct?
Okay. And please list me as a co-sponsor with Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Bott?
So is this not going to FERC?
This
I
item
mean,
was
it's $6.5 million, it seems.
correct. That's why it's not on a consent item, as by the new ordinance that was passed.
Well,
Any financial impact items that's heard by a non-FERC committee, with like land use or neighborhoods, would come back requiring an R7 discussion.
And if I may, this is also not an expenditure at this stage. This is going through the budget process. So items that go through the budget process can go to FERC, but don't have to go to FERC.
So I have some concerns about this. This is not what we originally agreed to. And we have the Surfrider waterkeepers who have grants. They have been told that they are permitted to use this sort of it's not an out parcel, but it's an exterior set of rooms that need very little retrofitting, and they need to get going on that, otherwise they risk their grants. I would like to, I don't know if you can amend this, or I would like to, regardless of what happens with this particular project, have them be able to proceed so that they don't lose their grants It is very minimal. It's not going to be open to the public coming in and out. It's a different type of facility where people are coming in who are trained and members of the organization to do the water testing, sampling, or the water sample testing, and then.
A Surfrider was going to coexist here.
But they're chomping at the bit, and their grants are expiring because we haven't been able to decide. And in a more fiscally responsible conversation that needs to be had, we have the log cabin, which has been, thanks to Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, been elevated in the priority list of GeoBond funding projects, and it's slated to get going very soon, which seems to be an excellent facility for this sort of a marine life education center, which would not cost $6.5 million plus that we don't currently have. I think there's a lot that we need. We have a huge infrastructure gap for sewer and stormwater repairs that could certainly use $6.5 million of a shot in the arm that isn't going to the county tax collector. So I'm concerned about this. I love the idea of a marine science education center. I'm not against that. I'm concerned about it being in this facility for an extra, I guess, $7.53 million when we have another facility that's looking for a purpose adjacent to this, and the delays that this would cause, the conflagration with the water keepers testing facility and their grants expiring. I think this is problematic.
If I can, sorry.
Go ahead, Jason.
Just address a couple of things there. In the land use item, that was one of the recommendations of the administration, that if there was an interest from the commission to engage to have a marine science turtle rehab type museum, that we thought that the log cabin might be a good utilization of that. It was my understanding in talking to Parks and GeoBond that was a facility that would get done, but isn't currently programmed, has a purpose. So that would be, to address that was one of the ideas the administration had, which would save that money. So you could still have this purpose, but have it from a different area on that. And then for the Surfrider, yes, I know that's been in the works for over a year, and I know talking with building, the idea was that the whole building would be renovated because there are structural issues. So we would hope that it started this work back in October, but it's all been on pause while this issue has been working its way in various iterations. But yeah, the hope was that the whole building would be renovated and then Surfrider would be able to move in. So that whole thing's been on hold.
If I may, Vince, since you're standing right here, I mean, people were living in this house up until a couple of years ago. So is it about to fall down? Can we not have Surfrider in there while you do the remaining structural repairs?
The structural repairs that need to be executed at the house are for the longevity of the house going forward. There were for electrical components that I believe have already been addressed by the staff and the maintenance crew here. However, going forward, I think it's something that we'd have to entertain with legal, being that it's a parcel where there are no staff permanently there from the city, and yet we're going to sublease a portion to an outside agency. So again, a lot of the things we have to do were not just structural and electrical components, but accessibility concerns as far as ADA parking spots, things like that, ramps.
But that's separate from what the Surfrider needs are.
Yeah, it's a separate accessory. It's like an accessory
It's like
dwelling,
you
and
come
we
in
gave
from
direction.
the outside.
And again, those issues with leases and things of that, I'm a regulator, I'm a builder, I'm not a landlord per se. So that's something that I would defer to legal, to structure, set up, figure out a
But
way.
regardless of the lease, and I understand there might be some land use concerns that need to be adjusted as well. Regardless of the lease, the configuration is, if you're looking at the house from the front, with your back to Collins, along the left-hand side, there is a little door that goes into just this little suite of rooms, which is what Surfrider needs. So once we get the land use regulations sorted out, if that's necessary, and the leasing is all squared away, could they not start using that space right away while the commission figures out what the future of this building is and what needs to be done to make it ADA compliant and all that stuff?
Again, that's something that I would have to
before we get too off topic, I think the concern is that Surfrider needs a space for grants. If this turns into a marine science museum, that doesn't preclude them from having that. So, okay, we can, it's a win-win. That location, I think, would be ridiculous for anything but a community benefit. I don't think there should be a public building there or a building department facility. It is, in part, the most best location for a marine science or perhaps a sea turtle rehabilitation center. It's on the beach. I'm not sure what's going on with the log cabin. I'm sure the log cabin has a much smaller footprint. Perhaps long-term, that's where Surfrider can be. But I think if we want to have a real benefit to North Beach and to science and to turtles, which I'm a big fan of, sea turtles, this is the perfect location. And so I understand that we paid $6.5 million for this house, right? And I think the way at the time, we rationalized it was because the building department was paying for it, correct? At the end of the day, it's taxpayer money. And whether it's building department or it's coming from another fund, it's still within, we still own it. We're all one city. So I don't know if we're just splitting hairs here, but I think this is a great item to have a great educational center for families and nature and science and North Beach.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, so I think that this is an important item, just because back in February of 2024, when we looked at potential funding sources, we had many different funding sources that we could consider. We had pay-go capital funds that we could have used for this. We had parking funds that we could have used for this. We even had general fund reserve funds. We decided to use building department funds. And when we did that, it was understood that the main purpose of the property would be for building department activities, for the possibility, that some small other uses by other departments, but it was clear that the main purpose of the building, if we used the building enterprise fund, would be to do building related activities there. It's clear that that's not the direction that the community wants to go in. That is very clear. So the only way that we go away from that direction of using it as an office for the building department is not by going into the parking enterprise fund, because then you're going to have to use it for parking purposes. The only way that you can open this up to a wider use is by going back and using general funds for this property. Now, what I need clarity on, the item that we have before us today, accepting the recommendation of the Land Use Committee, does that contradict or prohibit Surfrider from going into the property?
No, it doesn't contradict or do away with. We have identified that in order to move Surfrider into the property, we will need to do a comp plan amendment. So at the appropriate time, if someone would be willing to make a referral to committee for that discussion, that would be a good thing, but this does not prohibit them from being able to do what they want to do.
Okay, and so I'm trying to understand the concern, Commissioner Bott, if I may, through the Vice Mayor. I'm trying to understand, because I want to make sure that we're on the same page. The concern that you had is that Surfrider wouldn't be able to go in there because of this item?
Bless you. I'm concerned that I was not able to be at the Land Use Committee.
Okay.
So I apologize that
That's
I was
fine.
not part of the conversation then. I'm concerned that we have a different facility that needs a program, which could be the log cabin. I'm concerned that this is getting turned into a thing. I mean, we also have issues with.
Commissioner Boggs, if you can speak into the mic, I can't hear you because of the construction.
I'm concerned that this is now moving towards a particular use as opposed to multiple uses. I'm concerned about the $7.3 million to purchase and partially fund renovations. And I'm concerned that Surfrider has been waiting and waiting and waiting, and their grants are about to run out. And we need to make sure that they can get in here ASAP.
Okay, so as it relates to the grants, how would this, and I need staff to guide me, how would the action that we're taking today affect the grants with Surfrider? Because I want to make sure, I like the idea of Surfrider going in there. I've made that public commitment to support Surfrider occupying the space, to support their water testing. And so how does this action that we're taking today affect their grants?
Their grant, I believe their grant was for $15,000 for their certification. It didn't cover any move-in costs, et cetera, for that. The home itself is listed as residential, not commercial, so that would be the first thing that we would need to address is transitioning that residential home, zone it as a commercial property before we could get them moved in.
Right, but I guess as it relates to the concern with the grants, I just want to make sure that there's no unintended consequence with the action, with the vote that I'm going to make today. Does my vote today in any way affect Surfrider's ability to get grants for their purpose in this facility?
If anything, it should help, right?
I'm trying to understand.
I mean, if we're talking about City of Miami Beach grant dollars, then no, it wouldn't have any impact. I don't know what other grants they may be applying for, and so I don't know what other potential impacts there could be. But as specifically to the grants that we've provided them, no.
If anything, it should help because, you know, marine science education, I think that falls squarely under Surfrider mission statement. And so if it's a building department facility, I don't understand how Surfrider would be able to operate there.
Because there's a part of the building that fits their needs perfectly.
But that could also be under a marine science education
They
center.
can be, but the fact that this is now $7.5 million is a different conversation.
Well, that's a
than-
different topic, yes.
If I may, I don't think there's any concern that whether it was a North Beach Government Center as originally intended or this Marine Science Educational Center, I don't think it would impact the operations of Surfrider in that location with an external access.
So those are two mutually exclusive
I
concerns.
believe so.
Okay, great.
So, and through the mayor, so I guess what I'm trying to understand, Commissioner Bott, is I guess your broader concern is now putting this under the general fund as opposed to having it paid by the building enterprise. That's your concern?
Yeah, that's one of them. And again, the fact that Surfrider is sitting on, you know, the possibility of losing, and I know it's a tiny amount of money to us in a $1 billion budget, but for a not-for-profit, $15,000 to get themselves squared away for testing is not chump change. So I'm very mindful of that because, you know, Parkview Island, the beaches all up and down North Beach and other points along Miami Beach are dependent on the water quality testing that Surfrider does for us, free of charge, I might add.
But this item doesn't affect that.
And it hasn't been able to progress, if I could finish my thought, because this item has been kicking around as opposed to letting Surfrider get in there and get going. So it was news to me in my most recent briefing that there had to be a land use change. So I'm working on that with the city attorney. But I don't want that, like, that's my first priority, to get them going ASAP. I am concerned about the $7.5 million.
6.5.
Well, it says $7.53 million to purchase and partially fund renovations, including structural repairs. I don't want Surfrider to be delayed by any structural repairs, and I would imagine retrofitting something to become a marine science education center is a lot more involved than just putting in ADA handicap parking and, you know, whatever else. You know, so I don't want Surfrider to be delayed.
Look, with all due respect, I think this was passed from land use months ago. I think 3-4 months ago, we were there, and we've never heard any sort of issue from Surfrider. I have a really good relationship with Mike Gibaldi from Surfrider. I support their mission. Never came to me with a concern about this. And look, I think, you know, this facility is for the greater good of Miami Beach. It's not for the greater good of Surfrider, you know, respectfully. I think it's important to not lose sight of that. You know,
Let's call a vote.
Okay.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
R5Z.
We did our 5Z already, didn't we? Yes.
Well, thank you.
R5AE.
R5AE is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach Board amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration, Article 5 entitled Finance by creating section 2-280 thereof entitled Use of Rent Payments Received by the City from Convention Center Hotel Lease to dedicate pursuant to the ballot measure approved by the city's voters on November 6, 2018, the guaranteed rent payments received by the city from Convention Center Hotel Lease to enhance funding for stormwater projects in lieu of rate increases, traffic reduction measures, and education, and require a 5/7 vote of the city commission to adopt any future amendments to the ordinance and providing for repealer qualifications, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing, and it's item R5AE.
My item with Commissioner Suarez, really an administrative item.
Sorry about that. Yes, the item before you just really codifies what was the voters voted on back in 2018 as it relates to part of those rent payments. It has no effect on the other item that we're dealing with at committee related to the variable portion. This just deals with the fixed, which is what the voters voted on. So it just codifies that as we get closer now with the hotel actually being built.
So the amount that goes to resiliency is from the variable, not the fixed?
This deals with what we voted on, which was I believe it's one-third, which is resiliency, transportation, education on the fixed rent. The other portion, the variable portion, I believe there's an item at committee to discuss some uses of that. But this item just codifies what the voters already voted on, and the monies would already be directed on.
So wasn't there a resiliency component?
Yes, that's the $666,000, the 1/3 of the $2 million fixed, is adaptation.
Yeah, so this codifies what we voted on back in 2018. 1/3 resiliency, 1/3 transportation,
resiliency,
and 1/3
okay.
for education.
Sorry, it's hard to hear.
No problem.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
yes,
as long
this
as
is
the
codifies what we already
resiliency's in
voted on.
there.
I would consider this very much a housekeeping item.
I'm concerned about the private property adaptation
Yes.
and ensuring that what Mark Samuelin had, his intentions were to have it funded from that. So that's why I'm bringing up these questions.
Got a motion? Second. Who made the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Let's call the vote.
This is a public hearing. There's no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez, Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for June 25. That was item R5AE.
Thank you.
R5O.
R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 1 entitled General to All Zoning Districts by creating section 7.1.12 thereof entitled Amendment or Release of Covenants Restricting Transient Uses submitted by property owners to establish a minimum voting threshold for the release of a covenant restricting transient uses and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R50.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. And this item before us is one that I've been proud to advance with the support of Commissioner Magazine. I think Commissioner Suarez is also a co-sponsor of this. Yes, Commissioner Suarez.
Sorry, it's not on my list.
Oh, no worries. And it proposes a powerful reform establishing a 6/7 voting threshold to release any future covenant that restricts transient uses on a property. And why is that important? Because when we grant development incentives in exchange for a commitment to maintain non-transient residential uses, that promise means something. And these covenants, they are legal commitments made in the public interest. And if we make it too easy to unwind them later, we risk eroding the very housing stability we're trying to protect. And we want to make sure that in the future commissions don't start taking away these protections from transient uses that we've baked into these covenants. And so that's all that this is. If you're committing to not do short-term rental on a property, then if you try to undo that commitment in the future, it's going to take a 6/7 vote of the city commission to undo that commitment and that promise that was made to the public and to the residents. And with that, I move the item.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Suarez.
is it possible to do a unanimous vote? Require a unanimous vote?
It's possible, but I don't know that the city attorney's office would recommend that. That's, that may make it impossible.
That's the idea. Any appetite for a unanimous vote?
I think let's explore that between first and second. Let's explore that between first and second reading. This is first reading, and I just want to see what, it sounds good today. I don't know if in the future, so let's explore it between first and second.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Yeah, and it reminds me a little bit when this commission passed an item I brought about the FAR increases. I had 6/7, and some people had said, well, why not make it 7/7? And a lot of the concerns I think that Rick is sort of just highlighting in a big picture were raised, so. Okay.
Is that a public hearing?
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience.
Call the vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for July 23rd.
R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 13 entitled Historic Preservation by amending Section 2-2.13.2 entitled Historic Preservation Review of Projects to remove the supplemental notice requirements for applications continued by the Historic Preservation Board by amending Section 2.13.7 entitled Issuance of Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate to Dig, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition to increase the square footage threshold for the transportation analysis and mitigation plan requirements to clarify the two-step review process and to consolidate and otherwise amend the applicable review criteria by amending Section 2.13.8 entitled Special Review Procedures to expand administrative review authority for review of additions to single-family homes located within local historic districts by amending Section 2.13.9 entitled Historic Designation to introduce procedures for repeal of historic designation as required pursuant to Miami-Dade County Code Section 16A-3.1 and by amending Section 2.13.10 entitled Single-Family Ad Valorem Tax Exemptions to expand the types of properties that qualify for the exemptions in a manner consistent with Section 196.1997 Florida statute, by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.2, entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single-Family Residential District, subsection 7.2.2.4, entitled Additional Regulations RS, by expanding the applicability of zoning incentives to include contributing single-family homes located within the local historic districts, by amending Article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.1 entitled Generally Supplementary Districts Regulations, subsection 7.5.1.5 entitled Roof Replacements and New Roofs, to expand administrative review authority for sustainable roofs, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability on an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5R.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is an item I'm very proud to bring forward. It's been really months, possibly years in the making, and I bring it forward, in fact, with deep appreciation for our city's heritage. It's the first comprehensive update to our historic preservation regulations, I would say in 4 decades. Is that correct, Tom?
That's correct.
And this initiative began with a referral I sponsored to form an ad hoc historic preservation code review committee. It was an ad hoc committee that we created to thoughtfully modernize our framework in a way that respects both architectural legacy, the architectural design of Miami Beach, and the realities of residents who call these historic districts their homes. And this committee of professionals, residents, and preservation stakeholders that we convened met 5 times. They all met late in the afternoons, early evenings to maximize community participation. And their final recommendations were adopted unanimously by the committee. And that forms the backbone of this ordinance that we have before us. And so just to give you an idea of the caliber of individuals that sat in this committee, we had attorneys, we had individuals from the development community, we had bankers, we had contractors that specialize in historic preservation. We had representatives from NDPL. We had representatives from neighborhood associations like Flamingo Park. So it was a diverse group of stakeholders, professional, residential, and preservation stakeholders. And what we bring forward today defines the tools that we use for preservation. It clarifies and consolidates the process for certificate of appropriateness criteria in alignment with the Secretary of Interior standards, removing some duplicative language and vague thresholds that have long led to inconsistent interpretations. It updates the transportation analysis requirements, shifting the focus to projects over 50,000 square feet so that we're not overburdening small-scale restorations with expensive studies better suited for larger developments. And that's important because some of the most costly and time-consuming process that these smaller restoration projects deal with has to do specifically with transportation analysis. And that's best reserved not for small preservation projects, but that's better suited for the larger development projects that create bigger impacts in our community. So this seeks to solve that. It also introduces a voluntary 2-step process for applicants, which presents a smarter, more transparent pathway for complex proposals when they're going before the Historic Preservation Board. Right now, when you go to the Historic Preservation Board, you have to come forward with this thick packet of drawings and all sorts of studies and things that you might not need for your first appearance when you're really looking at height and massing, kind of what the envelope of this building is going to be. And we streamlined the process by saying, okay, your first hearing, let's have a discussion about how big, how wide your building is going to be before you go forward creating a thick set of plans that's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to create. So that right there is an important voluntary process that we're giving applicants. It also expands the administrative review process for minor additions and alterations like fences, like sustainable roofs, architectural feature reconstructions, especially things that are not visible from the street or adhere to already adopted design guidelines. One of the other things, perhaps most notably, it brings parity to contributing homes within local historic districts, extending zoning incentives that previously applied to homes outside of historic districts, and we're doing this to encourage the preservation of these homes. There's a few other things that are in here, so if you indulge me, Mr. Mayor, there's just one other thing that is very important that we've been trying to do for decades and that we're finally advancing, which is the expansion of the ad valorem tax exemption program beyond single-family homes. Right now, we have the tax exemption program for single-family homes. When you go through historic preservation efforts in your homes, you don't get taxed on that incremental value that's created. We're now extending that to all eligible historic properties, including commercial properties, including multifamily properties, so that we truly incentivize preservation and we don't penalize preservation by taxing on those investments. So this ordinance really has been months in the making. It's been a lot of teamwork. I want to give a shout out to our Chief Preservation Officer, Debbie Tackett, who has been hands-on in this ordinance. I want to recognize you, Tom, and our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalurdis, who has been working hard on this, and every member of the ad hoc committee that we convened for their time and for their professional guidance in crafting these recommendations that, again, for the first time in 40 years, we're doing a substantive and robust update to our historic preservation code. So with that, I want to recognize our planning director in case there's anything that I missed.
You weren't even born yet, Commissioner.
I was not born yet. That is true. I'm all of 38 years old.
Hey, Tom.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, and I think your explanation was spot on. I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you for your leadership on this. And then also Debbie would love to be here in person. Unfortunately, she was not feeling well this morning, but she'll definitely be here for second reading when this comes back for the city, to the City Commission for adoption.
Great. And I think one of the things I also want to highlight, I think the tax exception, that's going to be big. I mean, for decades, we have wanted to give historic properties a tax exception on their projects. We're finally doing that. Also, for condominium associations. So many condominium associations, when they're dealing with these concrete balconies, when it comes time to replace these concrete balconies, they go through these costly processes, going through boards and just procedure after procedure after procedure. We're cutting the red tape for them. And we're allowing certain administrative approvals so that we don't cost burden these associations. There's just so much good policy, nerdy policy, but good policy that's in here. And I'm so proud of it, Tom. And I just want to also put for the record, when Tallahassee says that we have a difficult process, we heard them. And it's why I convened with all of you, this committee, to look at our process. So no one can say that we're not updating, that we're not streamlining, that we're not facilitating. We heard the message from Tallahassee, and we're trying to do everything that we can to streamline these processes in a way that is professional, but where we upkeep the preservation values that really define and make us a very unique coastal destination.
I move the item.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion. Second, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion from Commissioner Bott, and I heard a second from Commissioner Dominguez. Vice Mayor Suarez is a yes. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for July 23rd. That was item R5R.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you.
R7O.
R7O is accept recommendation pilot blue light safety emergency communication systems on Beach Walk. R7O.
Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
I'm not sure if Police Chief Jones is still here. Well, this is an item that we've been working on for quite some time about sponsoring a pilot program for blue light safety lights at 4 key locations along the boardwalk. We went out with the police department and looked at different appropriate locations, both in terms of calls for service and where there might be some weaknesses, and also where we could do the installation of the devices with minimal additional cost. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the chief, who can hopefully tell us why you support this.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioner Wayne Jones, Police Chief. We've had issues in the past, beach walk, boardwalk, and the beach itself, where people needed to get in touch with emergency services, be it police department, be it a fire department, for a host of reasons, didn't have a cell phone at the ready, to include folks going out there, particularly late at night, having their property, including cell phones and clothing, stolen, meeting police and have to wander around until someone, Good Samaritan, sort of stumbles across them and call police on their behalf. And so having a pilot program like this, I think, solves those type of problems. Major Garcia and his team has done some research as to what may be the best fit for us in the environment. And so he can answer all the technical questions and how things would work. But I can tell you, having the ability for a person in need, fire, police, to just touch a button and we know where they are and where to send emergency services immediately, I think can be a difference between life and death.
And to that degree, they can also help identify if there's a problem with a homeless person or camping, or, it's a full service system.
Yeah, those are some ancillary, I think, benefits to it. But for me, I think, I don't want to speak for the fire chief, but I think for public safety, having the ability to immediately send police, send fire, send whatever's needed at any given time is the biggest benefit to this pilot program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm supportive. I just want to raise an issue. I remember a couple of years ago when we had discussed something similar, there was a concern raised about false reports and false alarms.
Yes, and that remains a concern. And Major Garcia will be able to speak directly to that. That remains a concern. We will get some of that. You may get some kids who just push the button or make calls to emergency services just to see the reaction of police and fire. But at the end of the day, if we can save one life, we can, it's a win.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but do you remember the woman who was on the beach walk near the W Hotel and her face was cut by box cutters? It was the most horrific sexual assault and her face was mutilated from it. And you do remember that? It was a few years ago.
Yep.
And since that point in time, I've always cautioned women, anybody, do not walk on that beach walk alone at night, which is something that, I hate to tell people, but when you see the reports that we get, and when I've seen some of the assaults that have happened, some of which are so violent, and what happens is people are released from the jail and they go directly to the beach and they're on the beach walk. And so I support this because the idea of possibly saving someone with this program is something that I could never vote against, so.
I do need to add, though, in the incident you just pointed out, we did make an arrest in that case.
No, yeah, I know we did, but I'll never forget hearing that woman's stories and seeing the box cutters. I mean, he had attacked her. Her whole face was box cut, and it was a horrific assault. And
When was this? I don't remember.
when was this?
How many years ago? I can't tell off the top of my head. I can do the research to get back to you.
I want
but
to say like 2018,
I do remember the incident.
possibly
Oh my God.
2017.
Okay.
It was a few years ago, but it doesn't matter because
No,
every
I know. I was
time
just trying to remember.
I go on that portion of the beach walk, I can't get that visualization out of out of my head. So it's dangerous out there, and you don't know what's happening in the dunes at night. So
Mr. Mayor.
anything we can do.
Yeah, and Chief, obviously, caution is always warranted, but I know in conversations that we've had and with your command staff that we've talked about having enhanced police, and one of the things I've heard about is that there's actually very little crime on the beach walk, which sometimes doesn't warrant enhanced staffing. So if you can address that.
Yeah, so based on our data, I think the bulk of our calls to service on the beach walk happen anywhere from around 11 a.m. in the morning to like 9 o'clock at night. There are times, of course, when late hours things happen on the beach walk, but we staff based on where the bulk of calls, when the bulk of calls to service come in.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, just to ask, I'll ask straight out, do you think the beach walk is generally safe? I mean, everyone should always be cautious.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. And certainly, and I think there's obviously park ranger, when I go out there, I do see the park rangers, I see police staff, obviously, always promoting that. I think people, first of all, from the safety standpoint that the commissioner's mentioning, but also the enforcement of electric vehicles, and which is something that we hear about a lot. I did a town hall last night in person in North Beach, so I keep hearing that, and that's one of the issues that a number of people brought up as well, and Officer Blanco was there to address some of it as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Suarez.
So the pilot program is for four blue lights?
Yeah, Major Garcia will speak to that directly. I think it's 4 lights.
How much is each light or each station?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Eric Garcia for Police Technical Services. So in the memo, we have 3 options, and it's a tiered option, right? So we're suggesting option A, B, and C, all 3 of them. That encompasses all 4 sites. So the sites that do not require that.
How much is it?
Each site is approximately $30,000 all in.
How much is it to maintain a year?
Maintenance is, I think, $1,500 a month, and they do preventive maintenance as well as testing of the 911, of the call boxes.
How would you measure success?
Success, I think, would be measured by very little use of these call boxes, meaning that the boardwalk is safe.
I want to bring up some stats I pulled up about this. At Syracuse University, for these blue light poles, activations dropped from 819 or 809 in 2012 to 17 in 2020, a 98% decline, largely due to the mobile safety apps, as you know. The University of Florida, my alma mater, reported that only 2.7 of the 508 activations between 2017 and 2019 required police action, with most being pranks or non-emergency requests. So I'm assuming there's really no way to stop a prank from being used on it. The University of Colorado Boulder removed all blue light poles in 2016 after years of minimal legitimate emergency calls, with over 90% being pranks or hang-ups. The University of Nebraska-Lincoln spent $1.7 million on its system before removing most units in 2017 due to low usage and high cost. If we're spending anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 for one of these units, wouldn't it make sense to use those funds to maybe hire an extra police officer to patrol that area, than have, a system that largely seems to be antiquated? I mean, look, it's a good idea in theory, but at what cost, right? And I think if we're going to be spending that kind of money, wouldn't it make sense to hire a couple police officers for that stretch of land, where action can actually be proactively taken?
Yes, Commissioner. So we've thought about this, and remember, this is a pilot program, and the locations that we selected come with a lot of thought, and we thought about false alarms. And in order to get a true gauge of this pilot program, to make sure whether it's going to be used or not. We thought very hard about where we should put these first 4 sites. And one of the things that we did was we put them in locations where an officer can quickly get to the site to check whether it's a false alarm or not. It's always going to be a concern. False alarms are obviously going to be a concern. But in order to get the best result out of a pilot, we thought that the thing to do would be to put them in a location where we could quickly get to where the activations would be so that we could check.
Yeah, I'm just saying that at 30 to 30, how was it, 35,000?
It's about 30 for each site.
30,000 and then $18,000 a year for maintenance and upkeep. So that's almost $50,000 a year per location. That's $200,000 for just 4. I don't know. I mean, I'd rather use that money toward a live police officer for those locations, perhaps on overtime. And I think it'll be a lot more effective there, because if this is just a pilot program and we will, and again, I don't think you gave me a concrete answer of what success looks like. And if we want to start rolling out beyond 4, that's going to be very cost prohibitive. Especially for something that's kind of getting phased out. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I certainly would rather use those funds for a more proactive approach with our police department. I think it's just funds better used.
Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and then Commissioner Fernandez, I think, wants to speak.
So I think comparing an oceanfront beach walk where we have a high population of tourists who may not even speak English, where people might leave their phone in their hotel and go out for a midnight swim, or, even though I know officially the beaches are closed, but it's, the beach is right there. Why wouldn't you go for a midnight swim? People might not speak English. People, it's not the same as the college campus where everybody has a phone and you're probably not dropping all your stuff to go jump into a nice warm ocean at all times of day or night. I cannot for the life of me understand why we would not want to try a pilot program to improve our safety. If we get one bad headline about a vicious crime on on Ocean Drive or anywhere along our ocean, it's news heard around the world. So I'm always happy to add police staff if it's warranted. But I think in this case, I think it's cutting off our nose to spite our face to not try a pilot program that addresses issues that are different from additional police staff. By the way, it doesn't add to our pension. It doesn't add to our accruing costs. If they work, great. We might not even need that many more of them. It might be a handful of other particular locations that don't get regular policing. It might just be those 4 those 4 locations. But to say no to something before we evaluate them for ourselves rather than relying on somebody's statistics about a college campus doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I have a few questions. Sure. We have the cameras on the beach walk, correct? Yeah. Mm-hmm. We could, I'll be supportive of this today, Commissioner Bob, but we could, as with this new tech expert, program our real-time crime center to notice violent types of behavior. What?
Well, we do have cameras littering the beach walk, and that number is growing exponentially every day. Major Garcia will sort of explain to you the way those cameras work, though. I think, though, for the purposes of this pilot program, if there is a button pressed at one of the locations, we can very easily have that pulled up on a video screen where folks in Arctic can see this happening in real time and dispatch police officers, fire personnel as necessary, and probably discern whether or not it's a prank or hoax.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez brings up an excellent point.
Commissioner Suarez, one second. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Let me just finish. Look, I want to be supportive of this, but I also do think there's an opportunity here to explore this AI software with Flock, okay, and find out. Not in your head, but the experts that I spoke to said that absolutely we can program Flock to see certain behaviors and alert the police officers, especially that the cameras are not sound sensitive, correct? But they could be programmed for certain, violent types of movements, because we have that capability that we never had before now with this, especially with the generative AI. Before, we just had tons of data and we didn't know what to do with it. So I think there's an opportunity for both. We can do this pilot program, but at the same time, with the new tech expert, look toward programming this data so we can actually make something interesting out of the beach walk. And that way, that if somebody is getting attacked at the beach walk, our officers should get an automatic alert from an AI programmed system. So I do think that this technology is available.
Can I ask, Mr. Mayor, what happens if somebody's...
Commissioner Fernandez is next, I'm sorry, and then Commissioner Magazine, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Suarez, and let's vote.
The proposal I know is coming with good intentions. I think I think we all believe in making the area safer, making it safer for pedestrians, for people enjoying the outdoors. But I think without clear performance metrics or thresholds for what constitutes a successful pilot, it's hard to justify the expense or the potential scale up of this project. And I think it almost offers a false sense of security that if you see if you see this light there, that it's safe, or does it signal perhaps the opposite? If you see this light there, is this blue light here, did they have to put this here because the area is not safe? It just I don't know if it starts to send mixed messages, and I'm really pained in having to have these concerns, because I know my colleague cares very much about this and is trying to do something really good. But, perhaps my biggest concern is the program's cost. $130,000 for 4 compound box locations with an additional $1,500 per month. Is that per location?
I want to say that's total.
For the maintenance cost,
What's that?
for the maintenance.
Right.
That's each
No, I think the
that's
total.
maintenance is 1,500 a month total,
for 4.
Altogether.
for 4, yeah.
I still think for this price point, I just think it's a lot. I think it's a lot at a time when we're looking at, this is kind of like legacy technology. I feel everyone carries a smartphone at this point. If you don't have a smartphone, there's likely someone in close proximity that has a smartphone. And I almost feel like for this technology to really be effective, you need to be right there where the incident is, it has to be right there where the incident is occurring. Because if you aren't right there at 22nd Street or at 36th Street or at 79th Street, then is it going to be effective? Yeah, and so that's, I don't want to sound critical of the item, because I know it comes from a really good place to enhance public safety, but for crying out loud, $100,000. I mean, it's cheaper to buy a cell phone and place it on a stick in there. I mean,
Well,
it's hard. It's hard.
Commissioner Magazine, Commissioner Suarez, and then Commissioner Bott.
How does this theoretically work? If one of these boxes are pressed or activated, then what is the next step? Do the police have to respond? Do you sit there and it's almost like a walkie-talkie where you say, hello, we just got an alert? How does that happen?
So I'll let Major Garcia walk you through the technology part of it. But my understanding of this is, the way it would work for us, given the infrastructure of so many cameras we have on the beach walk, boardwalk areas, that once that button is depressed, we've got cameras that we can focus on those specific locations. They'll be able to tell us rather quickly whether or not it's a prank, a hoax being done by a kid, whether or not it's a legitimate thing happening at the time that requires emergency services. I'll let Major Garcia sort of describe the technology behind it.
Yeah, Commissioner, it's basically a ruggedized, hardened cell phone that only requires a push button to get in communication with our dispatch center, and they would have an interaction with, just like if you call 911.
And let's say I am a lady fleeing from somebody that is creepy or an attack. You go and you press that button, but you don't want to just stay there and say, you know, it's almost like you're running it and you press it. Do police respond, or do you just sit there and say, hello, 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 okay, nothing?
Well, therein lies one of the reasons why we want to try this in a pilot, so we can get data and knowledge of what is really going to happen with these call boxes. So, yeah, normally in any 911 hang-up, we respond. And I assume that normally, under normal circumstances, for every activation where there's no response, we would respond as we do for any normal 911 hang-up.
Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, it appears that this is pretty antiquated, considering we all have cell phones now. And I know Commissioner Bott brought up an idea of you go swimming on the beach. This isn't going to be on the beach. This is going to be on the beach walk, which could be very far from the beach, considering there's sand in between. You have to run. Again, you know, and Commissioner Rosenthal brought up a great point. You know, there is now technology where, you know, you can either hear a sound of a scream. We now have a real-time intelligence center. I think the funds would be better used for something that we can expand with and scale with, as opposed to something that's obviously antiquated, where many, you know, places that this has been used, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of crimes on college campuses, you know, rape, beatings, anti-Semitism. And so the fact that these things have basically been gone by the wayside and they're not used anymore just shows that it's kind of a thing of the past. I mean, you said it yourself, it's just a glorified cell phone. It's like a rugged cell phone that's going to cost, you know, $40,000 a year to build and maintain. But I think these funds would be much better used toward AI software, our real-time intelligence center cameras. That's not a pilot. That's something that we know works. You guys are going to have real people all the time watching these cameras to determine, hey, look, this is a real threat here. It's not a prank call, and it covers a much more wider area and better use of funds. So, you know, I can't support this because ultimately this is a pilot program, and the idea of a pilot program is we want to make sure that we want to have good faith that it's going to work. And I don't see that working, given what I've heard today and the data that I've seen. I think those funds should be better used for infrastructure that we know works.
Commissioner Bott.
I really am flabbergasted at the conversation today. It's a pilot program to determine if it works, what our weak spots are. Do we need it elsewhere? Maybe we don't need it. It's not something we have to plan to scale up. We're not evaluating whether or not to launch a pilot program on the presumption that we would have to find funds to scale up in a significant way. We might find that out of the 4 spots, 2 of them were very well used and they were great, and the other 2 didn't need to be there at all. But we're making all these grand assumptions with no data. We are comparing data that is not relevant to this situation. We have people who travel, whether or not we like it. We are a global tourist destination, which means that people have cell phones which they might not bother to learn how to call for help if they need it, because they don't anticipate being mugged on the beach walk. They don't know that 911 is how to call for help. There are a lot of assumptions being made, and I am, you know, woe on all of us, shame on all of us if we don't have the foresight and the compassion for people who are coming. Or let's talk about the folks who don't have cell phones because they can't afford them, which, by the way, is not a myth. It is an issue for parking. When people try to pay for parking, if they don't have a cell phone, they can't pay for their parking easily. right? If they have a cell phone from another country. We're making these assumptions, and we are being penny wise and pound foolish. And if my colleagues choose to vote down a pilot program, I really hope that in the next year there isn't some terrible headline that we might have been able to prevent by trying a pilot program, trying to bolster our security, our public safety, where we know we have some weak spots because we're using data that is irrelevant. We might not care for the person sponsoring the program. We might be worried about what the cost might be 2 years down the road. We try things all the time in the city. We throw the spaghetti against the wall to see if it will stick all the time on all kinds of issues. And for people to say, not on this one, not on public safety issues, not when women are the predominant people getting mugged and harassed and made to feel unsafe on the beach walk, well, that's fine. I'm supporting this. If you choose not to, that's on you.
Commissioner Fernandez, and we're calling the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Bott, I think it's our job. It's not an offense to you. It's a big price tag for four pieces of communication. And so I understand the passion, and, you know, my apologies to you that the questions seem offensive. It's not offensive. By the way, we've had LGBTQ individuals who are not women be attacked on our beaches. Men be attacked in our beaches on hate crimes. It's not just women. There's other segments of our population. We've had transgender individuals get attacked even outside of our beach walks. So it's a bigger concern. I think I just want to understand a little bit better, because if we're going to be making this investment, I want to have a little bit more of information. When they press this button, does someone respond on the telephone, or does someone not respond on the telephone?
Yes, it's a call box.
Okay, it's a call box. Someone responds. If the person is fleeing, going back to Commissioner Magazine's question, because we didn't get a direct answer on that. If someone presses the button, the officer answers, or someone at the real-time intelligence center answers that call. And
Dispatch.
it's dispatch,
Call
okay.
taker.
Then someone at dispatch answers that call. And the person that pressed the button is no longer there because they're fleeing. What happens at that point?
You want to take that? So we have the ability, because of, again, the camera infrastructure that's on the beach boardwalk, we have the ability to track a person from point A to point B, point C, wherever they travel, after pressing that call box.
Okay.
But they don't come out immediately.
Commission,
No.
so the way I think it would work would be, we'll get a call, there'll be no response because the person is no longer there. The call would come out as a 911 hang-up from a call box.
And then you have to respond.
We would send
Yes.
an officer to
We still
respond,
respond.
but also people, if it happens during a time that the Arctic is activated, the Arctic will, this is what they're designed for. They're designed to help the operational components of our department. So they would take the initiative to start looking at cameras in that area to see if there's anything or
Right.
any reason for us to respond.
But while as the police is responding.
Yeah.
It won't be first they go search the cameras and then respond, but the call is dropped, let's say the police is dispatched, and simultaneously the real-time intelligence center, it should be the real-time crime center, is looking at the cameras.
Yeah, and in fact, that happens now, today, on a drop 911 call for service to dispatch.
Okay.
That happens today.
What exactly happens?
The same scenario you just pointed out.
So if I
where-
call 911, I don't answer, you're going to send a police officer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's our protocol.
What is the recommendation of the police department on this?
I'm sorry?
item? What is the recommendation of the police department as it relates to this item?
Oh, we support it.
You support it? Okay. All right.
So Commissioner, if I may add, as far as Dignavallo Fire Chief, currently all the fire stations have a call box, so think of it like an intercom. When you press the button, there's the dispatchers on the other side, and automatically, whether you tell us what the issue is or you hang up, we have to attempt a callback and automatically, simultaneously, parallel respond to the incident location. So if you were to press the call box in the fire station, the intercom, if the firefighters are not at the station, they call us on dispatch, hey, you have someone at the door in the front, you know, that's calling 911. So it's an automatic.
If someone calls the button and then it's a prank, or no one's there, or people, you know, a kid presses it, doesn't know what it is, you guys send an officer, isn't that taking bandwidth away from the police department?
To some extent, it does. But with the ability to see and track a person from point A to point B, we can discern rather quickly whether or not it's a prank call or not.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, a lot hinges on this, pressing this button. When you're telling me that someone presses a button and we have cameras.
Mhm.
And I think what I'm trying to explain to my colleagues is that why don't we just invest in more cameras that has software and use that money to detect when there's an actual crime as it is happening, not as it happens, and then someone might be able to run to one of these boxes if they don't somehow have a cell phone and press it, right? I'm just saying, I think, I'm not against the idea of having more of a police presence or proactiveness. I just don't think that having a glorified cell phone on a beach walk is going to work, because, I mean, the data shows that it doesn't work, and I know a lot of college campuses aren't along the beachfront, but there are plenty of crime, the same types of crime that happen on college campuses that happen on beach walks, but they're phasing that out. I don't know. I'm just having a hard time justifying this, because a pilot program means that, you know, we want to roll out with more locations, and I think the biggest issue for me was when I asked you, what is the measure for success? And you telling me that, well, we don't know what that is until we roll it out. I don't know if that's a proper answer.
I have a question, it's sort of, as I raised earlier, when I had discussed it, and it probably was with your predecessor, because it was several years ago, the concern about false alarms. Do you have any data or sense of, or estimate as to how much of this would be subject to false alarms?
You know, when we first started talking about this, I did read a piece, I can't remember if it was a summary provided to me by Major Garcia or not. I did read a piece that there is significant false alarms at some of the places that this device, call boxes, have been deployed. I can't remember what the data said, though.
Significant.
Okay. I think this is a healthy discussion. Let's see where we're at. Let's call the vote.
So I just want to know, once this is implemented, if there is a high amount of false alarms with this, how will that be addressed? Because my concern is, for example, I know at least 3 locations are in Mid-Beach, in Area 2. 3 of those locations. So if there is a high incidence of false alarms with this, we're taking away resources from the larger Area 2, sending them over to the beach walk, to the Collins Avenue corridor, which might be good, but you also have the residential corridor on the other side of Indian Creek. And again, it goes back to my concern with Area 2. You have limited access points for Area 2. Your 2 access points for Area 2 mainly are 41st Street and I guess 63rd Street. It's very limited, the access point, unless you go further south through Collins Avenue. And so then, you know, if you have high incidence of false alarms, now you're taking away resources away from the other Mid-Beach area. And so if we do come across high amounts of false alarms, how would that be solved?
Well, I think that's one of the metrics to be used to measure whether or not the pilot program is a success or not. It may even be part of the determining factor to end the pilot early if it's not being used sufficiently to justify its existence. I don't know. Maybe we have to figure it out as we get there.
Okay, so I'm gonna support this. I got a text message from from a lady that told me how much safer she would feel having this out there. And
Tom, did you ask her to send that text? I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
I'm not, what's that? I'm not a woman, but Commissioner Bond has brought this forward, and I don't experience things that women may have experienced on the beach walk, and I have to be sensitive to that. And I think it's important and responsible to consider that as much as we also have to consider the financial implications. And so I just expect for there to be an update to us given to measure the success or unintended
And by
consequences.
the way, I did not get that text, Commissioner Fernandez, but that's exactly the reason I'm going to support this item today. Let's call a vote.
I need a motion, please.
I'll move it.
Second, please.
Second.
All in favor of R7L, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Hearing 1, 6-1, item passes.
Okay, R5S.
R5S is an ordinance of the mayor, city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 4 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Landscape Requirements by amending Article 1 entitled Intent and Applicability by amending section 4.1.2 entitled Short Title and Applicability by modifying the minimum landscape requirements for single-family home projects exceeding the 50% rule, providing for repeater servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. Item R5S.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So this is a pretty simple item because what I asked our building and planning officials to do is to strip away any requirements that were not required by the state or the county to make building processes as simple as possible. Right now, if you want to renovate, your garage, let's say, and convert it into a bedroom, all of these new landscaping regulations kick in, which while it might be okay for, certain neighborhoods in Miami Beach, we don't, I would like people to be able to follow the county code, which I think is a little bit more affordable and I think is a little bit more realistic. We have, we require trees that are a certain height, but we could require people to plant trees that are a little shorter, save them a little bit of money and a little bit of red tape in terms of the landscaping regulations. So for example, it's not that dramatic, I want to follow the county code instead of the city code. And I think that this will go a long way, especially in certain, I would like to say working class neighborhoods, or even somebody like myself that wanted to do a renovation and my 50% kicked in at some point because I needed to change let's say that I was just changing doors and windows and putting on a new roof. I could potentially hit that 50%. All these landscaping requirements then kick in. So what this does is it just minimizes that just by a little bit. And I think it's solid policy. It makes it a little bit easier. And that's it. And with that, I would move my item.
Tom, you supportive?
Yes, the administration is supportive.
Yeah.
Okay, let's call the vote.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Second. Okay, it is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott. Sorry, yes, I got it. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for July 23rd.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code, chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 4, entitled Amendments to Comprehensive Plan, to the text of the Land Development Regulations, section 2.4.2, entitled Amendments to the Text of Land Development Regulations, by modifying published notice requirements for amendments to land development regulations of the city code and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5U.
Commissioner Suarez.
Okay, this is actually a pretty simple amendment. As the commission may recall, a few months ago, you adopted an ordinance that allowed for required published notices to be on the county website is now permitted under state law. This is a companion amendment that would now allow for LDR amendments that have to go to the planning board and then come back to the commission for 2 hearings, to also have any published notice requirements facilitated on the county website. The administration is supportive, and we would recommend approval at first reading, and that the zoning cycle be waived so that adoption could occur at the June meeting.
Ralph, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just just for the record, this is on our side, not counting Tom's side. Since September 7th, we have not spent $96,000 on the ads. What we have spent, though, is $42,123 that I wouldn't have had, or the city wouldn't have had to spend if we had this. So,
Easy enough. I'd like to move my item.
and that's for me, not including what Tom, in addition to, would be saved.
Got a motion, I'll second.
Can I just
Commissioner
ask-
Rose Gonzalez?
Would this just be we're already doing only website, or are we doing any?
Right now, what we're doing is, for land use, we do the newspaper. For everything else, we're doing the website. However, we take everything that we publish on the website and everything that we publish on the newspaper. Not only do we put it on our website also, but we hand deliver to the elderly housing facilities, the senior centers, the public libraries, and City Hall.
I supported the other item, that took away revenue from the Miami Herald. We're normally like advertising in the Herald, correct?
Yes.
I just feel like if cities pull revenue from the independent local media, will we have any coverage at all? And I'm not saying that what type of revenue spend is this annually? I'm not opposed, I understand shifting to a website, but at the same time, I like having a local independent media that covers Miami Beach, and I feel that McClatchy is already having so many financial issues, and I think it's important, because if not, who will cover Miami Beach? Well, is it just us as independent influencers? Will we have independent media? I mean, I know this, for me, the whole idea of the attack on this quote unquote legacy media is not a positive thing.
They're still free
for
to
society.
cover, they're still free to cover our city.
I
No one's-
understand,
no
but I
one's-
do think that cities should support independent media to some extent. What revenue loss would it be, Ralph?
Well, for right now, we have saved $96,000. We have spent $42,000.
So we could have saved $42,000 for cleanliness, sanitation, anything, Miami Beach
Maybe we can
taxpayers.
ask
give.
Susan Askew to come back
Yeah.
for Ray Miami Beach.
I don't think the Miami Beach taxpayers are supposed to subsidize for-profit entities. I think, this is why the law got passed, so that we can have relief for our residents to use taxpayer dollars on things that matter, quality of life. So it certainly doesn't preclude any outlets independent to cover the beach. I still think they should do that.
Could I ask that we publish those online in the online Miami Herald, so that at least we're,
As far as I know, you can't just do it on the online, but the actual savings and where the public has been indicated to go, and all cities are doing this, including the county, is going to this one particular website. So the public is being trained to look at one location.
If I may,
It's called the vote.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we've already done this, since our first meeting in November after the elections. We've been doing these items month after month after month. At this point, to stop, it's gonna create a real inconsistency with the policies that we've adopted. Ralph, at this point, we have almost everything already transferred.
Everything except the land development regulations, and the law requires that we do the ballots, election ballots, still in the newspaper. So those are the only two things that we're not doing.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there was a charter referendum question.
Yes,
that the
was
voters approved to save money on specifically this exact sort of savings.
That passed, I believe, 76%, 76.31% to 23.69%.
And so when these items first came forward, I was voting against them. Then there was a charter question, and the voters said yes. And the reason why I was voting against them was because I do believe that there is a segment of our population that does still get the print newspaper.
or they see the printed version online, the digital edition of the newspaper. And I've had residents that have come to me to participate and speak on items because they have seen the public notices on the newspaper. So I don't like this change, but the voters did speak on this. And so, you know, I'm gonna just stay consistent because at this point, it doesn't make sense to start reversing.
And how many subscribers does the Miami Herald have?
Last time I asked was in October, and it was 3,300.
Can I,
And that's between,
Miami Beach.
that's between print and online.
That was print. Digital, they said 2,000 something, but my recollection, my understanding was, and I could be wrong, that it's one and the same.
when we publish the land development regulations, do they go only in print or do they go print and online? Is it
Right
both?
now, I'm using both because
Yeah,
to
both.
me, it's free.
Okay. I supported some of the other ones, but I'm not going to support this today. And frankly, I was going to go in a different direction and say that we should actually allocate funding for WLRN and PBS because I believe in independent media sources. And I feel like municipalities at some juncture, if they're losing, federal funding, then we should step in on some level because I think that they're necessary. So, probably gonna lose this vote today, but I mean, I understand where you're going. I just believe that, number one, there are 3,300 people that are still getting the print version. Like, my mom is one of them. She gets the Miami Herald every morning, so, and reads it. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that don't go online, and at a certain age, you just really can't. You can't even read it, on your phone if they're getting it, because it's too small. So
Rafael,
I might be one of those people soon.
Can you go, if you don't mind, can you go over the time it takes to prepare this? Because I remember you saying that it's very cumbersome on the clerk's side.
So a couple of things have happened since I last briefed you on this. I don't recall if I had told you, but the Herald went from 4 neighbor sections to 3 to now 2. Now, the issue that we're having with the Herald is that they have set even stricter deadlines. So if there is an issue, whether it's a mistake on our part or a mistake on their part, they're making it even more difficult to correct. So it usually takes us 2 weeks ahead of time. This is when we send them out. And this is hoping that the Herald publishes it, because there's been times where they haven't published it, just it's a mistake, or they publish it in the wrong section. The benefits of this is that the minute we put this on, it's live. Any mistakes can be fixed immediately, and you can go at any time and look at these ads. In a newspaper, once that day's newspaper is gone, you're done with the ad. So those are some of the benefits. Plus, for those who do not have, we're hand delivering to all these, entities.
Yes, and let's call the vote. Yes.
I voted for some of the other migrations. What were the other ones that we migrated over?
So we migrated the public notices, which is the weekly notices. After the voters, that's all we were doing at first. Then, after the voters approved it, we started doing ordinances. And now the only one pending is having to do the land use items.
So somebody who gets a newspaper who doesn't go on a website could potentially have something that would affect them and not see it because we pulled this or put it on a website and they wouldn't see it. in
Every
the
time
Miami Herald.
this commission has taken action, we've advertised in the Miami Herald in both English and Spanish to let the public know where they can find this information. And we will do that every year, and we plan to do it in August, and we plan to do it again if this is passed. So every time something has passed, I've advertised twice, English and Spanish. And every year I have to advertise, letting the public know this is where they are.
Okay.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing, as you know, one on Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by the mayor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for June 25th.
R5X.
R5X is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code Entitled Administration, Article 3, Agencies, Boards, and Committees, Division 1, generally by amending Section 2-22 general requirements to require that all applicants for appointment to a city agency, board, or committee submit a resume or curriculum vitae as a CV, as well as a statement of interest, and that applicants for positions with professional employment qualifications submit evidence of licensure or other relevant experience, approving and providing for repealer qualification and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5X.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, I just think that these boards deserve people on them who are serious enough about the application of their skills and experience, who are not looking to just get a parking ticket, that they would take the 5 minutes to write a short statement as to why they want to bring their skills to the board and provide a CV or a resume, whatever they have, so that when we review the applications, we have complete pictures or relatively complete pictures of the applicant before us for consideration. I'd move the item.
Mr.
Commissioner Suarez.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I'll second our motion.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Suarez is being listed as a co-sponsor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for June 25th.
R5Y.
R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending section 2-225B thereof entitled General Requirements to remove the mandatory 2-year hiatus prior to reappointment to another agency, board, or committee, except for members of land use boards who shall continue to observe such hiatus, and providing for repealer severability, qualification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5Y.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I move the item.
Do we have a second?
I just,
Commissioner Bott seconds.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Suarez.
can you just give me a quick elevator speech on this?
Under the current provisions of section 2-22 of the city code, at-large appointees who have served the maximum term limit on a board of or committee must serve a 2-year hiatus before they're eligible for reappointment to a different board. And I think it's well-intentioned, but sometimes it limits our ability. If someone served on the planning board, why wouldn't we be able to appoint them to the Cultural Arts Council? We're not
The same board that they served on.
Not the same board. And so, you know, sometimes we have many people, many qualified people who want to serve on boards and committees, and sometimes we don't. And sometimes it's difficult to fill some of these positions. And then we put this restriction in the code in place, so this opens the pool up a little bit more.
Okay, I'll move the item.
Thank you.
For a second.
If no discussion, I have no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading public hearing is June 25th.
Let's go to R5AF.
R5AF is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city of Miami Beach year 2040 comprehensive plan pursuant to expedited state review process of section 163.3184 subsection 3 Florida statutes by amending resilient land use and redevelopment element goal RLU 1 entitled land use objective RLU 1.1 entitled establishment of future land use categories and table RLU 1.1 to provide floor area ratio FAR incentives through the city commission warrant review process and providing for codification, repeater, severability, transmittal, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing.
Could we also call R5AG, which is a companion?
5AG is a long one. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, amending chapter 2 entitled Administration for Review Procedures, article 5 entitled Rezoning and Development Approval, section 2.5.3 entitled Design Review, subsection 2.5.3.3, entitled Administrative Design Review, Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, and by amending Article 13, entitled Historic Preservation, Section 2.13.7, entitled Issuance of Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate to Dig, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition, subsection C, entitled Review Procedure to Expand Administrative Review Authority for School Development, by amending Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 7, entitled Commission Warrant to Section 2.7.1, entitled Review Procedures to allow FAR warrant requests for school development, by amending Chapter 5, entitled Off-Street Parking, Article 2, entitled Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Loading Requirements, at Section 5.2.4, entitled Vehicle Off-Street Parking Requirements, by amending the parking requirement in Parking Tier 1 to eliminate the parking requirements for school use, by Chapter 7, entitled Zoning District Regulations, Article 1, entitled General to All Zoning Districts, by creating Section 7.1.12, entitled School Use Incentive to establish new zoning incentives, including without limitation floor area ratio specific to properties proposed to be developed with a school use, by amending Chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, entitled District Regulations, by amending Section 7.2.4, entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity, at subsection 7.2.4.2, entitled Uses RM1, and by amending Section 7.2.5, entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity, at subsection 7.2.5.2, entitled Uses RM2, and by amending Section 7.2.6, entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, at subsection 7.2.6.2, entitled Uses RM3, and by amending Section 7.2.10, entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District, at subsection 7.2.10.2, entitled Uses, and by amending Section 7.2.11, entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, at subsection 7.2.11.2, entitled Uses, CD2, and by amending Section 7.2.12, entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District, at subsection 7.2.12.2, entitled Uses, CD3, and by amending Section 7.2.14, entitled North Beach Town Center Core District, at subsection 7.2.14, entitled .2, entitled Uses, TC1, TC2, and by amending Section 7.2.14.3, entitled Uses, TC3, and by amending subsection 7.2.14.6, entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District, and by amending Section 7.2.15, entitled Performance Standards Districts, PS, at subsection 7.2.15, entitled Residential Performance Standards District, RPS, and by amending subsection 7.2.15.3, entitled Commercial Performance Standards District, CPS, and by amending Section 7.2.18, entitled SPE, Special Public Facilities Educational District, at subsection 7.2.18.2, entitled Uses SPE, by referencing the school use incentive established under Section 7.1.12, and confirming the regulations for each respective zoning district to reflect the incentives, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This item is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. That was R5AG with companion item R5AF.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud to bring forward item R5AF, as in Alex Fernandez.
I think we're prime sponsors on this.
What's that?
I think we're prime sponsors on this.
We are, yes, and so we should make it R5AF and R5DS.
Good idea.
But these are two very carefully crafted ordinances that advance our long-term vision of making Miami Beach a more resident-friendly community. And to be a more resident-friendly community, that means we need to be looking at our planning to attract more high-quality educational institutions for the children of our residents. And these two items stem from a very basic premise that schools shouldn't face the same types of zoning barriers as large-scale commercial developers when trying to facilitate educational services in our community. So with these amendments, we're making it easier for schools to establish themselves or expand by offering modest floor area bonuses through commission warrants. We're looking at removing certain minimum parking requirements as well, and allow for staff level review for smaller projects under 25,000 square feet and 50 feet in height. In other words, we're cutting some red tape so that we can allow and attract educational institutions into our community. I want to pass it over to my co-prime sponsor, Vice Mayor Suarez to chime in as well.
Thanks. I think the last time, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I'm happy to be working with you on this. I know we had a sunshine meeting and we put some time and effort into this, and we want to incentivize more schools. And I think the last time, Tom, you came before us, the body didn't feel that it was enough of an incentive. So what have you come back with to
What
really
we
move
had
the
come
needle?
up with, as you may recall, this was in committee for a couple of meetings, and we came back with some more substantive incentives, and Commissioner Fernandez went over a lot of those, but those include, through the warrant process, getting relief from FAR, getting relief from height, not requiring every type of school to go through a regulatory review process, either at the CUP level or the HPB level. And we think a lot of these could potentially move the needle in terms of incentivizing schools.
Great. I'd like to move, Commissioner
Second.
Rosen Gonzalez.
I just want to add that I think that these school incentives and the item that you had for a potential charter school, and I recently had a French lycée reach out to me and another private school who wanted an early childcare facility. I think this is important for economic development.
Yes.
Because one of the reasons why people do not want to move here and they're moving other places, or companies might not want to move here, is because they would like more school options on Miami Beach, you know? And I think we're very good with our Committee of Quality Education. We have private schools, we have charter schools on it, we have our public schools, and we're doing a lot for them. But I do think that more schools are something really necessary, and I would hope, as I see our new economic development director, that school initiatives, especially early childhood learning, would be part of, you know, the package deal, something that we need to do. And I'd be willing to, you know, go to, you know, great lengths, not just for, you know, the 72nd Street potential, which I saw a presentation on the other day, and I thought, you know, it was very impressive. I would like to see a larger early child care option here on Miami Beach too. So I think we have a lot of room for growth, and I think it's really positive from an economic development perspective, so.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, we, like every great city, we invest in education. We already pay taxes to the school system, but Miami Beach is the only city in Miami-Dade County that reinvests in education the way that we do. So we know every great city invests in education, and these ordinances send a clear message that we welcome institutions that invest in the children of Miami Beach and in our future. And so we're very proud to bring this forward, and thank you, staff, for helping us make it more robust.
Yeah. If I could, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, wholeheartedly agree. Long held that belief that it is an economic development incentive. In fact, I think that was even part of a couple of years ago where we did pre-K funding, where we wanted to attract more families and companies that work here. I'm shocked that I'm not already. I remember going to the Sunshine meeting, but if you could add me as a co-sponsor of this, I'd be honored.
It'd be an honor. Yes.
Yeah, you read my mind. I just added as a co-sponsor as well.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and there's no one on Zoom and no one in the audience.
I have to move the item.
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. May I call the roll?
Yes, please.
On both items, R5AF and AG, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, and you can add me as a co-sponsor to both, please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Vice Mayor Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Both items, R5AF and AG, will have a second reading public hearing on July 23rd. We're listing the mayor, Commissioner Magazine, and Commissioner Bott as co-sponsors to the co-prime sponsorships of Commissioner Fernandez and Suarez.
Thank you. Great item. R5AH.
Yes.
R5AH is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 70 of the Code of the city of Miami Beach entitled miscellaneous offenses by amending article 3 entitled graffiti, by amending division 1 entitled generally, by amending section 70-123 thereof entitled Prohibition, Enforcement, and Penalties to double the civil fines for violations of this section and providing for repeater severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It's item R5AH, and we're listing Mayor Minor as a co-sponsor of this item.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, recently we've seen a proliferation of not necessarily graffiti, but stickering of our rights of way, because people are taking the QR code, promoting their businesses, and they're sticking them on our poles, all over the rights of way. Yeah, and we're not charging, and we don't have enough of a fine. Now, because people are promoting their businesses and actually putting up a QR code, what we would be doing is doubling the fines. They're gonna go first offense, and I don't even think this is enough, 250 to 500. The second offense would be 1,000, and the third offense would be 2,000. It should probably be $1,000 for the first offense, but whatever, this is good enough. We're doubling the fines right now, and I would really like code compliance to, stop the stickering phenomenon because it's out of control. And the same would happen for graffiti, but especially the stickering because it's really difficult for us to get off. And it's happening on the bridges, and sometimes they remove all the stickers and then the next day they're back again. So, it's sticker pollution. So, and so this is the first step in trying to solve this new phenomenon and problem related to the QR code. So with that, I would move my item.
Yeah, good item. That's why so thank you for bringing it. That's why I added as a co-sponsor. It's such an important issue, graffiti, as you're raising, Commissioner. A couple of years ago, this commission supported an item I brought to, used to be you had a private operator had 10 days to remove graffiti, and then this legislation that I brought that our commission passed says that the city can step in after 2 days and do it if the private operator doesn't do it, and then the city will charge them for it. Because I think, as you're recognizing, Commissioner, when we have this, it's a blight, and it just ruins the quality of life for all of us here, and can lead to worse offenses when graffiti is accepted. So thank you, and happy to support this. Commissioner Dominguez.
I'm supportive of this item. One thing that I've observed, particularly on Alton Road, where the Epicure used to be, it has the black Schro property sign, and I have sent pictures and sent it to code. I've sent it, and on the daily, the graffiti comes back daily. So it is pretty frustrating because it makes that area look worse.
Well, this is going to be a little bit more painful, and we'll see if we see any improvement with this. I mean, at least with the QR code and the stickering, we can go after people. The graffiti is harder, but yeah, it's happening. And by the way, somebody who had moved here from LA said to me, one of the reasons I left Los Angeles is because there was graffiti everywhere you looked, and it just set the tone that nobody cared. So I think also, your item about cleaning up graffiti was a very solid, positive item. And now that we have these area managers, one of the things that they have to do is go around and report the graffiti, report the stickering, work in conjunction with code compliance to make sure that these things are cleaned up as soon as we see them. And I see code back there. And, yes.
Eric.
And I appreciate this item coming forward because this is a really important item for the city. This is like the broken window theory. If we don't address things quickly, they get worse. And I'm very happy to report, and a big shout out to our police department. One of the most egregious sticker artists, we were actually able to make an arrest last week. So very happy about that, and I want to make sure that our team understands that being proactive on these things, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure.
Just to the residents, if you see this around town, take a picture of it, please, upload it to the app, tell us where it is, and we are going to go after it, because I think once people learn that we really are going to enforce the fines and stop it, we'll see a change, and the stickering will stop.
Great, good item. Let's call the vote.
I need a second, please.
I'll second. Can you add me as a co-sponsor, please?
And we're at, yes, sir. This is a public hearing. There is no one requesting to speak on the item in the audience or via Zoom. Motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner, I have Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Okay, and Mayor Minor. Did I skip someone? Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Thank you.
And yes.
Those 7-0, I'm sorry.
Sarah, it's tough to say no to you.
No, very happy that you did that because in Sunset Harbor, on the cover to the pump, they put 2 stickers and the city took it off. And by the time they painted yellow, the yellow doesn't match the yellow that we had. So yes, I think it's fantastic. Charge them $5,000.
Thank you, Sarah. R5AI.
Private AI is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Environment by amending article 4 entitled Noise by amending section 46-152 entitled thereof entitled Noise Unnecessary and Excessive, prohibited to provide an exemption allowing commercial entities to utilize certain outdoor maintenance equipment at specified times in order to enhance sanitation and cleanliness in the city and providing for repealer observability qualification and an effective date. It is item R5AI. It is a first reading public hearing.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So this is an item that I place on the agenda to amend our noise regulations to allow commercial properties the ability to specifically pressure wash once a month, the first Friday of each month until 11:59 p.m. And this is a limited and very targeted extension to support a cleaner, a more inviting Miami Beach, especially in our commercial areas where we have supermarkets. This initiative actually came forward after hearing directly from Publix's government relations team, and it reflects a very balanced approach, giving the business enough flexibility to improve their sanitation while at the same time preserving the peace and quiet that our residents deserve. With that, I'm happy to move the item.
Second. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I like this, I mean, of course, I like this item if it means that Publix can finally pressure wash their storefronts when they couldn't before. But I wanted to propose something, and I don't know, Eric, this would be a question for you. You know, in other municipalities, they require store owners to pressure clean their own, like they're responsible for the sidewalk in front of their business. And right now, we're getting much better about cleaning the streets, the gum removal. I've seen sidewalks become cleaner. But do we have anything like on the books or any regulation whereby we could require store owners to maintain their sidewalks so that, you know, we don't necessarily have to be in charge of these sidewalks all the time? Because I think it's a huge lift for us.
So, Commissioner, and I would welcome our code folks to come up to the podium also, but my understanding is that we have 2 provisions in the code today. One is the landscape maintenance is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner up to the edge of pavement, and that the sidewalks just need to be swept and passable. We do have a pressure washing requirement under our sidewalk cafe agreements, but anything else, Ryan, that I may
No,
have missed?
that's it, and the sweeping section is only when the business is open, so that they're not held responsible for the homeless after hours. So yeah, we do have a sweeping ordinance as well.
But we would welcome if the commission wants to, you know.
I would consider
Take
putting
that on.
forward an ordinance where store owners are responsible for making sure that their sidewalks are clean, gum-free, and I think that it might take the onus off of some of the pressure washing that we need to constantly do. So, I don't know how you feel about that. Yes?
yeah.
Commissioner Bott?
Vice Mayor, or nobody's here. Okay. Since we're in a state of chaos, I would actually be happy to co-sponsor an item along those lines with you. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I've been working with the folks at, on the 100 block of Lincoln, and, you know, we've got our teams here. Brad and his staff are out there trying to clean on a fairly regular basis, but there's this one particular block that is like a, you know, a drop-in motel for homeless folks, and it, every day, multiple times a day, people use it as a bathroom, and it is disgusting. And the owners of the property, whether they're active retail stores or property owners who haven't leased out their space, should be held accountable for not having any kind of sense of ownership over what happens on their property.
We have
And-
been issuing violations to those folks for sanitation issues.
Yeah.
On the private
So-
property, we issue sanitation violation, and then
If I-
we get sanitation to clean it, and then we charge the owner for it.
So in addition, I know this is not your, the item is completely different, but Rick, I would like to bring forward an item if possible, that in commercial areas, store owners will be responsible moving forward for the pressure cleaning and cleanliness of the sidewalks adjacent to their businesses. And I think that once we do this, you're gonna see an immediate difference in some sidewalks. Sometimes, I was south of Fifth, and I'm not gonna mention the restaurant's name, because it's a really beautiful restaurant, but I walked out of it, it was filthy. And, you know, we're doing our best to keep things clean, but I think this would go a long way in
Sanitation does have a
helping.
schedule that they.
We
clean
do
the
have a
sidewalks,
schedule,
yeah.
but you know what? In addition to our gum removal and pressure cleaning, wouldn't this take a lot of the onus off of us, Brad, if all of a sudden store owners had to pressure clean their?
Mr. Mayor, just point of
'Cause it's
order,
not
this is
inexpensive.
completely unrelated to this.
Okay, it
item.
is. So I'm putting, I'll
This is
bring
taking
something
my
else.
item to a very different direction, because frankly, I think our businesses are suffering at the moment. I think adding more onerous, more cost, more responsibility on our businesses will do a disservice to our businesses and exposing them to more violations, when in fact, we need to be supporting our small businesses, and providing for a clean city is a responsibility of the city to which they pay taxes to, and not the responsibility of small business owners who are struggling to survive in our environment. And especially when we head into the summer months, we just approved a parking holiday today to help our small businesses. Why? Because there are periods of the time of the city when we have slow months, where we're trying to figure out how do we support these businesses. We're waiving sidewalk cafe fees in this agenda for certain businesses. Why? Because we realize it's hard for businesses to survive in certain environments. We're talking about, in the past, we've spoken about how do we give back to businesses after spring break when they forced to endure certain closures. Why? Because we recognize that businesses are struggling. How are we going to say by one side of our mouth that we're going to having to subsidize businesses because they're struggling, while the other side putting on them the owners of a clean city? The responsibility of a clean city is the responsibility of the city government, and we shouldn't be passing that to the businesses that today are struggling to survive. And I'm sorry that I'm getting passionate about it,
I mean,
but
I don't
our
think closing
businesses
down your
need
sidewalk
help.
is that
Wait,
onerous. I think
guys.
making sure your sidewalk is clean would go a long way in improving businesses. But anyway, we don't have to have that argument right now, because we can have it next month
Well,
when I bring the item.
Let's save that
And,
argument for next month.
And Rick, I'm gonna bring that
Constructive
item forward with
conversation.
Commissioner Bott, and,
No
you know, and
arguments.
I understand where you're coming from, but also there are a lot of businesses that aren't doing their part, and I don't think that it's asking a lot to make sure that the sidewalks are, you know, clean.
So
So what? Go ahead.
stay tuned, everyone, for that debate next month. Let's vote on this item.
I
It is a
still see
public
what's
hearing.
going on in the 100 block of Lincoln Road. Very disappointed what's
Call the
happening
vote.
there.
It is a public hearing, no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for June 25th.
R5AJ.
R5AJ is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by creating Division 35 by creating sections 2-190.157 through 2-190.160 to establish Economic Development Advisory Committee to provide the administration and city commission with the recommendations and ideas to better support and expand economic development in the city of Miami Beach, and providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. This item requires 5/7 vote because it's the creation of a new committee.
Commissioner Magazine.
Stephen, welcome again. Heather, welcome again. Getting some good traction here. Commissioner Rosalyn Gonzalez, I didn't know you were going to say this, but I'm so glad that you brought up that education is economic development, right? Because it's easy to say, well, economic development is just bring jobs. Go out, bring jobs. There's so much more that goes into it, right? Whether it be schools and education. There's a very prominent Miami Beach resident that every time he goes on CNBC, which is quite frequent, he says education is Miami's Achilles heel, talking about our region as a whole. I know business people that have tried moving companies here where they actually send employees back to New York because of the education programs and things like that. That is just one pillar that goes into economic development, right? There's things like land use, urban planning, transportation. We brought you on because you're the expert at identifying those pillars. And what you'll come to appreciate is Miami Beach is so uniquely positioned because we are the epitome across the world of a live, work, play environment, that we have some of the most well-resourced people in the entire business world here, right? People that are appearing on CNBC, CEOs, titans of their industries. It would be a dereliction of duty if we do not leverage their expertise to help us moving our city forward. There's not many cities in the country and not many cities in the world that have those private citizens that are living in Miami Beach that could help us. So I know the argument that we've had about the resources, staff resources that could go into staffing another board. I don't want this just to be one of those, okay, meet every month, send us a LTC, and you get your free parking passes, right? I want, when this board is filled, the names that are on here, your team to be so excited, you're jumping over yourselves just because you want to work with these individuals, right? And that's what we have at our fingertips if we appoint the right type of people that can truly serve as a guiding hand, not only to us, but to you as you're getting up and on board in your role. So this is to establish another board, yes, but I think one that's very critical in plotting out a path forward because, like I opened, economic development is not just bringing businesses to a city, right? That's a good talking point. It's what makes up, what are some of our Achilles heels about what we need to fix? Some of these people on this board, they'll be acting as ambassadors to our city, right? When they go on CNBC, when they go to these prominent conferences in New York City or in Shanghai or other places, they will be sitting there as advocates for Miami Beach and ambassadors for us. So I don't know if you want to say anything, not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, of course. No, yeah. I certainly appreciate that, Commissioner Magazine. And I think when I heard from Commissioner Rosalyn Gonzalez earlier that education is economic development, it really struck a chord with me. I always believe that economic development is very holistic. You have to look at multiple pieces. You have to look at public safety. You have to look at transportation. You have to look at every area that stakeholders really need in order to help a community thrive. And so that's what I look at when I see this advisory committee. You look at an opportunity where you have real stakeholders that have an opportunity to fill the gaps, right? You have an opportunity to identify gaps that are in the community and figure out how do we drive economic development forward. And so that's why I certainly appreciate you bringing this forward. Because it does bring a more holistic approach, which is something I will always champion. So definitely appreciate that.
And in terms of staff resources, my office is happy to serve as a liaison. And I think with the caliber of people we'll be able to put on this board, I think you'll be jumping up and down to get involved as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Couple of points. So yeah, I'm gonna, certainly you're the chair of the finance committee, so you're doing a great job, and I'm gonna support it. You got me excited with the people gonna be on this committee. I do get concerned though, and this is again a different item, so I won't spend too much time, but I do get concerned about the amount of staff time and resources that are spent on these committees. This is gonna be the 7th committee we've added in the last year and a half. So now we have about 50 committees. And I'm concerned that there's so much work that our city requires, and sitting in a meeting while certainly having good ideas. So I'm actually going to try to work with the city administration and Rick to try to maybe streamline some of the staff resources that are being dedicated to these committees. But I am supportive. I also want to comment, and I agree with the comments made about education, but I do want to highlight that some of our educational institutions are actually very much on the rise. And we should highlight that. I'll give you an example, Nautilus Middle School, which I think sometimes had gotten maybe not spoken of in the way it should, is really moving up in the rankings, doing incredibly well with the new principal. So I think there's a lot of good in highlighting the educational institutions that we do have. I say that as a promotional piece. If families are looking to move here and certainly to stay here, that we have a lot to offer, public school-wise and private school-wise. Sure, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
No, I think we have some of the best public schools in Miami-Dade County, and nobody funds education like Miami Beach. We have a feeder pattern, and you will see this with the International Baccalaureate degree. We provide, Leslie, how much? We have mental health services. We have free test preparation. We have free tutoring. I mean, we have nurses in all the schools. We go above and beyond for our public schools. But this is something a little bit different. I mean, I think that, like, for example, this French lycée that reached out to me the other day, you know what? That's attractive for a lot of people to be able to have we have a huge Francophile population that lives here on Miami Beach. So having a lycée is something that is completely different to all of these other educational options. And when you look at, we do have several private schools, but in the high school range, we don't. And as traffic gets worse, these are things that we have to look at. And we can't, and I don't want our public school community to be upset about the fact that we're considering private schools, because we're doing it from a perspective to be able to have all of these offerings. And you can't even get into many of these private schools. The waiting lists are incredibly long, and it's impossible, especially, so I mean, we actually had Miami Country Day come to us and say, we would like to put an early childhood facility. We had a lot of your residents, ask about it. And so I've had like 2 schools approach me in the past few months. And then Andres Acion came to me with the proposition, for the school on 72nd Street for an additional charter school. And I just said yes, because even 3 more schools would just be great. Because if, we do have to have both types of options. We do have to have the best public schools that we possibly can. And there's nothing wrong with having additional private schools that do not compete with our current private schools, especially in the high school range. We don't really have any private school on Miami Beach apart from the Hebrew Academy, correct?
Base camp.
Well,
Base camp, is it a high school?
Well, we have Yeshiva Elementary School also.
Well, the
in,
Yeshiva
North
Elementary
Beach,
School,
in North
and
Beach.
those are 2 options. But what I'm saying is like a world-class
Montessori
private
schools.
education, option. And I'm not opposed to helping out just to have a diverse array of educational offerings for people. So as we move forward, I think that's really an important piece of the puzzle.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I support your idea of creating a board to review the amount of boards so we have.
Well, it won't be a board. I can promise you that. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing, and we have Mr. Larry Schaefer requested to speak. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, guys. I apologize for calling in so many times. I'm not trying to set a record. Regarding economic development, a charter school that's dedicated to entrepreneurship and business would be lovely in the town center of North Beach. I'm not in favor of putting a school inside the community center that's private, but any private landowner in the town center corridor might do really well with a private school for business, and that could be like an incubator for the whole community. So I do support this item from Commissioner Magazine for an EDD committee, and it might be just a thing to get the ideas in and get things ignited here to attract more businesses to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else in Zoom, and I see no one else in the audience, so public hearing is closed on R5AJ.
Let's call the vote.
I don't have a motion yet.
I'll move it.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Vice Mayor Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for June 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keeping you busy on your first week. R7R.
R7R is $10,000 seed funding support relaunch of annual women's conference, R7R.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott and Dominguez.
I love this item. We had a women's conference for many years, and something happened along the way, and it disappeared. So we're bringing it back, and it is about women supporting other women and getting younger women involved. And we have presented this to the Miami Beach Women's Commission, and they are serious and they want to produce a world-class conference. And I think they're going to also raise money for this conference. And what I was imagining is probably smaller than what they were imagining, but let's see what they do with it. And so we're going to, the proposition is to seed them with $10,000 in funding. And I think they're going to put on something really amazing that is going to inspire women. We'd like to get young girls from the high school to attend the conference and really promote it and do something very special for the women of Miami Beach.
Commissioner Dominguez, and then Commissioner Magazine.
I think this is a great idea. I'm very excited about it. I'd also like for you to work with the city administration. I know that there's an agreement with the convention center to have events earmarked for the city, and maybe one of the events later on this year can be for the women's conference.
I would love that, and we can tell, we have to, I kind of shifted the responsibility of this to Lynette Long and the Women's Commission, but I will definitely be involved along the way, and that's one of the ideas that we can present them in addition to the seed funding.
Okay, let's call the vote.
And I'm happy to serve as liaison to this conference as well.
Well, I actually wanted to say I would love to join as a co-sponsor back in 2009 when Mayor Bauer created the initial conference. I worked with Mayor Bauer at the time, and I was the liaison assigned from her office that worked on the initial women's exhibit in 2009. And so I'm very proud that this commission is now bringing it back. Very proud of the sponsors who are doing this. I'm so happy to support you all, and I would be honored to be a co-sponsor. And I remember at the time, I remember being in the mayor's conference room at the time, and it was a women's commission that was organizing it, and there was Donna Zemo, who was the chair of the committee back then. She no longer lives in Miami Beach, and I was her token male in the room because it was, the table of all the women around the table, and then I was the only man there, and I was the liaison at the time. So thank you for doing this, colleagues. This really is special, and I know Mayor Bauer is very proud that this is coming back.
Let's call the vote.
Need a motion, so Commissioner Gonzalez?
I'm moving, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of R7R, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, item is approved 7-0, R7R.
Call R5AK and the companion item R5AM.
AK and AM?
I believe, yep, they go together.
So I'll do AK first. It is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 3, entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps, by amending Section 66-116 thereof, entitled Commercial Vessel Activity, Hours of Operation at Private Marinas and Private Marine Facilities, to correct a Scribner's error in the definition of a pleasure vessel, and providing for repeat or severability codification and effective date. That was item R5AK, the first reading public hearing. And the second item is R5AM, an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 82 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, entitled Public Property, by amending Article 3, entitled Use of Public Property, by amending Division 1, entitled Generally, by amending Section 82-72 thereof, entitled Commercial Vessels, Activity Hours of Operation of Publicly Owned Marinas, to clarify the definitions set forth therein and establish limitations for owner affirmative defenses for personal use outside of permitted hours of operation, and providing for repeater severability codification and effective date. R5AM is a first reading public hearing, so we're doing R5AK and AM.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob, if you want to take it away.
Sure. This is the first ordinance, R5AK, is simply correcting a Scrivener's error in the definition of a pleasure vessel. It takes the word "not hours" inappropriately put in. And the reason we did that was because in R5AM, there's a similar definition that needed to be corrected, but the substantive change is from commercial vessels that are being putatively used by their owners after the hours when marinas are allowed to be operated as personal vessels. And this ordinance allows them to do that, but requires them to prove it, and also has criminal penalties if they make false statements.
Okay. I move my item.
Second, please.
I'll second.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. If no discussion, may I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez on both AK and AM.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing for both R5 AK and AM is June 25th.
Do R5AN.
R5AN is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending and restating the Miami Beach Employees Retirement Plan created by ordinance number 2006-3504, as subsequently amended by amending section 5.01B6 to provide for a 4% accrual factor for the inspector general, and to provide that as applicable to the inspector general, earnings shall include total W-2 compensation plus any other payments or allowances up to the limitations set forth in section 401A17 of the Internal Revenue Code and regulations promulgated thereunder, and providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It's item R5AN.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
All right.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So this is an item that I brought to bring fairness and consistency to the pension structure by aligning the Inspector General's benefits with those already provided for our other charter officers. When the commission amended the pension plan back in 2023, I think it was, to increase the accrual factor to 4% for elected officials and charter officers, the Inspector General was not included. And so today's ordinance corrects that and reflects the value we place in the independence and the critical oversight role that the Inspector General does in our community. And I just want to just place for the record that this change was supported unanimously, I believe, by the Audit Committee and backed by actuarial analysis showing the limited fiscal impact that it will have in our city. So with that, I see we have the Assistant Director of the Human Resources Department joining us. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be stated for the record.
Good afternoon, Lorena Bravo, Assistant Director. Ms. Pizar had emergency matter she needed to tend to, so I'm here on her behalf. The updated actuarial statement is required under state law, and you will receive that if this item was moved on first reading in connection with second reading. So you will receive an updated impact study at the time.
All right, so this is just a matter of equity, and that's what we're doing here. So move the item.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Absent. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Commissioner Magazine, I got you?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just missing
Commissioner
one.
Rosa Gonzalez.
Yep. So, she's right here.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, R5AN.
Yes.
So the item is approved 7-0, everyone voting yes.
Okay. Let's do boards and committees.
Yay.
The ones that are existing, at least.
So everyone has on the dais a yellow sheet. If you don't, I can get you one. There are two committees that were being requested to appoint. The first one is Cultural Arts Council.
I move the item.
By acclamation, can we do that one? It's one nominee, one seat. So Bradley Golden is appointed by acclamation. The Historic Preservation Board has a seat for MDPL, and the MDPL is required to provide us 3 names. You are supposed to select from those 3 names.
I'd like a motion to support Mitch.
So we could either do it by ballot or any other way you want. Usually we do these by ballot.
I guess we're doing a ballot.
So everyone should have a ballot. Commissioner?
Yeah.
A little. So these.
We were doing the HPV?
HPV, yes. So the votes are as follows. Vice Mayor Suarez is voting for Mitch Novick. Commissioner Fernandez is voting for Mitch Novick. Commissioner Magazine is voting for Ms. Mosley. Commissioner Kristen Rosen Gonzalez is voting for Mr. Mitch Novick. Mayor Minor is voting for Kate Mosley. Commissioner Bott is voting for Mitch Novick. And Commissioner Dominguez is voting for Mitch Novick. Mr. Novick has a majority of the votes. He is the new nominee of MDPL to Historic Preservation Board.
Congratulations, Mitch Novick.
Congrats, Mitch.
Where is Mitch? Congrats, Mitch.
Love you, Mitch.
Let's call R7, we're done with that, right?
Yes, sir.
R7S.
Give me 1 sec. R7S, authorized grant for Fund Sunflower Society Community Art Classes, R7S.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
It's a very small amount of money that has a very nice impact at Feinberg Fisher. These are free art classes in the afternoon with Marjorie and the Sunflower Society. And I believe the funding is coming out of, did we get the funding from the extra dollars that we had left over? So from cultural arts funding. So it's $5,000. And with that, I'd move the item.
Second.
Call the vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Okay, let's call. Let's call R7Z.
R7Z, approve $5,000 grant to Lincoln Road bid to support performance by Young Musicians Unite.
I need you to call R7.
Whose item is that? Oh. I didn't know the name.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, this is a pop-up that's going to be happening on Lincoln Road, a product of our pop-up ordinance that we've been working on here, and this expansion to allow restaurant type of pop-ups. This is an example of that. I'm very excited to move this item, and so grateful, Commissioner Bott, to have you co-sponsoring me in this effort.
Call the vote.
Okay.
Oh.
I need a second, please.
Commissioner Bott?
Going to second
Commissioner
it.
Bott? Okay.
And Commissioner Dominguez is a co-sponsor on R7Z. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
R9AD.
R9AD, discuss, take action, allocate $1,500 Federation Towers weekly bingo nights.
Commissioner Dominguez, and I'm co-sponsoring with you.
Thank you. That day that we had gone to Federation for that event for Mother's Day, the manager there said that she, one of the joys that the seniors get in that building is playing bingo, and they were having a funding shortage. So that's where this item's at, and I'm moving it.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
I would like to be a co-sponsor of this.
Motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 7-0, and after the fact resolution will have to be done.
And just as a point of personal privilege, Commissioner Dominguez, you missed my mariachi performance in Rebecca Towers last week. So
Oh, I heard about it.
I was there, sort of.
the mayor was there for it. He escaped my mariachi performance last week.
I think you need to perform at the city attorney's office next.
Yeah.
R7K.
R7K is accept recommendation and prevent one-year Lincoln Road outdoor concession abatement program.
Where did we land on this, Brad? We had so many different, this became so controversial. This was an abatement for sidewalk cafes during summer months. Do you want to go ahead, Brad?
Yeah, we have
And I'll-
an established criteria now for the program. Obviously, it's an abatement, so anyone meeting the criteria would then, qualify for that abatement for the program. And I think that what we laid out here, I think is a pretty good format for all the businesses that, would be interested in meeting this criteria, but we're comfortable with this, and it's just up to you guys
Okay.
if you agree.
This is just another economic incentive, especially for our small businesses, while the convention center hotel is under construction. The large hotels are under construction, so it's 50%. I would also like to add to this, if you guys are okay, for sidewalk cafes that are less than 8 outdoor seats, which are like very small places, to just waive their fees completely, because they're so small and insignificant and struggling to get by. Places like on Washington, like the Lifeguard, place that has like health food and stuff. So that would be my motion. And
For
what,
eight seats or 8
second?
tables?
8 tables. Is that what we said, Rick? Was the
The square footage, and I'm trying to find that email from the right-of-way manager. Brad, have that information?
I believe it was 800 square feet.
800 square feet, and there was a very minimal fiscal impact, I think.
for restaurants smaller than 800 square feet, correct?
Correct.
It was minuscule. Not a very large economic impact, because these are tiny sidewalk cafes. So, and by the way, we're already waiving them on 41st Street for small cafes like that, and we're doing the same on 71st Street. And I would say that, South Beach is not doing as well as it once was. So for the smaller businesses, I would just apply what we've applied on 41st and 71st. And by the way, as things start to pick up, we won't need programs like this anymore, but for right now, they're necessary.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
This is exactly why we shouldn't be making these small businesses be responsible for the added expense of pressure washing. Because it's not, no, I know, but like just, to your point of what you were saying earlier, here we're saying, let's cut costs to help the small businesses that's struggling, but then on the other side, next month, you want to bring an item that's going to add cost to them, and that's not
By
fair.
the way, they're already responsible per our code, every single sidewalk cafe in Miami Beach, for pressure washing and maintaining a clean sidewalk, not
Yes.
just sweeping.
But yes, and that's included in the concession agreement, but that's the exception because that's food there, and they're serving food there. But in the other businesses, and we're acknowledging the fact businesses are struggling, and yet here we're thinking of way of passing,
more cost onto them. So I just wanted,
Didn't we agree to have that debate next month?
we did, I just couldn't
So Rick, what's the motion?
hold myself back.
So the motion is to waive them for sidewalk for the smaller cafes, okay, for the
800 square feet or
800
less,
square feet
100%
or less.
abatement for those 3 months.
Honestly, I had to do it because I'm getting text messages from people telling me they're falling asleep because there's been no drama.
Knock on wood, thank God.
I am
You're
happy.
giving me the drama? Why do I always have to
No,
be somehow involved
you're my
in the drama?
colleague.
I'm
you're
happy
good.
to have that, those text messages.
It's been a chill meeting, right? Thank God.
Let's call the vote.
So on R7K, may I have a motion? Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Motion, I need a second,
Second.
please. Okay, thank you.
as amended, all in favor of R7K? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0, as amended.
R9AE.
R9AE, discuss reclaiming city's vision for eastern gateway of Lincoln Road, 100, 200, 300 blocks.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of talk about, there's all this publicity about what's going on with Lincoln Road, and I see panels and people talking about, what they're gonna go do with the beach walk, what they're gonna do with the sidewalk. Well, these private entities don't own the beach walk, they don't own the sidewalk, and they're having these conversations about what they're going to do, and they're not involving the city in these conversations. The taxpayers who own these properties. What I do know is that for 3 years, we've been supporting ideas, providing funding, advancing a vision, and for 3 years, nothing has happened. Residents are still dealing with dirt and grime. Residents are still dealing with a large amount of homelessness there. Residents are still dealing with the issue of the bus stop. The pedestrianization hasn't happened. So I would like to just refer this to the Land Use Committee to have a broader conversation there about this, because something needs to happen. I'm tired of waiting. I've championed this for 3 years, and the taxpayers, the residents deserve better on the east end of Lincoln Road. And I just hear the frustration in the residents of what's going on, which is lots of public relations, but lots of public progress in delivering real results, a cleaner and safer area for the residents. So I'd like to refer this to the Land Use Committee.
I'll make that motion. I'd like to add that I've been working with the residents, particularly at the Deco Plage, for the last couple of months, going out and seeing what's happening firsthand.
They're suffering.
And, I was out there for 45 minutes. I was about to blow a gasket. It was horrifying. And a lot of staff was out there with me. It was just, and as they were explaining to us, that was a slow Tuesday morning. It was not even close to what it's like. And the amount of human bodily fluids and other detritus caused by humans in the doorways. It's just disgusting. And it is supposed to be one of the nicest entrances to our beach walk. And it is, running the gauntlet between delivery trucks idling and backing up because there's insufficient parking and loading dock accessibility to, people camping out in doorways and everything in between. It's appalling. So I second that motion.
It's filled with
Or make the motion.
garbage. The place is dirty. It's not really being maintained well. There's the paint that's chipping. There's these bollards in the middle of the streets that are all discombobulated. They're getting complaints from residents about noise that relates to the private properties there and the commercial deliveries. And we have people that are urinating and defecating outside of where people live. The plants look horrible. Yet they want to take over the responsibility for this area. And all that we've had for the past 3 years after the city has set the groundwork for improvements to happen, all that there is just public relations, PR, talk, articles, panels, but no real substantive improvement. It's time to act. I'm tired of waiting. And if they're not able to deliver, then this is gonna go in a very different situation, because if I'm tired of waiting, the residents who are dealing with this are exhausted. And so it's time to move forward.
Can we, Commissioner Fernandez, can we put this on the June Land Use Committee instead of July?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I hate to point this out, but can you imagine if Walgreens was responsible for pressure cleaning their sidewalk on that filthy corner? Okay? Can you, like, all of a sudden, like, they maintain it horribly. And Wings, okay, that whole area, if we mandated the pressure cleaning and making sure that the business owners were gonna be responsible, or the landlords of those buildings were responsible, then they would all be in violation right now. I bet you we could walk over there right now and give them all big violations.
But that
And we're
is-
gonna increase
that-
the fines
but
on
that
those
is- that's the
violations.
point.
Next
But-
month.
But
Next
that is
month.
the
Okay.
point.
And just,
No, but that is, but
Point
that's the
is-
point. We passed a public-private partnership that stipulates that the property owner there, we passed a public-private partnership that the property owner there was going to be doing public enhancements to the benefit of the residents and taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach that live there. And to date, I think that the situation has only gotten worse. In fact, there's all these kiosks on the beach walk. What are those kiosks that are on the beach walk? And there's a circle that like all of a sudden that beach entrance, it used to be one or two tables. Now it's like they're in the middle of the beach walk. There's a big disconnect between what the private people are doing there and the vision of the city. And we need to have a coming to Jesus conversation, because if this doesn't work, I'm ready to move away from this.
Commissioner Fernandez, would you accept me as a co-sponsor on that?
Yes, with pleasure.
I just got a text that says, there goes his hand.
So you made the motion?
Yes, to refer to the June Land Use Committee meeting.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott is a co-sponsor. Land use referral, June meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll co-sponsor too.
Hearing no one opposed, the item is approved 7-0.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Magazine?
Why don't we all co-sponsor?
Sounds good.
We've had enough of
Sure.
100 and 200 blocks being filthy.
Yeah.
So this is,
Now everyone knows we're serious.
so everyone's co-sponsoring this item.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. R7T.
Okay.
R7T is approved grant, names, not numbers, Holocaust oral history film documentary.
Every year I go to Beach High to see the Names Not Numbers documentary. And for those people who don't know what it is, or you haven't gone yet to see it, Mr. Reese at this one, actually in 4 schools around Miami Beach, the students interview survivors of the Holocaust survivors, and then they create a documentary film. And they've had a grant from the state of Florida for many years. And when I went this year to see the movie, they told me that the grant is over and the state of Florida canceled the grant. And I said, well, maybe Miami Beach could fill in. So this is a program that is just so beneficial. By the way, our Holocaust survivors are not going to be, I mean, you know, I hope they live, you know, to 110, but they are getting on in age. And as long as they are here to be interviewed, I think that the intersection of young students in Miami Beach interviewing these Holocaust survivors and then creating this living documentary is a beautiful thing. And currently, I did not realize this. I only thought that it was at Beach High, but it's at 4 schools on Miami Beach. Where's my R7T? It's at not just Miami Beach Senior High, but Feinberg Fisher does it too. So does Nautilus, and so does the Hebrew Academy. We also actually had the Committee for Quality Education ask for more schools to be included. But for right now, those are the 4 schools that have been consistently having this program that would be canceled by the state of Florida. So I'd like to continue it with those 4 schools and place an item on the Committee for Quality Education, so I can speak to the members of that committee, see how many schools would like the program, because it's not cheap, it's $12,000 per school. So, you know, I would love to roll it out in every single school, but for schools that didn't have it before, we would have to, you know, consider it. But, you know, how many more years will we be able to have this program? So I think it's a really beautiful thing that we pick up the torch, pick up the baton, and continue it.
I'll move
it.
That's great. And I was at Miami Beach Senior High with you at that event. It's, yeah, it was very moving. Let's call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Includes a referral to the Miami Beach Education Committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0, including the referral.
Commissioner Suarez, you're deferring R5AL?
Yes.
R5AL will be deferred to the June meeting.
Okay. We're going to go on to the discussion items. By the way, I want to commend each one of you today. We have literally gone through every non-discussion item we have completed that wasn't deferred, and it was just a couple. We finished every resolution, every ordinance, items pulled from consent. It's tremendous, tremendous work today, so thank you. Thank you all. I'm actually endeavoring, we got about an hour and a half plus. I would like to get through every discussion item if we can. So let's see if we can do that. Obviously, we're going to have to move along, but a couple that I'm going to call first, actually one of my items I think is important. We had a special commission meeting about Ocean Drive and the configuration, R9V. I'd like to get an update from the city on that.
R9V, discuss take action, update configuration of Ocean Drive between 5th Street and 14th.
Yeah, and I know some of the stakeholders recently had a meeting with the new county manager, Stacy Miller. I have a meeting coming up with her as well, so we're moving along. Jose, I called R9V, which is the Ocean Drive configuration. Just want to get an update where we're at.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. So we've been, as you all know, working with Miami-Dade County to obtain a permit for the current configuration of Ocean Drive minus the promenade. That the configuration consists of one southbound travel lane from 14th Place to 5th Street and a two-way bicycle lane. Concurrent with, we started the process to obtain the permit when the county advised us that we needed to abide by a new statutory process for lane repurposing projects. This would be considered a lane repurposing project, as you will recall, Ocean Drive used to have one lane in each direction. We repurposed a northbound travel lane and converted that space to the two-way bike lane. So the county is requiring us to go through that process. That process began back in March, and that triggered a 180-day process, if you will, where we notified every affected property owner and we defined the boundaries of the area together with Miami-Dade County, and over 5,000 letters were mailed to affected residents to let them know that the city was going through this process to obtain approval for a lane repurposing. In other words, the current configuration that's there today.
What day are we up to? When was that notice issued?
So that was back in March 20, can't remember the exact date, but it was back in March.
Yeah, I remember.
The process expires in September, and so we're on track. We meet with the county on a regular basis, and they are, as we speak, they are still reviewing both our traffic study as well as the design drawings associated with the current configuration.
Is the promenade in discussions at all?
Not currently, Mr. Mayor, no. That, as most of you are aware, there was a court order that required the removal of the promenade, and that was done, that was done expeditiously, and all our conversations so far are in the context of the current configuration and just trying to get the current configuration permitted.
Yeah, and I think we've discussed this before, but my observations, and I think it's shared by many, is, and there's multiple reasons for it. I think partly is the configuration of the road. Things are much better on Ocean Drive, at least from a pedestrian standpoint, than they had been. You don't smell marijuana nearly as much. Actually, the last bunch of times I went, I have not smelled it, which used to be sort of a constant when you'd go down to Ocean Drive. And you see the people walking, bicycling, rollerblading, it's strollers, which was almost unthinkable a few years ago. So I'm happy with the direction it's gone. So hopefully we can continue this and get this done with the county, which is interesting because we had so many issues, but when I met with the county, they're very supportive of this.
They're working with us. We're also planning on having one more community meeting prior to the completion of the 180-day statutory period. Again, just to notify all affected residents that the city is pursuing the permit for the current configuration of Ocean Drive.
Let me ask one question. It's mostly coming from one, maybe two stakeholders, but they've been asking me a lot, why couldn't the configuration be northbound instead of southbound?
So back in 2019, we conducted a traffic analysis that looked at various traffic flow configurations, and southbound was determined to be the preferred option because there's actually fewer left turns that need to be made, particularly if you're coming from Fifth Street. If you're working your way, there's one left turn that needs to be made, obviously, to get to 15th Street, but then beyond that, it's all right turns to then exit the city. So various traffic flow configurations were evaluated, and southbound was determined to be the best option.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Commissioner Bott.
Beyond the scope of, what you're working on with the county, are we at a place where we can talk about the larger project for Ocean Drive and Lummis Park and the Ziskovich plan and any of that? Like, it seems like that's just sort of off in this nebulous ether, and
I thought we had
maybe
a budget
David could change
amendment.
that. And-
But we had a budget
Yes,
amendment today about
Yeah.
that, didn't we?
We did. There was a budget amendment for the design associated with additional traffic studies and some interim conditions. The item you're referring to is actually R9E. It's the next item on the list. So I can give you the update now and we can address both, or?
Can we do that?
Which item is it? I'm sorry.
R9E, Ziskovich.
5:30.
Sure.
We did approve A&E services today, didn't we?
You did, yes.
Yes, for this.
Oh,
You need to call that up?
R9E?
I don't.
What number is it?
R9W.
R9W is presentation on Ocean Drive Corridor GOB project traffic study preliminary findings.
And you might as well call R9X because
I just want to get a quick temperature from my colleagues. How do my colleagues feel about pedestrianizing all of Ocean Drive from 5th to 14th? Just 100% pedestrian. Because I generally want to know where my colleagues fall on that, before we start talking about Ziskovich and plans. I think we just have to kind of make sure that we're all sort of in agreement with that.
For me, that's my long-term vision, right? Not just some blocked off street that sometimes is a street, sometimes I want the best pedestrian corridor in the entire world, right? Bar none, it looks like out of the architectural guides where it's a green corridor, people are out there. That being said, we have to work on other areas of that MXE district to make that viable, right? So that's not something where we're going to get approval for the county and go forward. But if you ask me, and it's tough because I'm let's get things done tomorrow. Understanding that's not something we get done tomorrow, but that is my long-term view for that area, is to have it the best green pedestrian corridor in the entire world.
Same.
I'll add, I think what's gonna expedite that at some point is, right now, we're in settlement discussions with the Clevelander, and they're gonna want zoning change. Obviously, it's gonna depend what they propose and what this commission says. There's the live local, which is gonna impact it. So I think it's heading in that direction. The question is timing.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear what the rest of my colleagues think about it. Commissioner Dominguez and Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
That's my long-term vision as well. I think that like my colleagues mentioned, there are things that we need to fix before we get that accomplished. We had it pedestrianized during COVID, and it worked well for some of the sidewalk cafes. They were able to extend out there. But it also created a block party, and people would come with their own booze and sound system, and it was really quite unruly. Having the promenade area worked well for many years, but having the entire piece pedestrianized is something that I think would be beautiful for the long term, but things need to get fixed up in the middle.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and then Commissioner Fernandez.
I mean, I was just in Europe and I was shocked at how well organized the pedestrian corridors were. I mean, they had these beautiful bollards that just go up and down so easily. And I think that eventually we have to get to a vision where I mean, it's not just closed off, but it's paved and it's beautiful and it has bollards and people can get in and out in cars to get their, to get to their hotels, but also have it pedestrianized. It doesn't have to be either or, it just has to be organized. And that's gonna take a long time, unfortunately. I mean, I wish that we could do it tomorrow. I mean, that's why I have all these updates on here. I went out and we had this meeting with the Art Deco Neighborhood Association at the Art Deco Museum, and we talked about just replacing the sidewalks, and people in the area were like, no. It was not an easy meeting, and we had done a lot of work to just get new sidewalks with this beautiful design, and people obviously want this plan. They want the full plan, but the plan isn't funded, but eventually I think we're going to get to a place where we're going to have something beautiful. And I heard Bernard Ziskovich speak at this panel that that Miami Beach United recently sponsored. And he was talking about the fact that there could be a vision with like a pedestrianization, a larger sidewalk, and one lane for hotel drop-off too. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be just either or. And when I heard of his hybrid, I thought, that would be a great idea too. So there has to be a way to find the perfect plan. And I think we can. And I envision a day as I was there in, my daughter goes to school, just graduated from school in Switzerland in Lugano. And granted, it's Switzerland, but they just got it so together. I mean, the bollards go up and down. You can get in if you need a delivery, get out. I mean, so you have both options, and it's pedestrianized, and it's safe, and they have the bike lanes. And I look at it and I say, we just can't get there, and we have to because it's our most iconic street. So I think I'll take whatever we can get for right now. And I think, what you guys proposed with doing half the sidewalk and then we add on the other half of the sidewalk, and maybe it has to be piecemeal,
May I treat it there?
Well, Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, well, no, I was just responding, since way before, I don't know where Commissioner Suarez went, but since way before his election, I've been supporting the pedestrianization of Ocean Drive. You weren't on the dais yet, but we've been very strong and very vocal, those of us who were here, supporting the pedestrianization. Clearly, the environment became much safer. We saw, I know some businesses have said that their businesses suffered. I don't know if it's in direct response to the pedestrianization. What I see is that areas succeed, areas flourish. You get better commercial tenants when you're pedestrianized because people want to be there. And so, I'm sorry, guys in the back. I'm sorry, guys.
I know, but I'm focused on that conversation. I can't focus on what I'm saying over here.
Which one's more interesting?
I don't know. The conversations back there are pretty interesting. It happens when you get easily distracted. And so, yeah, so listen, I think that is the future, and it really is the future of Miami Beach. Are we completely there yet? No, but I do see the day in which in an area in our city where we're going to have more and more pedestrian streets. That is the future of Miami Beach. When we had the promenade, you would experience the buildings so much more. It was such a better experience of even the architecture itself, being able to experience it from the street than from a car there. And so that's the future, not only of Ocean Drive, I think it is long-term, decades further down the road. I think we're gonna see more streets in South Beach pedestrianized. Are we there yet today? We're not, but I do think it is the future of South Beach.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, I actually take a little bit of a different view. I don't think this happens piecemeal. I think we come to, maybe we have a retreat, a strategic retreat about what we are going to do, because I think the COVID situation was, it's not the norm. There were so many contributing factors that made that chaotic. But, every city in Europe, even most small towns, have pedestrianized central squares. Around the world, the most beautiful real estate, waterfront real estate is pedestrianized. There's just reams of data, of economic data, showing that pedestrianization improves retail sales, restaurant sales. People don't just wander in and out of stores if they're driving and looking for parking. So there are those who are claiming that business is down because we don't have people cruising on rollerblades and spandex the way we did in the 90s, and we're not in that time anymore. And not that there's anything wrong with rollerblades or spandex, but that's not where we are anymore. And, nobody really wants to be doing that in and around cars. And so I think for us to say, well, it's going to be hard to get to and it has to be years down the road, I think we have to set the tone. We have to say, this is what we're doing and why. We have to fund it, and we have to move on it now, in our lifetimes. I mean, there's no better time to do something. What's the adage of the best time to do something was yesterday, the next best time is today? We don't have anything, there's no reason to wait. Every day that we don't move on this in a holistic way, and that doesn't mean shutting the hotels out and not figuring out what to do about the trash deliveries and the taxi drop-offs, but all these other cities around the world have figured out how to do this. It's not rocket science. We're not the first, we're not the only. So my view is, let's make our vision, let's make it bold, let's figure it out, and let's get it done.
And I think long-term in South Beach, we need to be looking not just at a pedestrian street. Eventually, we need to find the right pedestrian grid, ultimately. Because we need to see, like Flamingo Park. To me, Flamingo Park is kind of like the beating heart of South Beach. It's where everything radiates from. But you have cross streets that cross there. You have Jefferson Avenue that ends at Flamingo Park. I think it's 13th Street also. And in the future, it's not for today, but in the future, we should be thinking about a vision in which we have not just only a pedestrian Lincoln Road or a pedestrian Ocean Drive, but how do we have a pedestrianized or a shared use 13th Street, a pedestrianized or a shared use Jefferson Avenue, and build from that grid, because that really, I think, is what we see in other places when we all travel. We've all been to places where the most successful, flourishing areas where people pay a premium to live and where we pay a premium to visit, those are areas that are pedestrianized because they contribute to the quality of life of our city. Of those cities. So since you asked me, I really feel very passionately about this. I think one of the challenges that we have is that we're not the government of jurisdiction. That is the greatest challenge that we have. The government of jurisdiction sees things very differently when it comes to pedestrianization. And unfortunately, they're governing from a tower in downtown Miami, and not from the ground level experience where residents
are seeing this and asking for this, but it contributes to us being a health and wellness destination as well.
Yeah, and that ties directly in with our Blue Zone initiative that Commissioner Bott has put forward. And by the way, the mention of a grid, I think before Commissioner Magazine and I got elected, one of the things that we talked about was having maybe an avenue like Jefferson Avenue be pedestrianized so that people can walk their children to South Point and to the school and not have to worry about cars. And so, staff, what do we need to do to fast track this? Okay, because like I understand the Ziskovich plan has been around for a while, right?
Yes.
What do we need to do? Let's put a fire under someone's butt.
And you've all provided very valuable input just today. As you know, the Ziskovich plan was the vision plan that was generated a while back. We have since hired or engaged Calvin Giordano and Associates to do the planning and construction documents for Ocean Drive and Loomis Park.
When are they expected to be back?
They began collecting data for the traffic studies last summer. They've gone through the process of putting that together and generating their models. They've also begun now meeting with both the county and DOT to go over what those models are so that they can go through that. They are scheduled to present to the commission in July with their findings.
This July?
This July. The data as it stands right now without final input from the county and DOT is that any of the three configurations are viable. There is no fatal flaw in any of the three configurations. So really,
would we be able to use geo-funding for this, or?
This is a GeoBond funded project, yes.
How much, roughly?
I believe it's 20 million.
Yes, there's 20 million for Ocean Drive proper.
It's kind of low for, I mean, because that's a lot of land to cover.
Based on the estimates and the cost estimates prepared during the vision plan and the preliminary of this drawing, or excuse me, this exercise, 20 million was sufficient to do what was scheduled at the time.
So July would be the first?
July is when they will present.
Is that like
their
a rendering?
Yeah. The intent being that at the July meeting, the commission will give us direction on which option they want to proceed with, and then we develop from there.
And then they would have to go to DOT and the county?
It will have preliminary approval from the county and DOT for any of the options, unless one of them says you can't do this option, which we'll know in July.
Yeah.
Then it's really up to us which one we pursue.
And
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Just one shovel in the ground.
Invitation to bid would be at the end of 26 and commencement of construction in the spring of 27.
Okay.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Commissioner Magazine.
And in the interim, I really do think, especially when I go down and I see a place like Call Me Cuban that has this like beautiful brunch and you have the ocean breeze and, you know, it's not packed like it should be. I think, you know, in addition to the other campaigns we're running, we need to run a serious local campaign. I would love our communications department to do it, like come back to Ocean Drive, you know, just for locals. I would just like pound Miami-Dade County with this campaign. And, you know, even if you just went and interviewed the different business owners, showed the inside of the different restaurants, the live salsa bands that we have, and say, come back. The only problem that people are having is that there's a perception that they can't park. So I want to do, what?
We're solving that,
Well, I know we're doing the vacation.
the holiday.
So I think that like a comprehensive local campaign, not national, to help the businesses on Ocean Drive. Something really like, gosh, I get in trouble every time I use the word sexy, but like something with like salsa and, you know, fun and sexy and, you know, and people like just having a good time on Ocean Drive and tell them about the parking vacation. We've made parking free. Come back to Ocean Drive. And then I think, and I don't know if this would be economic development. I know that Ocean Drive doesn't have a bid right now, but in addition to Miami Spice, organize those businesses to have some sort of special in the months of July, August, and September. So like a come back, we're on vacation. It's a parking vacation. Parking is free. And then, you know, I would say economic development should probably reach out and to every single restaurant on Ocean Drive and say, what special could you do? Even if it's just, let's say that they do happy hour specials. Because once people come back and they experience the magic of Ocean Drive, not just Miami-Dade County, but Miami Beach proper isn't necessarily going to Ocean Drive. And I think that is something that we could do right now. In addition, I know we have these capital improvements that we're going to start at the end of 26 and 27, but this is something that we need to sell to people because they're not going, and it's so special. It breaks my heart sometimes to see it empty. It's clean, it's safe, it's fun, so that would be my challenge, and I'm going to bring an item, Melissa, and maybe we can work together to do something, and I'll meet with economic development and bother you guys too, and see what we could put together for Ocean Drive.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Magazine first, and Commissioner Fernandez.
Bunch of different things, but I'll make it quick and get over to you. I think one of the great ways to attract locals in Miami Beach and in Miami broader is to really move forward with that health and wellness expansion down in the Muscle Beach, Loomis Park area, right? That brings people down there, then they frequent the restaurants for other reasons. So that's a great way to get population activation down there. And then also to Commissioner Suarez's point about the financing, maybe $20 million being late, if we collectively decide to move forward with some reimagination of Washington Avenue, having that a family district, have modest increases for residential housing, there's a component called a TIF, tax increment financing. So we would essentially take what our baseline taxes are that we collect on Washington Avenue right now, and then the incremental taxes that are generated after we do that reimagination, they could be a dedicated tax source to restoring an area such as Ocean Drive. So we're really killing two birds with one stone. We're reimagining Washington Avenue, and we're using that incremental tax revenue to fortify and enhance Ocean Drive. I hand it over to you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And so I completely agree with us marketing ourselves. We should, but I know that we are. And one of the things I would like to ask the city manager, if you could do an LTC of the different campaigns we have running right now, because I know, like, for example, after spring break, we have, for example, in partnership with the GMCBB, we have a reopening campaign that is actively happening, and there's been a large media buy that's been done by the GMCBB to invite people back to Miami Beach after everything that's happened. And a lot of it is geared to people outside of Miami-Dade County. But then we have other campaigns like Find Your Wave. Find Your Wave has a local component to it that we're getting. Actually, PJ, do you have the screenshot I sent you? No.
You were ready for this.
Yeah. But, well, if you don't have the, then you'll have to zoom into my phone quickly. I don't know if you're able to zoom into my phone. Yeah, let's check these cameras have good quality, but this is from the Miami Herald. It's the Find Your Wave campaign, and so Find Your Wave is they found me at least, and I'm sure they're finding more people from our region, and then we have part of the investment that was done. I don't know if some of our residents have seen, but there's these influencer type of promotions that we see that are, Miami Beach selected as the best beach destination or best restaurants and that type of stuff that comes out a lot on Instagram from different types of influencer type of pages. That's a result of a lot of the investment that is being done by our communications department, that's being done in conjunction with the Greater Miami Conventions and Visitors Bureau. And by the way, I'd be remiss not to highlight Commissioner Dominguez because I know how much David Whitaker and the GNCVB board appreciate your contributions on behalf of the city of Miami Beach in promoting us as a good quality destination there. And so I just wanted to put that on the record because a lot of times we might not see some of the promotions that are happening, but they're happening. And we've already directed a lot of it, and I love for the manager to put out an LTC with a lot of these promotions, because I think we believe they're not happening, but there is a lot out there that's being invested in terms of communicating Miami Beach as a destination.
And I can say without question that we are leveraging our partnership with the GMCVB better than we ever have before. Like you say, that's in large part due to the commissioner's involvement. Our team has been very involved with them on a marketing side, and they've been very open to working with us and helping us get the word out on things, understanding that Miami Beach is a huge engine for the industry here in South Florida. So absolutely, we can put together an LTC and expound on all the work that we're doing. Melissa's here if anybody has any specific questions or want to have a little bit deeper dive on any specific items. But yes, we have multiple campaigns going on simultaneously to make sure that everybody understands that we're not just a former spring break destination. We are a huge international tourist and resort destination.
In our GMCVB meetings that we had earlier in the year, that was one thing that I continued to bring up, was to make sure that we had a campaign April 1st, like what happens? Everything was on lockdown for spring break, and the businesses were really hurting during the time of year when the weather is sublime, and we weren't letting people go to Ocean Drive, south of Fifth, and all of these areas that the businesses rely on. I've mentioned it to Melissa many times about advertising to come back to Miami Beach, but telling people where to park. Because I can't tell you how many people on the other side of the bridge, friends and family that I have, won't dare come to the beach because they're so afraid of parking as being an issue. One thing that we did last year, and I already brought up to see if we could do it this year, and it was funded in part by the GMCVB, and it was for during Miami Spice to have transportation. So if somebody parked in one of the garages, or if it was a local that was coming south of Fifth, or going to Ocean Drive, or somewhere where we had restaurants that were participating in Spice, they would get a free ride to the restaurant, so just an extra added perk. But the more we can do, the better, and an LTC with the details, I think, is important.
Yeah, can I just say one final thing? I just think a local campaign from somebody who opened a restaurant with no sign in the back of a building and filled it up by just bombing people with Instagram ads, it works. And so
It's
our
happening.
what?
It's happening.
I should open a business actually to do this. But anyway, seriously, I think we could do even more local. You know, just local and like super hyper, focused, just like, take the crew out and just like interview local restaurant owners. But I do think the parking thing is really like a parking campaign, and just all of Western Miami-Dade County, and invite them to come back. Why, you're giving me the look?
No.
Well, we'll see the LTC first, but I do envision something that we could do really special to help the businesses. I mean, look, we're waiving the Sidewalk Cafe fees.
Yeah.
We're giving all these other incentives, but I do think we need more marketing. As much as we have, I don't think any business on Miami Beach should be
So, but let me ask
empty.
you
It should
this.
be packed.
I think you're so on point on the parking. And Commissioner Dominguez hit on it too, because Commissioner Dominguez, like we have family that live and friends that live outside of Miami Beach, the west parts of Miami-Dade County. Those are the local tourists that our economy depends on. July and August, when our hotel rooms aren't as busy, those are the people that support our economy. That's why the GNCVB does Miami Spice for locals. That's why it does Miami Spa Month for locals, to bring those who live in Kendall, in Coral Gables, in Hialeah, in Cutler Bay, into Miami Beach, and to support our economy. It's why we did our parking holiday that we just approved today. I would love for us to be able to promote $1 parking. It's like when we do the $100 parking during spring break. Why is the $100 parking effective? Because it's easy to message and it's easy to communicate $100 parking, as opposed to saying, well, some garages is gonna be this and other garages is gonna be that. No, the consistent communication, $100 parking, it was effective. And now it's the reverse. Now, for our slow months, I think we should be unified in saying, okay, we want to bring you back $1 parking. $1 parking, because now that sets a very different tone and it's easy to communicate as opposed to saying, 50% or 75% or something like that. But you're right, we have to communicate it. I think they are communicating it. And I think what we need to give them are the tools to enhance the communication. It's happening, but maybe we just need to support that communication that's happening. And Mr. Manager, do you mind if I recognize Melissa Berthier, because our communications department, and by the way, they recently won an award for the work that they do, and it really has to be highlighted. When I deal with other cities envy the work that our communications department does. And I just, if you could come to the podium and just tell us a little bit of what's being done to promote ourselves, not just to tourists, but our local tourists from Miami-Dade County.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Melissa Bertier, Director of Marketing and Communications. Thank you for that recognition. Hopefully you saw the LTC. That was for the Find Your Play video that hope everybody has seen. But you did that laundry list very well. And we are working with Ocean Drive specifically, with the Ocean Drive Association to try to do a campaign with the GMCVB specific for Ocean Drive. So we have a lot of campaigns going on. We also have a commercial corridor one that we want to activate all of our commercial districts. So not just Ocean Drive, but Lincoln Road, Washington Avenue, North Beach, 41st Street. So we are currently working with the agency to work on that, on that campaign.
And when you say Ocean Drive, the important thing about Ocean Drive was selected because that was the brand that local tourists, it's our postcard. But that Ocean Drive campaign focuses not only on Ocean Drive, but it also spills over to Collins Avenue and Washington
And
Avenue.
that will be a separate campaign. We are going to do Ocean Drive, commercial corridors. It's probably going to be Find Your Vibe. So that's a sneak peek. And then also our Art Deco campaign. So we have a lot of campaigns going on.
Let me ask you this, as it relates to promoting us as a destination, because today we just approved that parking holiday. And I just want to know, a big part of doing a parking holiday is communicating the parking holiday to those individuals we want to bring into our city. What would be the most effective messaging, do you feel? Is it a percentage? Is it a promo code? Is it saying a flat rate? And I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
Are my parking colleagues nearby? I don't know. I mean, that dollar sounded great in terms of a soundbite, but I don't know, if that's fiscally responsible.
Right.
So,
okay. No pressure, Mr. Manager.
But I do think our marketing has to be in conjunction with something other than Miami Spice. Like, what are the businesses? Like, there's 46 restaurants on Ocean Drive. What can they offer? How can you get whatever their offer is out? And also, how can you get it onto a website and aggregate it so that when you put it in a search engine, it all comes up? And it should be like a summer special on Ocean Drive, and I would do one for Ocean Drive, Washington. Like, I know that it's a lot
Miami
to do.
Spice? Beyond the Miami
Beyond
Spice?
Miami Spice, because Miami Spice is great, but Miami Spice is also, just, one, just a big formal dinner. What could we offer? What could those restaurants offer that would be attractive, to locals?
I like your happy hour idea.
I like the happy
If
hour. I would
there's
like to do
something-
like a great happy hour from like 5 o'clock till 9 o'clock, and then ask every single restaurant on Ocean Drive, what is it that you're going to offer, and then get their specials, have them, maybe they need help formatting the menus, get it onto a website so that, it takes some work, but you have Ceci from Ocean Drive who can actually go and probably do that and have each restaurant, give you the digital menu so that, so that we're not just saying come back, but we're giving people a reason to come back in addition to the parking. So, and I think it's comprehensive.
Yeah, and Melissa, you've done, obviously with the marketing campaigns, you've done a great job, the GMCVB. I have an item today that our commission passed on consent, and we're gonna work together closely about, let me reintroduce myself, and to talk about all the great things we have going on, our wellness that we're highlighting, that our culture. Even we're talking about Ocean Drive, the Art Deco and our heritage, which we're gonna continue to highlight. the sophistication, the family-friendly nature of our city. So I'm excited about that. I think we have so much to offer, and I know we have the right team in place to make that marketing campaign work.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
I think what I just realized is every single one of us has been mispronouncing your last name for years and years. That was the first time I ever heard you introduce yourself.
Oh, that's okay. It's
So-
actually French, so I'm pronouncing it wrong. It is the IER.
That's why I just
is
go with your first
silent.
name.
Just go with the first name.
In,
Berthier, if you're
Berthier.
Berthier.
yeah.
I've been married. I love my husband. I've been married for almost 20 years. But Booyah was my maiden name, so that was a lot of fun. So then I'm
So
feel like
I think it was Commissioner Fernandez that touched on, or Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez that touched on the local tourism. And I think that's what's really changed in Miami Beach through some fault of our own, but there's also other areas that have really elevated their game, like Coral Gables, like the Design District, like Brickell and Midtown.
Grove.
And I ask all of my colleagues to look and see what we're dealing with, because we have to up our game. And where I ask you to focus your attention, actually tomorrow, Miami World Center is having their kickoff launch party to the world, right? And there you're having Apple, you're having Lululemon, Maple and Ash. So increased competition, even less reason if we don't provide a competitive advantage for somebody from Coral Gables to not make that extra trek to Miami Beach. So what I'm going to ask of my colleagues is pay close attention to what happens tomorrow at Miami World Center, and you'll see the types of products that we're having to compete with in essence, right? We are all one region, and a rising tide lifts all boats, but in some ways they are competitors for that local tourism. So I ask you just to kind of keep an eye on what's going on and see where we have to take our city and even beyond. So thank you for all your work, Melissa.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Want to finish with saying, I know I was talking about local, but you know what? It could even be hyper local. Just getting people from Flamingo Park to walk back over there, because they're not necessarily, and we have to offer them something. That's why I think the aggregation of the special happy hour deal across, you could do Washington and Ocean, just to like bring people back. And that should really be our goal, because we're in May right now, and it's gonna start, June, July, August. We have a couple of months to pull something together, and the bigger, the better. You could even do a mailer to everybody. I know that doesn't sound, I know, but if it's only to Flamingo Park, with the specials, across with a QR code, that might work, because I just want to bring even our residents back over, because I think
Great.
they would
And then I'd
go.
like to close this
Yeah.
item out because we got a few other items I think we
And
should
I'd
get
be
to.
remiss not to put this on the record, just because all of our creativity is flowing, and I love these discussion items. At some point, we need to have a conversation about March for next month, for next year. There's so much great stuff that this commission, Commissioner Magazine, Commissioner Suarez, this commission as a whole has led on, bringing in High Rocks, bringing in Wadapalooza, and then we have the music events like Ultra that's going on that does benefit our city, and there's a winter party that happens in March, and there's winter music, and I think I'm forgetting something else that's coming next March as it relates to health and wellness. But March is slowly becoming Music and Muscle Month. It's going from being spring break and the chaos and the shutdown to a month really about people really having a good, healthy time. And so I couldn't let this discussion to go by without me putting out there my Music and Muscle Month idea for next month, because that could be a good, sexy new branding for the month of March. It's so aligned with our brand in Miami Beach. It's, muscles, you're all working out, is wellness, but it's also music. And
do it
we have
like-
the muscles right here on the dais, so might as well make it muscles and music.
You could do a nice tie-in with the green M&M from the M&Ms for M&M month.
What's that?
You could do a nice tie-in with the M&Ms and the green M&M.
Oh, there you
For
go.
M&M Music and Muscle Month.
There you go.
Can I just add one thing, and then I guess close out and go to the next thing? I mean, it's ironic because we were just texting earlier today, like, do you think you want to have a conversation about all the stuff we're doing? Let's not forget, there is an entire city north of 23rd Street. And one of the most wonderful things happening in the city is the organic growth of North Beach. And the things that we're talking about here would benefit our economic development in North Beach as well, where we have these incredible new restaurants that have opened up. There's a great Turkish restaurant. There's, Muchachos is fabulous. Prima Pasta has been there forever. And, there's like a ton of great new ones and some great old ones. And, there's this whole section that just gets ignored constantly. So if we're doing stuff to come back to Miami Beach, how about rediscover North Beach? There is so much going on up there.
I would do that too.
With the band shell and all the programming that happens there.
Great.
So.
This is great discussion. Hey, since we called R9V and R9W, Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, you also have R9X. I think we covered it, discuss community input in Ocean Drive improvements. Can we, okay, perfect. Great, thank you, great discussion.
Wait.
R5 AA.
Wait. I just got this on my Facebook, this promoted ad, and PJ, I don't know if you got it, but if you can do another zoom in to my phone. Let's see. Oh, PJ just texted me also. But this is another sponsored ad by the city, locally sponsored ad, and it reads, "From beaches and parks to pools and splash pads, this is your playground in paradise." And it's Miami and the beaches. And so this is in partnership with the GMCVB, again, our local promotions, and it's a sponsored ad specifically locally here to our backyard. So just the timing of it, that it popped up on my phone, just tells you that Facebook is always listening.
We're deferring R5 AA. And we're going to go to R9P, as in Paul.
R9P is discuss, take action, to increase ferry service during Art Week and high-impact events.
So this is an item that I had sponsored a bit ago, and I think the ferry service that we used during Art Week was amazing. It worked out well. I took it to Miami and back. The people that were on board were very happy. We used a service from Fort Lauderdale that is used to using and being a water taxi. So I'm sure it's on your radar, but as we're looking ahead to Art Basel for this year, I'd love to see more of the same or better.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the positive feedback. So as you mentioned, for 2024 Art Week, we deployed water taxi service for the first time between the Venetian Marina and Yacht Club and the Marie Skibb Memorial Park, and it was extremely successful. There were over 14,000 passengers that took that service in a 5-day period, because we started the Wednesday of Art Week and ran through Sunday. It was so popular that the lines were very long. We had 4 vessels operating at 15-minute frequency of service, but the lines were very long, and the capacity of the vessel was constrained to about 50 passengers. So as a result of that, the lines were long and people had to wait, and so we did receive that constructive criticism or feedback, if you will. And what we'd like to do is for next Art Week, we've prepared a budget enhancement request that you will be seeing to have a more robust multimodal service during 2025 Art Week, consisting of both shuttle services as well as a more robust water taxi service with hopefully more vessels in service and higher capacity vessels as well.
I think that sounds fantastic, and let my colleagues speak on it, and then we can close the item.
So if I may, through the.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm in huge support of this. I'm very excited for the bigger RFP to be underway for taxi water ferry taxi service going up and down the island. If I could use this as an opportunity, I had sent an email to the city manager and to you, Jose, like a few days ago about this. There's a big, construction project happening in, I think it's an FPL project happening in South Beach adjacent to MacArthur. We just talked about it with the FPL folks. We had a briefing with them. Is there a way to talk to the same folks who did the Art Week ferry service so that we have an option to offload some of the cross bay traffic during that 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 60, whatever it's going to end up being of construction? And I know it's not directly related to this item, and maybe it needs to come back as a separate item, but I just wanted to raise this because I did send an email and hadn't heard back yet, and I wanted to
And I
strike while the
apologize,
iron is
Commissioner,
hot.
I thought I had responded. There's already an existing water taxi service between the Miami Beach Marina and Bayside. And so perhaps that water taxi service, which exists already, is provided by Water Taxi Miami. That's the name of the vendor. As a matter of fact, we have a meeting coming up with the Marina and Water Taxi Miami to discuss a potential temporary water taxi service during the construction of the FPL project.
Fantastic, and I'll search, maybe it's in my junk folder.
No, it may be caught up in my drafts, I'm not sure.
It's floating in the ether, but okay, so you're already talking to folks about that
Yes.
concept? Okay, excellent, thank
Yeah,
you.
and I'm super excited about, when does that close out the bids for the water taxi in general?
So it already did. The bids are in, and the evaluation committee is going to be meeting very soon.
How many did we
And my
get?
goal is to bring a recommendation for award prior to recess for the
How
July.
many did we get?
Three
Okay.
3 vendors.
And you were pleased
Pleased.
with the ones that came in?
Yes.
We only
Okay.
need one good one.
Remember, my goal and vision is to Miami, north and south throughout the city. And I think
Correct.
our whole commission is on board with that, which is great.
100%.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Great to be
Oh
able
my
to
God.
commute
Yep.
down here by the.
And it'll be fun. Okay, good discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Mr.
Let's
Mayor.
do,
I have a question.
I was about to call the next item, but,
You withdrew R9U, but if we could just discuss it before we end, that'd be good.
R9U.
Yeah. But you were gonna call another item, so.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
get to the
yeah.
item and then we'll go back to that. Thank you. R9I.
R9I is discuss discuss Lincoln roadside street signage pilot.
Tom, maybe you could take it away. Before you go to Tom, you know, I brought this a long time ago. There's a great little milkshake spot, the legendary milkshake bar, just off of Lincoln Road. They, you know, they're struggling. No one really knows they exist when you're walking by Lincoln Road, and the owner said that during one of the fairs on a Sunday, one of the participants allowed them to put their sign in their kiosk, and they got flooded with foot traffic. And so I want to help them out. I'd like to help some of the businesses that are not on Lincoln Road, but just off of Lincoln Road, to possibly get some foot traffic. The way legal and planning has crafted this is, I think, very, let's say, carefully. And it's not just going to be your typical A-frames. It will be a much better and upgraded sign. So, Tom, if you can also speak to more about what planning has teed up, that'd be great.
Sure. This was referred some time ago. It was discussed by the Land Use Committee last June 10th of 2024. And the Land Use Committee had recommended to the commission that up to a 6-month pilot be authorized for directional signage on Lincoln Road to benefit those businesses that are on the side streets and don't front directly onto Lincoln Road.
When looking at this, some of the challenges we face is that both in the city code, chapter 82, as well as the LDRs, chapter 6, general advertising signs are prohibited. The only types of general advertising signs that are permitted currently on Lincoln Road are the directory signs that you see. And so in order to do something like this, we would need to have the code amendments. There would also be the need to hire a qualified vendor to actually fabricate and design the signs, and there potentially would be a budgeting implication associated with this, which means we would need a budget amendment either for this year, or potentially we could make this part of the budget process for fiscal year 2026.
Tom, I was under the impression that we would use just a standard, I think, T-frame sign. It wasn't that we had to get a fabricator to make this.
That's something the commission could consider, and absent doing it as part of a very limited special event, though, it would require changes to the code in order to allow for signage like that. But to the extent you wanted to amend the code to allow for those A-frame type of signs, they would be less expensive. But that's something that, absent something like a special event permit, we would need some code relief on.
Yeah, look, I know the direction of Miami Beach has been very, anti-sign, over-sign pollution. But just traditionally, I think a lot of these side businesses off of Lincoln Road just struggle, right? And we're coming up into the summer, and a place like the legendary milkshake bar would certainly benefit from people walking on Lincoln Road to get this to get foot traffic through the door. So I'd like to see where my colleagues are on this. I mean, I certainly don't want to have any encumber the taxpayers to create a signage. Yes, Commissioner Dominguez.
I think it's a great idea. I think we need it. If you go on Lincoln Road, it's hurting all over. I can't even imagine the side streets. Like, we needed to do this 6 months ago, so I'm very supportive.
So how would my colleagues feel about, not an A-frame, because that's kind of cheap looking, but like, I think they have really nice looking standardized T-frames, signs, and they could be placed sort of, I think the way I did it with Rob, if he's there, we did maybe one business on each side street for the week gets to put their sign. And if there's only one business, that business would be there indefinitely. But I'd like to know what my colleagues feel about this. I don't want to cost taxpayers money to put a sign there. I would want the owner of the business establishments to front the cost, but something generally nicer, and we can do that between first and second reading, maybe perhaps with a presentation. But I really need to know where my colleagues feel on this.
I'll go.
So
Yeah.
Commissioner Bott.
So I'm very supportive of this. I mean, going back to when Brown's was on Lincoln Road, and then they moved to the side street when they came back from Design District, their business fell off by, orders of magnitude that ended up closing them down. And even Harry's, they do an okay business, but nobody knows, and you and I talked about it years ago, about they'd have to do special application and, go get variances, and it was something they didn't want to take on at that time. I know it's a frustration of theirs, and I'm sure that every other business shares it, so I'd be supportive of this as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of Miami Beach, especially Lincoln Road, needs to get better at. I was reading different urban planning studies. They said one of the great things about Europe, and it also extends to the design district, you're just able to seamlessly flow, right? It's not just one straight on street where you just have all these arteries, things like that. So whatever we can do to promote that, where Lincoln Road isn't just one head-on block, where you're going from just seamlessly on various streets, I think that's what we need to promote. So maybe you could use one of the signs that you used to create for the commission meetings.
While we're on topic, why don't we call R9E? Get an update on Lincoln Road.
So, Well, for now, R9I, Tom, that I guess I'd have to bring forward, but by the way, I think there is on the agenda that's been standstill, right? An ordinance for the signage?
Not that I'm aware of. This was the only signage related to side street businesses that I was aware of. It's a discussion item. Yeah, if we were going to amend the LDRs, then we would need a referral to the planning board, and we could bring back an ordinance for first reading that would amend chapter 82.
Okay, and does it have to be in a certain cycle also for this?
You could waive the cycle if you wanted to expedite it, but I think the first step would be to refer an ordinance to the planning board so we could get that back to you.
Okay, so we'll work on that.
If I could just chime in.
Sure.
We can also reach out to the Lincoln Road bid, because the bid has that blanket special event permit. It couldn't be for an indefinite period of time, but maybe for the summer months, there could be an opportunity, since we're focused on trying to help the businesses during the summer, maybe there's an opportunity to work with the bid on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
Can we call R9E, since we're on topic?
R9E is discuss update on the Lincoln Road Phase 2 project.
Good afternoon, David Gomez, Director of Capital Improvements. Last time I gave you an update on Lincoln Road, I was happy to give you a good news update. Today follows suit. We have executed the contract for both Drexel and Meridian. And just last week, we issued NTP1 to begin the pre-construction services. So they are already putting together their schedules, their schedule of values, their shop drawing submittals, so that we can issue NTP2. There were two items of concern that delayed the execution of the contract just a little bit. One was on Drexel. There was a discussion with the supplier for the street lights. They were concerned about cost increases due to tariffs and other items. Contractor was able to lock in that pricing, so that's not an issue for us anymore. We did issue the NTP, they did execute. The other item of concern was some of the materials specified for Meridian Avenue, specifically a very large valve, had a 10-month lead time. We have looked at some substitutions. Public Works is in agreement. They are submitting shop drawings, so we've been able to cut that back down to a more reasonable time. We may not be able to start right away because, unlike something like a generator, which you would need at the end of the project, these valves you need very early on. So they probably won't begin until they're sure that they'll have the valves in time, which I think we were looking at 3 months of delay to get the valves. But that's much better than the 10 months we were looking at.
And give us big picture, what's the project intent?
Okay, Meridian Avenue is the redevelopment of Meridian Avenue from 17th to Lincoln Road. It includes wider sidewalks, improved landscaping, larger seating areas, larger walking areas. We are addressing some of the ADA concerns that you see now when you're walking either out of Macy's or out of some of the other streets, that the slope on the sidewalk is very, very abrupt. So we are doing a little bit of raising of Meridian between 17th and Lincoln Road, relatively minor to some of the other projects that we've done in the past to accommodate that ADA issue. We are replacing all of the major infrastructure under Meridian Avenue, such as 30-inch force mains and water lines and sewer laterals. So that will all be new. Drexel Avenue encompasses from 16th Street to Lincoln Lane North, and includes the pedestrianization of the intersection of Drexel and Lincoln Road, where we're creating a new pseudo-performance space that is going to be programmed to be used by the New World Symphony and others. And we're providing some amphitheater-type seating and some other things in that area.
What's the timing of these projects?
The total duration is about 10 months.
From when?
From the beginning of construction, which should be in Drexel, it should be in the next 30 to 60 days.
And Meridian?
Meridian, that's where the delay on the valve comes in. But the reason that that's critical to us is because in order to do that work on Meridian, we have to close Meridian. So we're trying to reduce the duration of that closure so that it impacts traffic as little as possible.
And big picture, as we talked about the renovations and rejuvenation of Lincoln Road, the geo bonds, the 65
yes
or so million, when is that
We have received the 90% drawings from the consultant. Those are being reviewed and finalizing the permitting. We anticipate bidding for a contractor this fall with commencement of construction at the beginning of the year 2026.
And what's the timing of that?
I'm not sure that we have a fixed time frame. We were looking, originally it was 3 years, it may be less than that.
And is that in installments, so it's?
Yeah, it'll be in pieces so that we're not tearing up the entire road at once.
Okay. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just can't stress enough how important it is to get that project finally done. You know, I mean, I know we're working on the side streets, but anything that you can do to expedite it. I mean, it's been too long. Is it funded? I mean, did you get back a weird estimate that we're not going to be able to fund, or is the estimate fine? We're not
No,
value engineering it?
The estimate, the latest estimate we received is in line with what we kind of expected. We won't know for sure until a little later on when we start actually putting it out to bid.
And the side streets will be finished when? When is the shovel going in the ground?
Depending on when they start, about 10 months.
10 months?
Yeah.
And they might start when? Do you have any?
Drexel may start as soon as 30 days. Meridian is probably a little longer than that.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bott.
I would like to just take a point of personal privilege, I think it's called, to correct the record. I don't know if Jose is still in the room, but I had not seen the email that he had actually sent, so he did get back to me, and I wanted to make that clear on the record.
Wow.
So, thank you.
This day is getting better and better. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Mayor, just to close the loop on R9I, I think the direction was to work with the bid on their extended special event permit, because that would probably be the fastest way of facilitating the type of signage that I think Commissioner Suarez was talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Let's call R9H.
R9H is discuss strategies for traffic control at peak hours.
Appreciate it, and it's such an important issue, one we hear about a lot, maybe a little bit less right now that we're off peak, but certainly an issue that, and I think, you know, I've brought items, all my colleagues have worked hard on this, and we've I think, helped in some respects, where we're looking at widening, making extra lanes in certain places, certainly the police presence, and the public safety specialists, and there's so much more, but thought we'd get I think it would be helpful to get an update from you, because again, it's first and foremost on our residents' minds.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commission, Wayne Jones, Police Department. I cannot thank you enough for funding the PSSs that you allowed us to hire.
Public safety specialists?
Public safety specialists that you allowed us to hire and use them to help us mitigate rush hour traffic. All of us feel the pain on a daily basis of traffic in the city. We're simply at capacity, quite frankly, with all the cars that come in and drive throughout our city. So we all feel a pain on it, and we all want to make it better. Major Javon Campbell oversees operations patrol, and so he is tasked, him and his army of police officers, tasked with pushing traffic through the city as best they can. And so I'm going to let him answer specific questions you may have on it. I can tell you we are deployed in all of the major thoroughfares throughout the city during rush hour, Alton Road specifically, 41st Street, as you know, on the entrance to the Tuttle, entrance to MacArthur, and most recently having presence at 71st Dickens, 71st Indian Creek, because we've realized recently that too is a problem with traffic flow during rush hours. But any specific questions you have with the work we're doing, Major Campbell will answer for you. I can tell you, I don't see this easing up anytime in the foreseeable future, because we just continue to increase in volume of cars throughout the city.
No, and thank you. It's and I have noticed that you've increased the presence in intersections, like you said, on 5th and 71st, and obviously in addition to 41st. It still gets frustrating, but one thing that a couple of years ago we saw intersections getting blocked. I think we were all concerned about potential road rage when that happens. Traffic is still there, but it's moving in a calm way, in an orderly way. It's not chaotic. And certainly there are times residents will send us pictures, all of us, and we'll send them to you. And there's certainly improvements that we need to make. There's no question, but it's definitely gotten better. Is there anything else that you need from us, or you think that we could do that would improve your job?
Well, I'm going to probably defer to Major Campbell. I can tell you, we're grateful for the support we've gotten so far, and it's certainly made a positive difference, in my opinion.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, elected officials, Mr. City Manager, everyone who's present and listening in. I'm Major Jovan Campbell, Miami Beach Police Department. I'm the commander of the Patrol Division under the leadership of Police Chief Wayne Jones and Assistant Chief Daniel Morgallo. I can tell you, Mr. Mayor and all commissioners, the volume of traffic during the peak hours obviously is a slow crawl, it's a standstill. We know that it's frustrating. We do the very best that we can with a combination of anywhere from 21 to 24 police officers and public safety specialists to address the concerns by deploying them strategically throughout 41st Street as well as Alton Road and the Venetian Causeway. Our officers and public safety specialists are required to be out of their vehicles with their traffic vests on unless they're authorized to take a break or if they are completing a citation, which we try to do as a last resort because we don't want to exacerbate issues by taking up a lane of traffic to write a traffic citation. So the mere presence out there and the direction and guidance of the officers and the hardworking public safety specialists that we have that you all provided for us to enhance our staffing has been a tremendous help. As the police chief said, it's only so much that we can do when the traffic, with the volume of traffic on our roadways. And as you probably know, this extends beyond our city limits for people who, for drivers who are trying to get on to I-95 as well as other joining causeways when they are leaving work to get home. But we appreciate your support. To answer your question, I think that all of you all have been nothing but supportive and has definitely assisted us in our efforts.
Yeah, I think we have to do it in every level. I mean, like you say, getting the extra officers, the public safety specialists, looking at certain lanes that we can add, the water taxis we talked about. I had an item on today that I referred to Public Safety Committee that we'll talk about there. I've had 2 times recently where lanes were closed, and I called Eric, and he answered, and it turns out they were closed improperly, or they were supposed to be taken down the day before, or they didn't have a permit, and they closed down extra. I mean, it's a mess. And the problem is there's little coordination when that happens. So you have a backup of 30 minutes, 45 minutes for no reason. And then there's no consequence to the vendor who did it. And that needs to change because we're severely impacting people's lives when that happens. So that's a separate conversation. And we'll have that at committee and hopefully back to commissioner because I want to have some teeth in that as well.
Well, the city manager has directed his staff for better coordination, police department, transportation department, all impacted departments for these very same reason for these road closures, which really impacts traffic negatively. I'd like to tell you, I think traffic has gotten a little better. Summertime, typically, we have less traffic, so we should have some ease for the next couple of months. But the improvement, we can't take credit, I think, the police department by ourselves. We got to thank you guys for your support, but also got to thank Jose Gonzalez and his team in transportation because they have worked with the county to sort of use signalization to help us be more efficient to push traffic through. So I got to publicly thank Jose as well.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then Commissioner Magazine.
I have a question for Jose. Hello, Chief.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I thought you. Sorry.
You know, when we traveled out to FDOT and we spoke with the secretary, there was something kind of interesting that she said, which was basically the state of Florida spends no money maintaining our streets. Really? Like very little. And I was thinking a lot about this because you guys have spent a long time building this infrastructure around the city to connect stuff, right? Could there be a scenario? And I'd like to see if I could pursue this legislatively, Rick, where we go to the state and we go to the county and we say, oh, we want to take control. And then we just put in the best technology that we possibly can and, you know, use AI and smart technology. Have we ever tried to do that? And I would love to pursue this legislatively because I think we could take on the liability and take on the streets and their maintenance if it meant that we could finally signal the way that we want to and implement our own technology and not have to call the county and say, hey, make it green, or call the state. That doesn't make any sense to me. But if we were able to do you think this is a possibility? And Rick, I think that if we pursued this legislatively, they might say yes. They might say yes. We wouldn't say that we're taking them and not, they could still own them. We could just sign an agreement with the county and the state and say, look, we'll take the liability. What? We'll take the liability. We'll lease them from you, whatever it is. Maybe they don't want to see the actual street, right? But let's take them over and then finally implement the technology that we can't do because of the fragmentation. What do you think, Jose?
If I
It's
can
bold.
add, if you don't mind, if I could also add, because I had brought an item about, it's similar, I think what you're saying about charging potentially tolls to non-residents. And what I was.
This is different though. I'm saying that what we need to do is take control of the streets so that we can then cut them out of the equation in terms of signalization. And they're never going to let us charge non-residents. The Republicans told us, and maybe you were at that meeting, I don't know, I was there with Commissioner Samuelin many moons ago, where they told us, you're never gonna be able to charge or have a toll or a congestion charge. I'm talking about the fact that the state of Florida, when I asked about Collins Avenue, said, we're not spending we spend very little money, that's what they said. So if they're not spending any money, let's just take them over. Let's lease the streets from them, take over any liability and maintenance, which already we're kind of doing, and is a real pain to try to keep the sidewalks clean when we don't owe them, and then use this system that we have built in to just signal. I think that you could solve a lot of our problems if we get the best technology possible, and we spent a lot of time on that traffic, what is that center called? The traffic center?
Management Center.
What is it?
The Traffic Management Center.
The Traffic Management Center, and it's not working because the lights are still not they're not coordinated. So I think that as a body, we should move forward, take them over. Just say, look, we'll take it on.
Well, and the reason why I mentioned that, because I think it is similar to what you're saying. So when I brought that item about the congestion pricing, I was told that if we did that, FDOT would pull out all their funding, and I was told that that would be, A, cost prohibitive to the city, because we'd have to take over all their maintenance, which is extremely expensive, and two, we don't have the expertise in doing that. So we'd have to literally create a new department from scratch. So that's why I think it's related, so I'm throwing that in there, because I think it's kind of all related.
So,
Here's the thing, it could be worth it because we have no means of expansion. Every single street is at failure. And if we could somehow strike a deal with them where we take on the liability, but they continue to, they have to continue to fund some of the streets somewhat. I mean, we have to have
Let's
that.
hear from Eric, he's nodding his head no.
Well, I mean, so you know what? So we take on a couple capital projects that they're doing on Alton Road. We could do it ourselves. We could probably do it better at this point in time. We have more experience. And by the way, we've waited how many years to get something on Collins Avenue just to get it repaved, and we can't. When you walk Collins Avenue, the sidewalks are broken, they're filthy, they're dirty. Nobody cares. So, I mean, I think that we have to do a cost analysis and say to ourselves, what is it going to cost to take them over? Because it's the only solution that we have. And if we had to go out and raise the money from the residents to say, look, we're going to take over our streets, we're going to take over our signalization, we'll be in charge of everything, we'll streamline it, we'll implement the best AI technology. I think that it's the only solution that we have. And we know that traffic is probably the largest complaint that we have amongst all of our residents.
Sure.
I don't think we have a choice.
Well, let's hear from Eric.
So, lot to unpack there, but the reality of the situation is that we could do a lot of that stuff. The reality is that the state would be happy to give us the maintenance responsibility on their streets. They would give us all of their streets though, because they won't pick and choose some of them.
We need them all.
We would take all of them. However, it's two very different discussions about maintenance responsibilities and traffic signal control, because the state does not control the signals on their roads. It's controlled by Miami-Dade County.
Well, we need them to give us their street too.
And
We want Pine Tree Drive and LaGuardia too. No, seriously, because it has to be comprehensive. If we don't control our traffic lights, we will never get to where we need to be. And so this is something that I think it's the only solution, and we've never tried to do it before, but I would take on the liability, I would take on the maintenance, I would take on the funding, because if you do that, we will finally get someplace that we'll never get to right now. And I had a long conversation with Jose about where the county was in terms of signalization, and they are eons away from getting to the smart technology that we need in order to time our streets. But could you imagine, we've built this infrastructure now, have we not, Jose?
Our intelligent transportation system project
Yes,
is
so we
in
have an
construction.
intelligent transportation system, but we don't necessarily control it. And right now, literally, we have to call the county, do we not? Don't we have to call them and say, hey,
we
make
do
the light
coordinate
green?
with them.
In 2025, we have to pick up the phone and call them. And that would go a long way, Eric. Everything would start to flow normally for the first time. And by the way, once we implement the system, it wouldn't be that expensive. It would, I don't think it would be that expensive to connect all of our traffic lights. Would it, Jose?
They're all,
That's not, the software is not the expensive part. There is AI technology out there. And I think that it's the only recourse we have. It's not impossible. I don't think it's impossible, and I think that I'm gonna bring an item, and I think that we should try to do it, because you know what? We don't have any other solution.
Eric, do you have a cost estimate as to what the city would be taking on?
I don't have something off the top of my head. If you ask me to guess on it, I would say it's in the hundreds of millions, but I would want to go back and take a look at that.
That's what you told me when I brought my item, and you said it would be hundreds of millions, so.
I don't believe it would be impossible.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hundreds
I'm
of millions. We're doing a West Avenue project. We could also, if we had to, remediate Alton Road.
But-
Right now, we're not getting any love anyway.
But Commissioner, if we
I
could,
look forward to the item.
let's have a preliminary conversation with the county to see if the county would be amenable, similar to how we've taken on some additional responsibilities as it pertains to traffic calming measures. There is an agreement, an interlocal agreement with the county that allows us to do traffic calming measures within the city of Miami Beach.
Right.
We can have a conversation with them to see if they would be amenable to doing something similar like to that with traffic signals. And then we could price that out. Just, I don't want to compare apples to oranges. The maintenance is one piece of the puzzle. The signal optimization and signal control is something very different, in my humble opinion. And I think that we should try not to put those two together, because one does one thing and one does something very different.
So you're saying that we could take them over, but only for signal optimization?
I don't know that, but we can have preliminary conversations with the county. Jose and I just conferred. We're not aware of any other municipality that's been given the ability to do that, but Miami Beach is special, and we may be given additional consideration, but until we have that conversation, we don't know.
Well, do we have to make a motion right now to give you, I make a motion to have our administration go and speak to the county about taking over our signalization. But it can't just be the county. You need to go to the county and the state and ask for it.
Who controls Alton Road, the signal optimization? That's the
State.
county?
So the county controls all signals countywide, even on state.
Alton Road is awful. Let me tell you how insane it is. I just, this morning I saw, picture you're going north on Alton Road, right by Lincoln. I'm in a red light. And you have the crosswalk for 25 or 30 seconds. And then you have to wait again, before it turns green, for the left-hand turn from the north side of Alton Road. However, that left-hand turn would be going onto Lincoln Road, where you can't go. So if you're coming south on Lincoln Road or on Alton Road, we have 3 lanes of traffic there. We have a third lane, a left-hand turn lane, to turn onto a road that is a pedestrian-only road, that's blocked by barricades. So then we've cleverly turned it into, well, if you want to make a U-turn there, that you can. So there is a green turn signal that takes 30 seconds that nobody has ever turned onto since Lincoln Road has been closed since when, Mr. City Manager? 1970 something?
I think it was more like 2008, but.
So I'd like to direct city administration to calculate for 30 seconds every 2 minutes since 1938, how much time that unneeded left-hand turn has cost.
By the
our
way,
residents.
how much do you guys hate the intersection of Alton and 16th Street and 17th? It is a nightmare. It's a nightmare for our police officers. Look, if we don't at least try, we'll never know. So
I'm agreeing.
why don't we
I thought I had tried.
direct the administration to take over, to go to the county and ask if we can take over signalization so that we can implement smart technology and own the timing of our own lights, because none of us can handle it anymore. It is, some of those intersections are so impossible, and it's all timing, I'm telling you.
Chief, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. I just went. I went on my Vespa. I just went. I'm sorry, Chief.
Do you have video cameras you can get it? No, this is a good discussion, and I think it sounds like it'll be a discussion we'll continue. I'd like to actually, at the end of the morning, we're going to pivot to another item. So thank you guys. Thank you.
So wait, so does that mean that we're not taking any action? Because
Well, I thought you
between
said you're
now
bringing
and
an
next
item.
month, well, I mean, I think we should do it right now. It's a discuss, take action item. So, I mean, let's just ask if we can take over our signalization. All we can do is ask.
Yeah, and I think Eric said he's going to, I think he said he's going to have that. Yep.
Do we have to give you direction, or is this fine?
No.
Well, I think he's got the direction.
Okay.
I've heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a good item. I want to finish off. Nick had, we were talking about the potential, a new bill out of Tallahassee preempting us on the LDR amendments. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for highlighting it. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so Nick brought to our attention SB 180, and part of the language says that municipalities may not propose or adopt more restrictive or burdensome amendments to the comprehensive plan or land development regulations, or propose or adopt more restrictive or burdensome procedures having to do with review, approval, or issuance of site plans, development permits, or development orders, to the extent that those terms are applies retroactively to August 1st of last year. So in essence, the LDR amendments and the comp plan amendments that we've adopted from August to today would, in essence, be preempted. And we would be limited from passing more strict LDR amendments and more strict comp plan amendments if this bill is signed into law. And even our moratorium on FAR. This has a preemption on moratoriums as well. And so part of the items that we could potentially be preempted on is, for example, today we were looking at the hotel approval process that we voted on today. That could potentially be preempted. The 6th Street overlay that the mayor and Commissioner Dominguez have been working on for years that we considered today, that could be preempted. Our regulations on minimal hotel unit size requirements, that could be preempted. Our hotel approval process, that could be preempted. Commissioner Bott's item having to do with hedges on the beach walks to create safer access for pedestrians, that could be preempted. There are so many items that could be preempted as part of this bill, including items like Commissioner Suarez's supper club regulation ordinance that was passed last year. That could be preempted. When we eliminated the 0.5 FAR bonus for hotel development, that would be preempted. Our North Beach comprehensive use regulations to limit the amount of nuisance uses that deteriorate from the quality of life, that could be preempted. And so, Nick, what is your guidance to us as it relates to SB 180? And if there's anything else that you feel we need to know about this?
Thank you, Commissioner. What I would suggest is given the impact that the bill would have on the city's land development regulations, not just that you're considering now, but that you've adopted since August 1 of 2024, is that the commission should consider adopting a resolution similar to the resolution that the body adopted this morning on Senate Bill 1730, urging the governor to veto this bill. It has not yet been presented to him, but it could be presented.
So I'd like to make a motion or similar to the one that we did earlier, urging the governor to veto this bill. This city commission over the past year has passed a number of important land use regulations and comprehensive plan amendments to the quality of life of our residents. We have been the most pro-resident commission, I feel, in a really long time. And if this bill gets signed, all the protections we have passed over the past year go away. And that's the thing about this bill. Anything that's more restrictive, usually the things that are more restrictive are the things that benefit the residents, that benefit safety, that benefit the quality of life of people. And those are the ones that will be eliminated, but then the things that are more pro-development don't get eliminated. And so it's a very concerning bill that I would like us to make a motion urging the governor to veto.
I have a question. Let's say that we pass this resolution and we send it to the governor, and I think for the first time ever, you might get a veto. If the governor vetoes the legislation, does it disappear or can it bounce back to the legislature? And if it does go back to the state legislature, what is the rule? Is it like a 2/3 majority, or what do they have to do to override a gubernatorial veto?
I'm fairly certain it's 2/3 of each house. It takes 2/3 of each house to override a veto.
So the House and the Senate.
So, listen, I think that we have some of the most powerful lobbyists in Tallahassee that we've had since I've, served in Miami Beach. And I did hear that I saw the governor on TV and he was not very happy with the legislature. He's not. And so this could be a possibility, Alex. So I will second your motion, Commissioner Fernandez, excuse me.
Oh, please.
I will second your motion.
Titles come and go.
We might get this, veto because maybe our lobbyists could go and personally hand it to him. That's out. We've got a great lobbying team.
Okay.
What do you think? You know better than I do. Commissioner Suarez, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how much a resolution is going to make a difference. Commissioner Fernandez, have you talked to our lobbying team on the possibility of a veto on this?
On this? No, we just found out about this during our shade session. I have heard, I haven't gone into great detail with our lobbyists. What I have heard from our lobbyists is that it's likely to get signed. So this is why I think we need to be vocal. We need to raise the alarm because, again, it's not undoing all the LDR amendments and the comp plan amendments we've done over the past year. It's only eliminating the more restrictive ones, the ones that tend to protect the quality of life of our residents. But it's still saying if they're not restrictive LDR amendments and they're expansive and they allow for more development and that type of stuff, then that can go forward. But what protects our residents? All the work we have done over the past year, including your supper club ordinance, we had shade and palm tree ordinances. We've had, the issue with the beach walk, the North Beach commercial use stuff, even stuff we've done today, all wiped away.
Do you know how much it passed by the House and Senate? Was it like was it unanimous?
One person in the House opposed it and unanimous in the Senate.
Do they,
Was it Gans?
I'm not sure.
but can I ask a question? Can I ask a
Sure,
a question?
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez.
I mean, given the fact that this type of law could literally cause chaos, right? Given, the laws that we've passed or LDR amendments across the state of Florida, would we have a case in court to reverse something like this because it goes so far beyond workforce housing? It completely, it affects every aspect of the
I mean,
city.
I would say we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, we'll look at it closely. I wouldn't want to have that discussion on the
not
fly,
have it.
especially
We just not have this, like,
Discussion here.
we're listing off every law that we've passed. If they weren't gonna preempt us, they now have a list of laws to come in and undo. Like, I love the passion and I echo the sentiments, but can we not have it televised?
You think they're really watching about the supper club?
Oh, yeah, oh, by the way, they use our meetings as like, they literally
Things to
play it in-
preempt us
Oh,
from?
yeah, 100%. They're using our meetings to go to Tallahassee and
What, on
say, hey,
everything?
look at Miami Beach.
We say
That-
so much
yeah.
on the record that should never be said publicly. And it's a playbook of what to do first for people who want to undo what we're trying to protect here. So I love you guys and I respect.
Well,
the
quite
passion,
frankly,
but-
Commissioner Bott, I think they know what these laws are, so I think it really is.
No, but I mean.
I think,
talking
I mean,
about
I know,
lawsuits,
honestly, no, you're calling me out, so I'm just gonna tell you, I don't think you're actually accurate. I think it's important for us to know what it is that could get undone, and to the public, what it is that we're talking about. I think it's important for them to know that we've all discussed these laws publicly. We've discussed them here because we've presented them and we put them on the agenda. I don't think we hurt ourselves by saying what these laws are because
we
they
might-
know what they are.
We might, if we're talking
We're also
about
bound by
legal
sunshine.
strategies on how to proceed next. I'm just saying, maybe we have that conversation not on TV.
Yeah, we're also, we also have a sunshine law, right? I mean, we have to kind of talk about this in the sunshine.
At some point.
Big picture, I don't think any of us are gonna take the blame for what's happening in the preemption. This is not us. We're doing what our residents are asking us to do. And unfortunately, we're having laws that are not in the best interest of our residents. Preempting what we believe. Like you say, Commissioner, I've had people tell me that they've lived in Miami Beach 30, 40 plus years, and this is the most pro-resident commission they've ever seen on every issue, on law and order, on land development issues. And frankly, a lot of that's being taken out of our hands right now, which is frustrating.
So that bill passed unanimously, 106 yeas in the House. No one voted no in the Florida House, and in the Senate, one person voted no. It was Senator Davis. I don't know who that is.
Even if we get
So-
a veto, it won't matter.
Yeah.
I think that the bill was largely addresses emergencies and this amendment was part of a broader amendment that addressed permitting requirements in the wake of hurricane emergencies. So I think there are portions of the bill that are probably very well intentioned. It's just this last minute amendment that broadly preempts any more restrictive LDR or comp plan amendment. That's the one. That's the part that is
Even if with no emergency?
well, it's in any county in the state that was covered by either the Hurricane Milton, Debbie.
Isn't there an expiration period on this?
Or Helene, yes, between August 1, 2024, so it's retro to that date, and it would expire in 2027.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to give them ammunition to say, look at Miami Beach, look at what they're doing again. I don't know. I mean, if it passed unanimously in the House and then only one no vote in the Senate, I mean, even if he vetoes it, it's still going to get passed, or they'll bring it back next year. Do you guys really want to do that?
No, not if it was unanimous.
I'll ask one question. I'll follow your lead, Commissioner Fernandez. I'll pose this as a question, right? I'm indifferent. I'm going to follow your lead. Do you feel, given the uphill battle here, this would water down our urging for the live local?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, then I'm with you and I back this. But I'll just pose that question out into the universe.
We want to post it.
I mean, that's a good point.
You know, I I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I do think, do we want to, I think we have to go on record. We have passed Commissioner Suarez, the supper club
Yeah.
ordinance.
But but they may not, through the mayor, of course, but they may not preempt us on that, right? I mean.
No, that's, so Nick, in this ordinance, would the supper club ordinance be preempted?
To the extent that the supper club ordinance adopts more restrictive regulations than previously existed, it would be implicated by this bill.
Everything, sorry, Commissioner, everything just gets preempted, it goes.
Your mic is off.
Everything just, sorry, Commissioner, everything just gets preempted if it goes, if you created something that's more restricted, that no longer applies? Or does somebody have to come in and essentially proactively go bill by bill?
What it said, and I don't want to concede that any of the ordinances that we've listed are automatically covered by this amendment, right? We'll look at each one on a case by case basis. These are all examples. But what the bill says is shall be null and void ab initio, and that it applies retroactively.
And it's forever or sunset. It sunsets in 2027?
In 2027, it was done for the period from August 1, 2024 through October 1, 2027.
And it wasn't crafted in a way that it's specific to disaster relief?
Well, it says in any county, in any county listed in the federal disaster declarations for Hurricane Debbie, Helene, or Milton.
It's the whole state. It's that whole state. It covers the entire.
It covers the whole
We
state.
can ask Nick every which
Wouldn't-
way.
wouldn't
but I
it be
think the
better-
answer is going to be the same.
Wouldn't it be better to I know some of our lobbyists have a really good relationship with the governor. Wouldn't it be prudent to urge our lobbyists to, as a body?
That's what this does.
We've been doing that for the last, since session started.
This is what this does. Our lobbyists cannot take those positions on behalf of the city unless we pass an item, which is exactly what we're doing. They can't lobby on behalf unless we pass a motion like this saying that the city is taking this position. That's what empowers them to do this.
Who filed this amendment, by the way?
I have no idea.
I'm just curious. It's because it seems very treacherous.
Could you sue in federal court? And if you did, could you sue?
Yeah.
No, seriously.
No, but we shouldn't have that conversation on the record. I think that's what Nick just
I'm
said
okay.
before.
I'm okay with moving forward on this. I think.
You want to make the motion, Al?
Yeah,
Commissioner?
let's make the motion, urging, the governor
Second.
to veto this bill.
Second.
Actually,
Hold on. How about to change that amendment, not the whole bill?
They can't do line item amendments or line
No,
item.
the
vetoes.
governor can. The governor from the state of Florida can
Only on budget items, not on legislative items.
That's right.
Sure. Okay,
If he
because
vetoes
I
the
just
whole
got a
bill,
crash
the whole
course
bill
on
dies?
this from our lobbyists, and I think the governor can veto line items, even on.
I think it's line items in the budget.
In the budget.
Can you find out? Yeah. You know what? Can I make one phone call?
No, because we got to,
Phone a
let's
friend.
call the vote.
I'll call the
Let's-
lobbyists right
and-
now.
And you have to draft the resolution anyway, so it'll.
30 seconds.
The resolution will reflect
our
whatever
lobbyist.
whatever the law is. The resolution will reflect it. Let's call the vote.
Actually, I had
puts
a
us in
motion
a worse
from
situation.
Commissioner
We have a motion,
Fernandez
Commissioner
and a
Fernandez.
second from Rosen Gonzalez.
Okay, let's call the vote.
All in favor of urging veto SB 180, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item passes 7-0, and after the fact, reso needs to be drafted.
I want to thank each of my colleagues, sincerely, I want to thank each one of you. This was an outstanding meeting. We covered a lot of ground. We did our residents in a tremendous service. Thank you, Eric, and your entire staff as well. A great, great meeting. Thank you.